Hello and welcome to a very sunny Teesside Autodrome for round 3 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. I am David Sullivan. I'll be joined once again by Tom Butterworth alongside me in the commentary box.
Good morning, everybody. It is a beautiful, gorgeous day here at Teesside. The weather is looking pretty good for the day. We will bring you up a report in just a moment. There are still a couple of puddles left overnight from last night, but they are very quickly burning away in this gorgeous sunshine. Here is your forecast for the day. Scattered clouds, look at that. Zero chance of rain up until lunchtime. And then hopefully throughout the day that will remain exactly the same. It is beautiful, just some white fluffy clouds over in the distance. Very nice day, looking forward to it.
Absolutely, not what we expected actually, Tom, with the forecast throughout the week. It looked like we were in for a wet weekend here at Teesside. We had a few drops yesterday which caused a very, very mixed up grid in our Honda Cadet Club class. We'll come to that in a few moments' time when we get there to their race, which will be race at number 4 of the day. Senior Pro Kart are just making their way off from their 3-minute or 3-lap warm-up session, so we are about to go racing for the first time today with our Bambinos in around about 2 or 3 minutes' time. Once the track gets cleared, they'll make their way round onto the start line for the first of 32 races on the card here for you today at Teesside Autodrome.
Yes, we've got a few new drivers who will run you through as well, making their first appearances here, and some of them as well for their first ever time racing, so yeah, choosing a good day to do it.
We caught up with them yesterday, didn't we, Tom, during our paddock walk, which will be out during the lunch break here at Teesside Autodrome. All being well, if it rains, then we're probably going to run all the way through, but if it stays dry, then we'll have our paddock walk during the lunch break, which will come after the 3rd round of heats before we come back for the finals. So we caught up with a lot of new drivers, Tom, and they said they were really, really enjoying the track here at Teesside. Yeah,
and we've got, as I said, some returning favourites as well, if you like, some names that have not raced with us in the sprints round so far this season, but are making a welcome return. So that's good to see. So as we look at Senior Pro Kart just coming off the grid as well now, I can see in 3rd place in the warm-up this morning was Charlie Bingham as well. So that's he's going quickly already.
Always comes out for a go, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Normally 1 of the 2 months prior to the British 24-hour race, he comes out for a warm-up. Obviously, he's only using 60% of that international track that we use for the British 24, which continues after the D chicane off down onto the West track, which we use as part of our paddock here on a sprint race weekend. But certainly gives him that 60% means that he's only going to have to then focus on the other 40% come practice, because there is a full practice day on tomorrow, Tom, for the owner drivers for the British 24-hour, where they will be using all of that track. So at least he'll be able to back it with some maximise that track time.
Yes, absolutely, and a welcome return for Charlie. Asher Blythe went quickest as well, by 2/10 quicker than anybody else in that morning warm-up, followed by last round winner Gracie Mitchell as well. So looking good for some serious pace today, and looking forward to Senior Pro Kart as always. We will get you started very quickly with Bambino heat number 1.
Sounds like, Tom, in the background from this shot that we can hear their engines firing up. So the first race of the day is upon us. It will be Heat 1 for our Bambino class.
So just heading out on their rolling up lap now are the Bambino karts, heading out for heat number 1. So we'll take you through the grid, sponsored by NRG Cycles. It is Ethan McClelland taking pole position from Chloe McGill, who's won who so far this season is unbeaten in any sprint or any final. Then it's Riley Morrow in 3rd place, with Buddy Hugo Clark in 4th. Austin Oman in 5th and Jake Gibbon in 6th. Sebastian McCarthy in 7th, Tommy Clark in 8th, Harry Hardcastle in 9th, Grayson Crawford rounding out your top 10, then it's James Pybus and Freddie Blackshaw, and Teddy Hardcastle in 13th position.
Nice big grid of Bambinos here then today, Tom. For the first time, Chloe McGill is probably going to have to work for this one. Such a big grid will go off the outside of the front row, so the first time she hasn't sat on pole position this season as we enter round number 3 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. Another returnee, Tom, in this one will go off 5th place. Last year's champion in our Bambino class here, the number 7 of Austin Oman, will be one to watch. Didn't probably have the qualifying session that he was hoping for yesterday. He will start on the inside of the 3rd row, but a driver that we've seen last year, Tom, certainly has the pace to come through the pack.
Exactly.
And, we'll be hoping to do just that.
And making a welcome return to the Teesside grid.
Yeah, clashes with his national championships have meant that he hasn't been able to make it here for the first 2 rounds, so he comes out to play here at Teesside for the first time this season. As I say, he will go off 5th place. Bambinos will take the D chicane at the first time of asking. The only classes that don't are our rolling start classes and our Honda Cadet classes, both in Pro and Club. They'll run straight down and round the national loop on that first lap before having the chicane inserted on the start of lap number 2. I'm just seeing Jake Gibbon roll in, and he turned 6 on Friday when they arrived here, so they had a nice little party for him. And because he's now 6, that means he can start entering some more races around the country. So next weekend, Tom, he'll be heading to Fullbeck to enter his first ever Super 1 race. Everybody here at Teesside Autodrome would like to wish Jake all the very best for that event, and happy birthday as well for Friday.
Definitely, and seconded, and a hear from me, and happy birthday, Jake. Bumper grid for this round. We've got 13 karts in Bambinos, which is, I think that's the most we've had so far this season. It
is, Tom, by a long shot. I think we'd scraped 10, I think, at the last round, which is normally about what we get in Bambino. It's a class that we often see drivers that they'll either come in like quite early. Some of them will come in at like 7. They'll do half a season in that class, and then move on to straight up into cadets, because in most classes in karting there is that crossover in terms of age where you can stay in a class or you can move up into the next one. So at the year of your 8th birthday, you can move up into the cadet class if you want. So there'll be drivers still racing out there today that are 7 or 8 years old, but they could effectively at any point this season switch into a cadet, and we have seen that on a number of occasions. Remember, we saw Thomas Potter, didn't he? We had a double-header to end the season one year. He won the championship on the Saturday and then raced the cadet on the Sunday.
Yep, and it stood him in good stead.
It did, very much so. It went very well, didn't he? I think he top 10'd it in his first ever Honda Cadet race.
Yeah, correct. And then he's kicked on in cadets this season, and he's looking very good so far. And another driver who's unbeaten.
Yeah, leads the championship with a maximum points haul from both rounds. 215 points is a maximum point, so he takes 430 points from his first 2 rounds, as does Chloe McGill there on the outside of the front row. You can see her pumping the throttle, trying to just keep the revs up, get that engine nice and warm. All the helpers are off. I've missed Mr. Oman's majestic jump over the barrier that I've not seen for the first 2 rounds. How he can clear tractor tyres and a barrier in one jump, I've no idea, but he's like a gazelle.
Oh, and we are away for heat number 1 of Bambinos. Not the best start for the 38 of Riley Morrow.
No, he sort of crept and then stopped and then went again. Buddy Hugo made a good start, because I think Chloe McGill had a little bit of a creep as well, and Buddy Hugo's managed to jump her up into 2nd place, then on the back of pole sitter Ethan McClelland as they go through the chicanes for the first time.
And into hairpin number 1, and it is Ethan McClelland holding the lead as they round and enter hairpin 2 for the first time, and down the back straight into the South Bank corner. We've got up the inside, that is Riley Morrow on Chloe McGill, so making up for that poor start immediately, and now heading into P3. Yeah,
McGill got slightly sideways, a little bit of snap oversteer on this tarmac, Tom, which whilst the sun is out will be cold. It's quite early in the morning, there is a breeze as well, so the grip levels, and Morrow down the inside of Buddy Hugo and spins, and it looks like he's taken Austin Oman with him as well. Oman, evasive action, has to get hard on the brakes and spins in avoidance from Riley Morrow. They'll both drop down into the tail end of the mid-pack, as there we've got, that's one of the Hardcastles, I think, taking to the rumble strip on the inside. It could be the 46 of Harry Hardcastle. So Ethan McClelland will lead them over the line for the first time, with Buddy Hugo in 2nd place. They've got a big gap now, though, to Chloe McGill, who had to drive all the way round the spinning Riley Morrow. He's come over the line in 8, so it's McClelland, Clark, McGill, Gibbon and McCarthy, the top 5.
Yes, indeed, and that was a tough one to take for Austin Oman. Obviously, Riley Morrow with the back end coming round. We said it was cold, or rather, you said it was cold. You said it was slippy this morning, and the words were still hanging in the air as Riley Morrow went round, and Austin Oman, unfortunately, had nowhere to go, and they're the ones that feel the worst. They are the spins that feel horrible in the kart because you haven't done anything wrong, and yet you've had to spin or lock up the brakes to avoid the incident. But both drivers are well underway again, with Austin O'Man in 7th and Riley Morrow still holding 8th position.
That's the thing, Tom. Hairpin 3, we know that it takes a long time to dry out, does Hairpin 3?
And Austin O'Man has now got Austin O'Man and Riley Morrow have now got Sebastian McCarthy up, and they're both up into 5th and 6th respectively. And O'Man and Morrow are nose to tail.
Yeah, 3 drivers, Tom, and 2 of them were those that had that spin, have gone under 1 minute on that last lap, with O'Man and Morrow, as well as Buddy Hugo Clark going sub 1 minute, and he is right on the back of Ethan McClellan now as they make their way round the South Bank corner here at Teesside Autodrome on lap number 3. Thought he was going to have a little sneak down the inside there into 3, but we don't often see many Bambinos making that move down there, Tom. It's normally a hairpin 4 move for the Bambinos, and they try and get that run out of the corner. We often see them going round the outside if they get such a good run, because it's all about straight line speed. It's all about keeping the revs up as well in these Coma C50 Bambino engines.
Yes, absolutely. That's exactly what it's all about. Any form of a loss of momentum, and it takes forever to get the revs back up and get the speed back up again in these karts. But Riley Morrow and Austin O'Man have now made their way through to 4th and 5th respectively, demoting Jake Gibbon down to 6th on that lap, and they are still nose to tail, much like our leader and 2nd place Ethan McClellan and Buddy Hugo Clark, although they are now side by side down the back straight. Who's going to get the better run out of hairpin 2? Ethan McClellan squeezing across on Buddy Hugo Clark. Oh, and then drops a wheel off the inside curb as well, which won't help, and gets a little love tap from Buddy Hugo Clark to say, yeah, I'm still here, so if you make a mistake, I'm going to have you.
Yeah, nowhere really Clark could have gone there, could he, as McClellan dropped the wheel down the inside and now gets a good run out of hairpin 4. Will get alongside, but is on the outside. It's going to be a brave move. They bounce over the curbs, a little bit of side pod to side pod, and it's as you were, over start finish, but nothing between them. Look at that, less than a 10th. But it's literally nose to tail. That 10th is just the positioning of the transponder on each kart. They are nose to tail, nothing between our 2 leaders.
Yes, indeed, and Austin O'Man is now closing in on the back of the unbeaten so far this season, Chloe McGill, but she's going to have to do a lot of work here in this particular heat, as Austin O'Man, I can see out the commentary box window, does a beautiful up and under move on round hairpin 2, and has now taken 3rd place from Chloe McGill. Side by side for the lead once again into South Bank corner. Ethan McClelland with the high ground on the inside. Doesn't drop that wheel off the inside curb like he did on the last lap, has learnt the lesson there.
I was really impressed there with Hugo Clark, Tom, going all the way around the outside and actually staying alongside Ethan McClelland. He knows he's got the pace and comes through down the inside and has the chop across the front. And Buddy Hugo Clark will come over the line to lead at beyond half race distance here, with Ethan McClelland in 2nd. Chloe McGill will drop down into 4th. Austin O'Man has progressed. He's managed to move away. Riley Morrow stuck with him for a few laps. But now Austin O'Man is just lighting up the timing sheets now and moves up into 3rd place.
Yes, correct. It's a 59.160 is the fastest lap so far.
It's only a 10th off the lap record, that, Tom, in 3rd place.
Yeah. He's absolutely flying. The 2 leaders doing a 1 minute flat, and a 1 minute .2 and a 1 minute .4. So Austin O'Man, I think he might run out of time to actually get there, but he's dragging Chloe McGill back with him. So this is for the final place on the podium, Austin O'Man and Chloe McGill. Chloe McGill with some real pace down the straight, being able to tow back up to the back of Austin O'Man.
Just looking out the window, Tom, looks like we've had a brief change for the leaders. McClelland has got back down the inside, and then Hugo Clark comes back through into the lead with another chop and change. But once again, it was a hairpin 4 move, which we see is the most common overtaking place in these Bambinos. The track widens so much there, is it's part of our car track here at Teesside Autodrome. The entry into 3 and 4 is just so wide compared to other parts of the track, which is, naturally, it's not the tightest track in the world anyway, is it? But really is quite wide down there and allows for overtaking opportunities. What they are going to get, Tom, though, is in the final minute and a half, is they will encounter some lap traffic as they go onto the back straight.
Yeah, we've got a minute and a half to go, so it's a timed race for Bambinos. And it is Austin O'Man now starting to ever so slightly gap Chloe McGill. But she has got that pace down the straight, so it's through the corners where Oman seems to be quicker. And down the straights, you've got Chloe McGill is closing right back up again. It's a good battle for the final place on the podium here.
Minute remaining, which means, Tom, the last lap board is out for Buddy Hugo Clark. Leads Ethan McClelland over the line with Oman in third and McGill fourth.
Personal best for Hugo Clark and McClelland on that lap as well, so 59.5 for both drivers.
Lap traffic, Tom, just in front of them as they come through the chicanes. They should be able to navigate that down the inside. One goes, the other's round the outside, and McClelland has gone wide, failing to navigate the lap traffic cleanly, but Buddy Hugo has done, and he should be able now, Tom, to break away down this back straight. Half a lap for Buddy Hugo Clark to take his first victory here at Teesside Autodrome. Away he goes then down towards the South Bank corner with 25 seconds remaining, so as we're racing to a time here that will elapse before he comes over. They've seen the last lap board already. Round the penultimate corner, round the final he comes. All he's got to do now is get through the dogleg section, which is a flat-out blast. He has a look over his shoulder to see where McClelland is. He's closing in once again, but not enough. Buddy Hugo Clark looks like, oh, we're having another lap here, Tom. Looks like the board may have gone out too early in terms of the time, but we're going again. And he's going to have to wait one more minute, Tom, for that maiden victory, if he can hold on. The nerves rise once again for our Bambinos and our Bambino parents.
And I've just seen Chloe McGill is now right back on the tail of Austin Oman once again, so she's getting another lap and another chance to take third place.
Onto the back straight we go then, for the second time for the final time, with Buddy Hugo leading the way still from Ethan McClelland. McClelland, though, is closing in, as is often the case. Once you've got a target, Tom, you lock on and reel it in. But with 2 corners to go, Buddy Hugo making his way round, goes wide, but that's going to give him a good drive then out of the final corner. McClelland gets a good run, but I don't think he's going to get close enough. Oman's still going to hold on for third. McClelland closes in, but Buddy Hugo Clark takes the checkered flag and victory in Heat 1 here at Teesside Autodrome from Ethan McClelland. Oman will cross for third place with McGill in fourth. Riley Morrow, after that spin on the opening lap, recovers up into 5th place. Crossing the line next will be Teddy Hardcastle. He's a lap down, so it's going to be Jake Gibbon in 6th with Sebastian McCarthy crossing the line in 7th place. Then we'll have Crawford, Mellon and Tommy Clark, I think, to complete our top 10, although Mellon does cross in front of Grayson Crawford. So it's Mellon in 8th, Crawford in 9th, Tommy Clark in 10th place.
Yeah, fantastic action for our Bambinos. Normally the field spread is quite significant, and it doesn't always lead for the best action, but we had a couple of pairs there fighting over the podium places, and really good to see, and that bodes well for the rest of the day. Buddy Hugo Clark, big congratulations for Buddy Hugo Clark. As you said, David, first win here at Teesside, and absolutely chuffed to bits, pumping the air all the way through the final rolling down and slowing down lap. And here he comes into pit lane. That's your second place, Ethan McClelland. And there he is with the fluorescent yellow helmet. Buddy Hugo Clark, race winner at Teesside.
Which unfortunately means I've got to hold my hands up, Tom, because I've been telling his mum all weekend to get him in a cadet. And then he's gone and won in Bambino. So I best wind my neck in.
Well, it's taken until round 3, but Chloe McGill's unbeaten record is now gone.
That just leaves Thomas Potter then, doesn't it, with the 100% record?
Correct, but still a fine showing from Chloe McGill. Good points for the championship, finishing 4th here in that heat, and still 3 more races to go today as well.
Speaking of more races to go, it's time for Junior Pro Kart.
So your starting grid for heat number 1 of Junior Pro Kart, sponsored by NRG Cycles, is Reese Knight taking pole position. It is a random grid for Junior Pro Kart as well. So Reese Knight will go off pole for heat number 1, followed by Harvey Still. Then it's Matthew Allen and Sebastian Pereira in P4, Maximus Shields in 5th, and Christian Oblang in 6th. Then we have Sophie Pawsey, Amy Frame, Leon Wilson, Joe Arnold, Harry Brown, and Danny Bean rounding out your grid. And something new that you might have noticed there for this particular round is we have photos of pretty much all the drivers as well. Certainly our regular championship participants.
What we did, Tom, at round number 1 was get everybody's picture that was at round 1. They were sent off and had their names added to it, hence why we've got got that on the grid. What I'm noticing, Tom, coming through is that we might have had a revision to our Junior Pro Kart grid from what was originally published. I think we might have had a novice driver that's been moved to the tail of the field, hence why we're just going to have a quick look, because Amy Frame has come through and think she was due to be gridded in 6th or 7th. She's come through to roll into pole position, so it looks like we might have had a slight change in the grids that were published initially in our Junior Pro Kart class. Nonetheless, we'll call them as they come forward. So at the moment, it's Amy Frame on pole position. We're just waiting to see who is going to join her alongside, whilst we occupy ourselves by waving at marshals.
and Amy Frame. So I just thought I'd give her a wave. She was giving us a good look in the commentary box. I thought I'd give her a wave and say hello.
Probably wondering where everybody else is, but we are just waiting to see who is coming through. And it looks like it's going to be Leon Wilson sent through into 2nd place, so he was due to go off that front row alongside. So it looks like we've just had a bit of a change round for moving drivers into different positions. Christian Oblang then will roll forward with Harvey Still on the 2nd row. Harry Brown will roll through into P5 with Max Shields in 6th place. 7th, we're going to have Sophie Pawsey with Reese Knight alongside to complete row number 8. And then it's going to be Joe Arnold and Sebastian Pereira on row 5, because the novice, the number 23, joining us for the first time from Bedale in North Yorkshire, Danny Bean, will start from the 6th row. He joins us aboard that number 23. That's just rolling into camera, just be off to the right, so we'll pick that up in a few moments' time. But it looks like our Junior Pro Kart class are gridded up and ready to go. Danny's just going to chop over to the other side and roll into position number, I'm just going to count them, I think it's 11, so he's going to roll in there into to P11. So it's 11 Junior Pro Karts, another one for our largest grid of the season here at Teesside Autodrome. And we are about to go racing then in Junior Pro.
Starter has the green flag in hand, as you can see on screen. It's up, and we had a false start there from Leon Wilson, who then, when the flag does drop...
Oh, that's going to concertina up there, isn't it, Tom? They've got 3 and 4 wide into the D chicane. Everybody's managing to get through, although Harry Brown takes evasive action, goes over the rumble strip and drops back into, I believe, 7th place.
And Leon Wilson went from P2 on the grid, and with that false start, essentially punished himself and has dropped all the way to the very, very back of the grid.
Yep, good start, though, from Sebastian Pereira as Caitlin Frame gets alongside Sophie Pawsey gets alongside Joe Arnold, getting pushed through by Max Shields, who's going to try and run all the way around the outside. Amy Frame leads the way, but looks to have been overtaken by Christian
what a move
Oblang.
that is from Maximus Shields. Round the outside, down the inside, fighting back.
Oh, Joe Arnold. Yeah, nice there from Joe Arnold, showing that he's not going to be... not going to leave it to have all their own way.
So it was a beautiful move from Max Shields, but couldn't quite pull it off, but does drop into P5. Couldn't quite get the move finished, but yeah, round the outside, then threaded the needle and up the inside into hairpin 3.
Really good from Shields there, but then Joe Arnold did what Joe Arnold needed to do, and what Joe Arnold is allowed to do, being there on the inside. Tom, he can use all the track and run to the outside. Shields will have to try and find another way round Joe Arnold, and could that round be all the way round the outside? I think he could be looking then to chop back to the inside there as Seb Pereira comes through down the inside of Sophie Pawsey into hairpin 3, and he's going to try and do Shields as well into 4, although will have to go wide, and Sophie Pawsey comes back down the inside of Sebastian Pereira. They're still side by side, and Harry Brown's right back in the mix on the back of them as well.
Yes, indeed, and Seb Pereira on our timing is actually showing number 21, but running 0 and 00 on the kart. So if you're wondering who the 0 plate is, that is Sebastian Pereira.
And if you're wondering why he's running the 0, that's because he won the O-Plate meeting here in December, which means entering that Teesside O-Plate, you're allowed to run the 0 all year, as Arnold comes across on Max Shields on the back straight and still holding on to 4th place.
Yeah, really squeezed Shields down onto the inside then. and chop the nose off.
Shields is going to have to make something happen here, Tom, because the leading trio, led by Christian Oblang, with Harvey Still now up into second place. Amy Frame in third, are 2.5 seconds away down the road and are pulling away as a trio from Max Shields. 7 laps remaining then in Junior Pro Kart, but Shields will need to find a way past Joe Arnold, and he's going to need to pretty much do it this lap, Tom, or the leading trio are just going to be too far away for him to be able to reel them in.
Yeah, Joe Arnold doing a brilliant job of defending here. He's got the widest kart in Teesside by quite some stretch at the moment.
Yeah, he's coming to the inside as well, cadet style, isn't he, really? And Shields is going to have to think of something, but by going wide, potentially leaves a gap down the inside. Now he dives to the inside into hairpin number 3 and uses all of the track to run Joe Arnold wide, which is what Arnold has done to Max Shields so far in this race. Sophie Pawsey then runs wide, and Seb Pereira may well come through, although he's going to have to go all the way around the outside. Be brave, and Sophie Pawsey pushes him through as well into the chicane. Sensational overtaking here in Junior Pro Kart.
Yeah, brilliant move. Sophie Pawsey working very, very well there to push through. Could see and anticipate what was happening and made the right call. Joe Arnold immediately diving back up the inside into hairpin 1, though, and Sophie Pawsey's got it all to do again.
Yeah, as Joe Arnold then puts the brakes on mid-corner. Harry Brown right on the back. You see him there getting down behind the steering wheel to try and minimise the airflow, hitting the helmet. He takes a wider line into South Bank and loses 1 or 2 kart lengths. In fact, goes all the way around the outside. It's like watching Darlington NASCAR all the way around the outside of the bank corner at South Bank, but it has lost him 2 or 3 kart lengths. Pawsey then back down the inside of Joe Arnold. Joe Arnold's alongside and gets the door closed, and Sophie Pawsey is back up into 6th place. Seb Pereira, fastest lap of the race, 46.877 in 8th place, as Pawsey picks up a contact warning.
Yeah, I think that was for the move into hairpin 4, but she'd been knocking on the very, very back bumper of Joe Arnold, and he certainly knew that she was there even before that move came, because much in the way that she pushed Sebastian Pereira through on the previous lap, she was tapping away on Joe Arnold, Morse code style.
Half race distance is clear then. They'll come over, there'll be 4 remaining. So at the last lap it was half race. Oblang leading from Harvey Still. They've managed to move away from Amy Frame by about 2/10 a lap, as Harvey Still now puts in the fastest lap of the race with a 46.818. Shields now being pushed along by Sebastian Pereira, and he too sets the Pereira then with the fastest lap of the race. They're working together now. Let's see whether Pereira continues to try and push Shields along, because they have got maybe enough time to catch up with Amy Frame, but they may well run out of time to get an overtake, Tom, in 3.5 laps. They have got a gap of just over 3 seconds if they work together, with Amy Frame being on her own.
Well, they're going to have to go a second a lap quicker.
Yeah, they are going to have to work together, aren't they, Tom? Because you're not going to be able to reel that in.
On the previous lap, they were 4/10 quicker than Amy Frame, and they are going to have to work very hard together. And Joe Arnold losing another position. I can just see coming out of hairpin 4.
He's still battling with Sophie.
Harry Brown.
No, he's still battling with Sophie Pawsey. He got back through, and then Pawsey managed to get back through on Joe Arnold. They're having a fantastic battle over 6th place. Harry Brown has dropped about half a second off the back, although we saw that a few laps ago with the wider line round South Bank that didn't quite work out for him, and he hasn't been able to get right on the back of them ever since.
We're looking at the leaders now, as Harvey Still has a look on the inside of Christian Oblag, and it looks like he's got the move done right round the inside, and beautiful move. Set up very, very early on, let Oblang know he was there, and Oblang had a good look over, and that was it, job done.
Oblang very compliant there, Tom, because I thought he had every right to try and close the door on the inside, but Harvey Still had that nose down the inside, didn't he?
I think Still was too far along coming out of hairpin 2. He just got a good run and got there, and there was nothing Oblang could do about it.
Lap and a half then as they come through. Lap traffic will be encountered, I believe, before the end of the race, Tom, as they come round hairpin 1 and 2 complex and onto the back straight. They may well just encounter that at the right time, though, as they go onto the back straight here. As they head down, both of them have a look over their shoulder, heading down towards South Bank then for the penultimate time. There's the lap traffic. Good awareness from Leon Wilson to move out of the way and allow the leaders to come through. With Harvey Still, has actually opened up 1 or 2 kart lengths from Christian Oblang. Oblang's going to need to close that in, or it's going to be a do-or-die move into the final corner for Oblang. But there is a bigger picture to this, Tom. You don't take trophies away from heat number 1. That's when we give them out at the end of the day. And if you've got to be in the mix with this random grid format, you've got to maximise your front row starts, or the front few, which is what Oblang and Shields have done. Sorry, Oblang and Still have done in this race. Amy Frame as well, going off the front row, is going to come through as Oblang has gone down the inside, Tom into hairpin 2, and on the last lap, Christian Oblang. Now, this is where he should have come before, I thought, when he closed the door, but you, as you rightly said, Still was down the inside. Means that there's no option to go down the inside. Is he going to white line it? Keeps the door closed. Christian Oblang hard on the brakes, snap sideways for the 76 machine. Into hairpin number 2 he went, down the inside, and he's going to come through, puts the brakes on mid-corner to stop, Still getting a good run, and Christian Oblang comes through to take victory in Heat 1 of Junior Pro Kart. Harvey Still gets second, Amy Frame completing the top 3 as Shields and Pereira come over the line almost side by side for 4th and 5th.
Yes, indeed, and I think some of the junior pro karts and even potentially the Bambinos have been looking at what the senior pro karters and the senior Rotax drivers do as well, which is to stop that undercut by parking it on the apex of the corners, and that's exactly what Christian Oblag did in hairpin 4. Stopped the over-under from Harvey Still, and a great piece of driving and great awareness from Christian Oblag, and he takes heat number 1.
Yep, thank you very much for joining us then on the Alpha Live YouTube channel and on the Teesside Karting Facebook page. Please do get in touch via the live chat comments here. We have a number of people getting involved as well. Caleb Lawson, Donna Key saying good luck to Sophie Pawsey. She's just been out and had that really, really intense battle with Joe Arnold in that one. Michael Burke once again joins us from Australia. It's 6:30 over there, but he's enjoying the racing here at Teesside Autodrome. Sam Hayes Racing, should have been out in Cadet Pro, which will be up next, but he's unfortunately not able to make it. He'll be back for the double header though in June on that one. Nathan Jensen just giving us a bit of an update on how his practice session went. Porsche Sport have been in touch saying good morning everyone, and giving to support what they will be. Porsche Sport will be joining us in the higher class at the British 24-hour race in around about 5 weeks' time. The final weekend in July, the race streamed live by Alpha Live Productions, and Porsche Sport will be joining us for that event. But, Joshua Owen saying good morning as well. Thank you very much to everybody that's joined us on the live chat. There is a poll as well asking where you are watching from, so please do get involved with that. Our next race is out though already. It's time for Cadet Pro. Cadet Pro then making their way around. Thomas Potter starts on pole position with Jack Collinson for the first time going off the front row in P number 2. Amy Peacock and William Howard are on row 2 with Holly Swan and Harris Alley on row 3. Joshua Sullivan starts 7th with Isabella Stansmore Wilson alongside. The top 10 then completed by Jensen White and Edward Wright, with JJ Plowman 11th and Larry Price will start 12th, having not qualified yesterday, only doing the race day once again as he did in round 2. Look for him to come through towards the top 6 because he's certainly got the pace, just didn't qualify yesterday, so we'll have to go off P number 12.
Yes. Indeed. Looking forward to this one.
You're preoccupied with the live chat there, weren't you,
I was, yeah. I was having a nosy through the comments. Thomas Potter going off pole, unbeaten so far this season. Now he is the only driver with an unbeaten record after Chloe McGill, unfortunately for her, lost her unbeaten record in the first Bambino heat of the day. So we'll see whether Thomas Potter can keep that record going. And we've also got Joshua Sullivan going off P7 with a brand new helmet for this weekend. Brand new helmet for Joshua Sullivan. That was unveiled last night, so he's going to be he's sporting that. He's got his race number down both sides as well. So did he love it?
He did love it.
Did he? Good. I'm glad to see. There was a big unveiling yesterday around, what, 5 o'clock-ish last night?
Yeah, there was.
And yeah, I'm really pleased that he likes it and is Going to be worth probably another 1/10 of a second here today.
Oh, it's always worth a 10th, isn't it? New helmet, new suit, new car, all worth a 10th.
There we go.
Start line marshal then making his way up to the head of the field, just getting confirmation that we are good to go, that the pit lane is clear, but we are gridded up then for our Cadet Pro class. 12 runners in Cadet Pro. We've got over 20 coming up next for the next instalment in Cadet Club. A bumper grid for them. That's a race that I'm really looking forward to, Tom, but here we are for our Cadet Pro class. Good qualifying for some of our drivers. William Howard starts 4th with Holly Swan in 5th. Their best qualifying of the season for both of them. Green is up. Green is down. We're away and racing. It's a good start from Amy Peacock. She's going to try and get inside of Jack Collinson, who's going to get hung out to dry, I think, Tom, all the way round the outside here. Barrier being rolled back into position. Larry Price with a rocket ship of a start from the back row. Looks like he could be up into 8th place already from 12th. There's moves down the inside. Sullivan down the inside of Swan. And Price is going to try and get the car in the same gap as well. Can't get the move done, though. Should get a good run out of the second hairpin. Potter, though, leads the way from Peacock and Collinson, with Howard in 4th. Harris Alley in 5th place in front of Sullivan, Swan and Larry Price, with Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, Jensen White, JJ Plowman and Edward Rye completing your 12 runners.
Yes, indeed, and JJ Plowman we haven't mentioned so far, but making his way over from the Isle of Man, so a very, very long journey. Came via the Kingswood sort of adventure theme park.
You were mutually bonding with him about that yesterday.
Yeah, we had a little chat. You can see it on the paddock walk at lunchtime that we will play out. But yes, had a little chat with JJ Plowman, and I've been there to the Kingswood Centre, and was a very enjoyable day out. not that we're advertising it or anything like that, but it was just a little fact that he'd come over from the Isle of Man via South Wales.
Do you not want to give them their website and their phone number for bookings?
Not quite. Not unless they pay me anyway.
Thomas Potter, Tom, has checked out at the front once again. Half a second, I think, as Swan gets into the back of Sullivan there into hairpin 3. Jensen White down the inside of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Wilson, though, should get the track position and the run all the way around the outside there, although White's not giving that one up. Over start finish. 2 minutes in, then Potter now 7/10 as the gap, with Peacock in a fairly comfortable second place. Harris Alley gets down the inside of William Howard round the national loop. We don't often see people get into the inside of the national loop, but Harris Alley then up into 4th. Howard drops down into 5th place. Sullivan 6th. Swan, though, still all over the back of that 13 machine.
Yeah, running the NASA panel very, very low on Harris Alley's kart as well. Potentially even more aerodynamic, depending on what view you take on these NASA panels.
Looked like Larry Price was going to get down the inside of Holly Swan there, but Swan ran it all the way around the outside and kept the foot in, gave Price half a kart length down the inside, which Price happily took, but Swan was able to keep the foot in and go all the way around the outside and hold on to 7th place.
Did we ever discuss why it's called a Nassau panel? Did we do that last round?
We didn't, because I don't know.
You don't know why it's called a Nassau panel?
No. I do know, because Henry Baudet told us, didn't he, at the British?
Yeah, so he says, so Henry, and the fountain of knowledge, and of course works for Alpha Live, and he said that there was a world, I believe it was World Karting Championship, took place in Nassau in the Bahamas, and it was the first time they ever ran that panel. So, I mean, he's a mine of useless information, this Henry, but that is a brilliant factoid.
You'll be breaking that out next round and at 24 and the round after that.
I'm going to be dining out on that for years, so thank you, Henry, for that fantastic little bit of information. Not sure where he is this weekend.
No. I'm sure somebody will tell us, but...
Comments in the live chat.
I was about to say, Tom, the field has spread out quite a lot, but then we've now got quite an intense battle going on for 3rd place as Harris Alley has reeled in Jack Collinson. William Howard sticking with us as Larry Price makes a move down the inside of Holly Swan, but Swan's going to try and hold on to that and does, and that's going to allow Isabella Stansmore-Wilson to tag right back onto the back of Larry Price. William Howard, Tom, since Harris Alley got past him, has actually managed to stick with, and they've just basically worked together to reel in Jack Collinson in 3rd place. And that's going to give Harris Alley half a race, Tom, because we're not even at half race distance yet in this 8-minute plus 1 lap heat, to have a bit of a stab at Collinson's 3rd place.
I'm questioning myself now on whether Nassau is in the Bahamas or Barbados.
I'm sure that Google will be your friend at some point.
I'm going to have to answer that, aren't I?
So Tom's off.
I'll do it during the break.
Tom's off to Google, and I'll take you through the rest of this as Harris Ali manages to get the cut back then on Jack Collinson. Collinson, though, should probably get the better run out of the corner, but Harris Ali will be on the inside for track position, and he's getting pushed through by William Howard as well. Ali takes advantage. Howard has the door closed on him as Collinson slots back into 4th place, but Harris Ali up into 3rd place. Looks like there's been big changes as well further down as Sullivan's lost a few places. Swan's come through. Larry Price has managed to take advantage as well, and now Isabella Stansmore-Wilson right on the back with Jensen White trying to take advantage. They're all still nose to tail though, from 6th place all the way down to 12th. Edward Rice sticking on the back of JJ Plowman.
And the timing screen on the left-hand side there looking like one of Paul White's fruit machines. Up and down and rolling around and people changing positions. Yes, well, Paul, we have seen your comments in the live chat, and great to have you with us once again. And Nassau is the capital of the Bahamas. I was right the first time.
Good knowledge. Potter then now with a gap of 1.8 seconds to Amy Peacock, who in turn has at least a second back to Harris Ali, who's come through then on Jack Collinson on the previous lap for 3rd place. Collinson in 4th, Howard 5th, Swan then up into 6th, Larry Price in 7th, with Sullivan 8th, having dropped 2 places on the previous lap and has dropped a few kart lengths off the back of Larry Price, who's been dragged along by Holly Swan.
We're looking at this 7-kart battle that is essentially the battle for 6th place, with them nose to tail. That is the 27 of William Howard and Jack Collinson that you're looking at there, and then they're followed by the train through hairpin 2, which is headed at the moment by Holly Swan, as we said. Harris Ali now starting to come under pressure again from Jack Collinson. Doesn't seem to be able to gap so far. 2 minutes to go in Cadet Heat number 1, sponsored by NRG Cycles. Here coming through hairpin 4 once again is that train headed by Holly Swan, although Holly Swan and Larry Price have now started to move away from Joshua Sullivan. A little tap in the rear there from William Howard on the back of Jack Collinson as they enter the D chicane and head through the wiggles one more time.
Still 1 minute remaining. We're going to get 3 more laps, Tom, here, I think, as Isabella Stansmore-Wilson goes down the inside of Joshua Sullivan into hairpin number 1, hard on the brakes and gets it stopped, so she's up into 8th place. Sullivan will tag back in. He's got Jensen White right behind him. They move to the inside. Sullivan's going to try and run all the way around the outside. That's going to be a brave move and may well open the door for White to come back down the inside. Does close the door, though. And this is the thing, Tom, because they're all so close, they are sometimes having to take different lines just to avoid running into each other through there, and just sort of trying to open up an opportunity, really, to potentially go wide and then cut to the inside. But by doing that, then there's a potential to be overtaken whilst trying to overtake. Sullivan tries to get down the inside of Stansmore-Wilson through the D chicane. They've managed to slot back in. It was a late move there, and everybody lives to fight another corner. Yes,
it's the accordion effect, like you said, David, because they're all under the brakes, and that, in fact, there, just to demonstrate it, by JJ Plowman moving on the inside of Jensen White. White having to take the outside line to avoid running into the back of potentially Joshua Sullivan. It might have been Stansmore-Wilson. And that opened the door for JJ Plowman to move through.
Yeah, Plowman taking advantage.
Last lap board is out this time.
There's around half a kart length back, Tom, and that was enough, wasn't it, to give him enough of an insight to be able to dive down the inside. Last lap is out then. Potter leads by 4 seconds now from Peacock. Harris Ali in 3rd place. That looks quite comfortable. He has moved away as Collinson and William Howard battle it out over 4th place, with Swan, Price, Stansmore, Wilson, Sullivan, Plowman, White and Rye. Checkered flag will be out this time then for Thomas Potter, as he's already making his way down the back straight towards the South Bank corner. The 100% record, Tom, will continue for the driver of the number 38 machine.
Yes, indeed, as he makes his way around hairpin 4 for the final time and taking victory here in heat number 1. Thomas Potter over the line, checker flag. Amy Peacock will come across the line to take 2nd, followed quite closely in the end by Harris Ali. Then it's Jack Collinson and William Howard and Holly Swan all setting personal bests on the last lap And then it is a Larry Price, then a change in position between Joshua Sullivan and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. What are we pointing out here, David?
It's 1,000th of a second.
Oh, they were side by side over the line, and Sullivan took it by 1,000th of a second. That's what I missed. Then it was JJ Plowman, then Jensen White and Edward Rice. So, wow, close. I mean, 1,000th of a second is what? Not even an inch.
Nothing, is it?
It's not. Yeah, I mean, it is. It's photo finish territory.
Okay,
But,
yeah, over the line.
Timing.
Yeah, over the line, side by side. Sullivan was round the outside there of Stansmore-Wilson, and by 1,000th of a second, advertising.
Yeah, yeah. Teesside Karting and Butterworth. So heading off the grid from heat number 1, that's your Cadet Pro. We will move on to your Clubman Cadet class next.
Honda Cadet Club then making their way out. It was a debut pole position for the 19 of Reese Cranston, who took advantage of the wet session here yesterday. Not sure we're going to be able to get it up on screen, but I should be able to get you the grid. Well, either way, it's Reese Cranston on pole position with Samuel Yeadon alongside. Mason Webster with a career best qualifying sees him go off 3rd place, and it'll be Layla Berryman alongside as well in P number 4. Looks like Ollie Carter will be 5th, but what I will do is just try and get the grids up from yesterday's qualifying session in our Honda Cadet Club class. So yeah, Reese Cranston for the first time will go off pole position. Samuel Yeadon alongside Mason Webster and Layla Berryman will share row 2. Josh Husker and Ollie Carter row 3. Jake Walker and Ashton Carmichael, another debutant, will go off P8. Mason's Dinsdale should have started 9th but won't. I'll explain that in a few moments' time, with Cameron Tipping, another debutant here at Teesside, going off P number 10. Riley Buckton Young starts 11th, with Charlie Eyeball, last heat winner final here at Teesside, starting 12th. Summer Wood and Joey Swan share row 7. Sebastian Benson and Alfie McBain on row 8. Drew Davidson, uncharacteristic for him, maybe not liking the wet conditions, he'll start 17th alongside Riley Sims-Ezard. Charlie Quine 19th, another debutant over from the Isle of Man, starts alongside Morgan Cooney. Alfie Watson completes the 21 runners then in our Honda Cadet Club class, although I think we will only have 20. Mason Dinsdale will unfortunately not be with us, at least for heat number 1. I believe he may have gone to hospital. I think he's had a slight burn after an incident with some warm water, and I don't think he'll be out for heat 1. Not sure whether he's going to be back later on in the day, but by then he'll be going towards the back of the grid anyway, so I'm not sure whether they've just taken the driver or whether they've left completely, but hopefully he's okay, and we look forward to welcoming Mason back. Wasn't here with us at round 2. You can see his berth left vacant there between Jake Walker in the 84 and Riley Buckton Young in the all-black cart, number 6 behind.
I'll get well soon, Mason Dinsdale. Just as we bring the final few karts into the grid, we've got some live chat support coming in. From Nina Brooks, I'm guessing that's for Amy Peacock, says go Amy, and then we've got CQ Racing saying good luck Charlie Quine in your first race, and we had a brief interview with Charlie Quine yesterday which you can catch during the lunch break. Another one over from the Isle of Man, I believe.
Yeah, that was one of the 4 standalone interviews we do. They go onto the Teesside Owner Drivers Facebook page every single Wednesday, so if you're not part of that and you do want to get involved on there, do have a look for Teesside Owner Drivers on Facebook. Get yourself involved in this wonderful series here at Teesside Autodrome. Looks like we're just going to have a slight adjustment in one of the positions. Looks like Cameron Tipping is a little bit too far back, so we're going to move him forward into position. Don't want to do him out of at least a foot of tarmac there. He rolls into the position which sees him in 10th place.
And Cameron Tipping with that beautiful Daniel Ricciardo inspired livery that he's got on his sticker kit.
Green flag in hand then from our start line marshal. Everybody looks up and left. It's a quick start from Rhys Cranston, but Samuel Yeadon's going to run all the way around the outside and lead into the first corner. Berryman's done the same. Jake Walker's going to come through. Is he down the inside of Mason Webster, who could get forced out here? He's going to have to keep his foot in and be brave because Ollie Carter's coming down, and Carter tags Jake Walker and spins into the chicane section. Walker sideways. The fantastic start for him comes to nothing as he drops all the way down to 20th place.
Yeah, not the best, unfortunately, there, but it has opened a big gap here at the front.
Webster, Tom, down the inside of Ollie Carter, who got past him on that opening exchange round the national loop and through the chicanes before Carter and Walker came to blows through the chicane. So Mason Webster then back up into 4th place as everybody in the background sorts themselves out into single file. That's Charlie Ivor trying to come through on Ashton Carmichael. You're going to get a replay, Tom, of that first lap incident.
Oh, maybe not. So heading over the line for the first time, we've got Samuel Yeadon, followed by Rhys Cranston, Layla Berryman, Mason Webster, Ollie Carter, Cameron Tipping, Josh Hushka, Riley Buckton-Young, Summer Wood and Sebastian Benson round out your top 10.
Yeah, Tom, yesterday's qualifying for this Honda Cadet Club class, it rained about 5 minutes before. Everybody hastily switching onto wet tyres. The one good thing to note, Tom, is that everybody was down there. Once they changed their kart's tyres, they were helping other people as well, which really typifies the spirit of Teesside Karting, as Sebastian Benson, who qualified. Oh, and Alfie McBain tags the back of Summer Wood and goes into a spin. Drew Davidson takes evasive action, and Alfie McBain will drop now down to the tail end of the field in Honda Cadet Club.
It can happen that quickly. You can go from hero to zero as you make a slight mistake, and that drops Alfie McBain all the way down from P10 all the way down to 20th place, and that was 10 positions gone just like that.
Yeah, the leading trio, Tom, had all started to move away, but then since then, Rhys Cranston and Layla Berryman have been reeled in by Mason Webster, Ollie Carter and Cameron Tipping. Carter's going to move to the inside of Mason Webster. Will Webster see he's there? Almost tries to close the door, but Ollie Carter's going to come down the inside and up into 4th place. Webster will drop down into 5th, but then Carter's going to go down the inside of Berryman as well. Berryman's going to be tight, Tom, into hairpin 4, and can Carter get that run out? Rhys Cranston's right in front of them. Samuel Yeadon's gone at the front. Webster tries to get alongside Carter. Well, looks like he's going to have to dip back in before the D-chicane, and does. 5th place for Webster, though. But Rhys Cranston holding on to 2nd place, but Berryman coming under increased pressure then from Ollie Carter, who looks like he wants 3rd place.
Yeah, the 20 kart grid here making fantastic action.
Carter gets 3rd place, Tom, down the inside into hairpin 1. And Webster's got through on Berryman as well, Tom. And
Cameron Tipping looks like he's lining up a move as well. Can't quite get it done to South Bank. Webster feeling the need to go defensive, taking almost the Bambino line into South Bank corner.
Oh, Ollie Carter's flying, Tom, down the inside of Rhys Cranston. The 33 machine of Ollie Carter up into 2nd place now.
And then chop straight across the nose of Rhys Cranston as well to take the line for hairpin 4 and not allow Rhys Cranston to get the outside line and then the cutback. And like you say, Ollie Carter is flying, but it is Samuel Yeadon pulling away at the front. 3.3 seconds now and the fastest lap of the race. That is going to be very difficult to catch, even for the flying Ollie Carter.
Yeah, Carter now then through the traffic. The traffic, though, Tom, is all the way down to well beyond 10th place. Where is Drew Davidson? 11th, 19. Rhys Cranston is going to pick up a contact warning as he comes through in a few moments' time. So whether that's contact or whether that's for too much curb, we're not quite sure. But nonetheless, the warning will be out. Half race distance then when they come round. As Webster tries to get down the inside. Benson's coming through, Tom, and he's coming through quite quickly. Didn't qualify overly well in the wet weather conditions yesterday, but it's dry today. We know he's got pace, having had a pole position in Honda Cadet Club before, and he is coming through up there now into 5th place.
And you can see that black and white going out for Rhys Cranston, and the reason for that is that move across that he did between hairpin 3 and 4.
So Cranston then in...
Sorry, Carter, wasn't it? No, it is Cranston.
Yeah, it's Cranston.
Yeah, Cranston, yeah, sorry.
3rd place then for him at the moment. Mason Webster in 4th with Sebastian Benson 5th place. Berryman 6th, Tipping 7th. Hushka, Young and Summer Wood complete the top 10. Sebastian Benson in the slipstream of Mason Webster down the back straight. Webster knows he's there though, comes to the inside at the last minute to defend that inside line as Cranston goes very, very wide round the South Bank corner on entry. Was just giving it a second there to see what was going to happen. Webster gets alongside Reese Cranston. They're side by side. It's going to have to be a brave move from Mason Webster to try and hold it round the outside. Cranston slots back in. Webster has to come up with a plan B on Reese Cranston. Close enough though, Tom, as they come through the chicanes and head down towards hairpin 1 to potentially put a move down the inside. Has half a look down that inside there as Benson takes a differing line, which then sees him come under pressure. Cranston goes wide. That's going to balk Webster's exit. Benson comes through down the inside. Benson could do 2 here, Tom. Down the inside. Cranston having a quick look over. Webster's back down the inside into South Bank.
Yeah, Benson balked himself coming out of hairpin 2. Got it all crossed up just on the exit. It did have that great drive onto it and then just got a little bit of snap oversteer, and that cost him all that momentum. Could have got 2 and it ended up, you know, back where he was, back where he started. Yeah, they're
still 3 wide in the middle here, Tom. They're going to have to sort themselves out as Drew Davidson sweeps round the outside of Josh Husker in the background. Superb move by Davidson, the Scotsman, up into 9th place.
Yeah, we've setting personal bests as well on that last lap was Samuel Yeed and Charlie Eyeball, and then towards the tail end of the field we had Morgan Cooney, Joey Swan and Alfie Watson all setting personal bests, but it's Alfie McBain at the moment who's got the fastest lap of the race.
Coming back through, isn't he, Tom, after that excursion across the grass.
So already up to 16th place and onto the tail of Riley Sims, Ezard, Ashton, Carmichael, and then only 8/10 behind Jake Walker as well.
Webster's going to go for an audacious move round the outside of Cranston there. And Berryman, every time on hairpin 4, Tom, closes right up on Sebastian Benson in front. 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining, so we're going to get 3 more laps of action in Honda Cadet Club. The top 2 have moved away quite comfortably. Yeadon and Carter. Carter had to come through. Yeadon made a good start as we've got Buckton Young, Tom, dropping
Andrew
like a stone
Davidson
down. The timing looks like they've come into harm with each other.
Yeah, 1 minute, 0.1 lap for both.
Oh, Berryman, Tom, just looked out the window there and caught it on the screen. Rides up the back of Sebastian Benson. Loses 1 place, but they end up facing the right way, though, which is always, always good to see. Cranston there with another jink across the track as Mason Webster tried to go down the inside. Summer Wood under investigation. Not quite sure what that's for, because we've not picked it up on camera, but it's on the overhead gantry in front of the com box.
Yeah, not sure what that would be for, but I'm sure we'll find out throughout the course of the day. So 22 seconds to go as they cross the line. So we will get 2 more laps here. So this will be your penultimate lap, then we'll have the final lap and then check a flag. Samuel Yeadon leads by 5.2 seconds. So despite Ollie Carter putting in personal best laps, is unable to close that gap on Samuel Yeadon. And it's now 5.2 seconds. In fact, he's almost 10 seconds clear of Reese Cranston in 3rd now, Samuel Yeadon. So flying along at the front of the field. Been a little bit of frustration coming through from Samuel Benson, I think, as he went down the back straight, but sends it up the inside of Webster.
Yeah, Webster went a bit wide. But contact there between Cranston and Webster. Webster went round the outside. Cranston was slightly wide into hairpin 3. They're pitched into a spin. Cranston's beached in the middle of the track at the moment as everybody makes their way round, but it's really, really been mixed up. To be fair, Tom, Webster hasn't lost a huge amount of places. That kart must be handling like a pig now, though, because it's just been up in the air.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with regard to that. But Reese Cranston is now down in 18th place following that move. Oh, in fact, he's down in 20th. Is he?
He's off, Tom, on the outside of hairpin number 3. Last lap boarded. All of that action, Tom, has already come out. Samuel Yeadon out of hairpin number 4. We're going to have another new winner in Cadet Club here at Teesside Autodrome. Samuel Yeadon, faultless from start to finish, takes victory here in Cadet Club. Ollie Carter will put himself on the front row for the 2nd heat of the day. 2nd place for him. Fastest lap for Yeadon as well on that final lap. Benson will come through for P3, and then it's going to be Tipping, Walker, Eibel, Berryman and Webster in 8th place. Carmichael pipped by Alfie McBain. Nope, Carmichael gets 9th. Sorry, McBain pips Morgan Cooney on the final lap to get inside the top 10. Cooney, Sims, Ezard, Quine, Wood, Hushka, Davidson and Buckton Young. Then is the order down to 17th in front of Joey Swan, Alfie Watson and retiring Reece Cranston after that incident at hairpin 3.
So Alfie McBain recovering in to make it back into the top 10. So good drive from Alfie McBain in the end, despite that early mistake, to get back into 10th place. But Samuel Yeadon was consistently half a second quicker than anybody else on track. So absolutely flying along. In fact, on that last lap, when he set the fastest lap of the race, he was actually 3/4 of a second quicker than Ollie Carter. So flying along, Samuel Yeadon. Congratulations on your first time win. We've got plenty of support as well coming in for Samuel Yeadon. So Frida Yeadon has said, well done, Sam. We've got Aaron Knight Racing saying, hello, hello, Aaron Knight Racing. Mick Dan is saying, go for it, Sam Yeadon as well. And Kaneykin saying, come on, Charlie Ivor, we're all watching. Well, we are. And there's plenty of people watching live as well, which is great to see. Please keep your comments coming in. Please keep your interactions coming in. We will give you shout-outs if we can. Click that like button, click that subscribe button if you are watching from home.
Yeah, I'm just having a look. Tom, we're just pushing Reece Cranston back in. No need to get the recovery quad out because we've got quite a lot on the Cadet Club making their way off. So they've got to come over the weighbridge. So looks like we're trying to push Reece Cranston back, although not sure whether there's a problem with that kart that might require some assistance from mechanical, which could potentially mean, Tom, bent rear axle. We'll see whether we come in as he gets pushed through.
Doesn't look too wobbly.
No, doesn't look like it's too bad, although the looks like the number board, there's something plasticky hanging off the back there, but the kart being pushed back in. Driver seems to be okay, which is always the main thing, that kart being wheeled off, so they're going to...
Oh, and it's actually making its way back in under its own power a little bit now.
No, I think the marshal just gave it enough of a shove to get it to the next marshal.
Maybe. Okay, well, here he is. So we will move on to your first heat of the day for Junior Rotax. Junior Rotax heat number 1 brought to you by HRS Racing Engines. It is a random grid for Junior Rotax, and it is Isaac O'Shea going off pole position, Finley Watson in second, then it is Catherine Potter in third place, Bella Franklin in fourth, the helmeted Lizzie Mentier in her photo there in P5, with Nathan Jensen in sixth, Alfie Warbank and Monroe Renard taking 8th place. Now that's a new name on the grid, Monroe Renard.
It is a driver I know nothing about.
Okay.
Which is unlikely, because
well,
but that is a very, very late entry from Monroe Renard.
Well, shall we contact Monroe Renard's people and get them to contact our people,
well,
and get some information? So
let's whip the PR team out.
That's it. If you are with Monroe Renard, please fire some information over to us via the YouTube live comments.
Or the commentary box door.
Yes, if you're here at the circuit, please come in and say hello and give us some information about Monroe Renard, because it's a new name, as we said, to the grid, and we'd like to know a little bit more.
They're out though, Tom.
They are, and they're forming up onto the rolling up lap. Are we doing 2 laps today?
We are doing 2 laps.
Okay,
but,
so 2 warm-up laps for
yep.
Junior Rotax.
Oh, we've had a spin. We've had a spin. It's Bella Franklin turning round at the exit of hairpin 1 and 2 as they try to get the... Isaac O'Shea getting the tyres warm.
That's Isaac O'Shea.
Yeah,
it was, I think...
That Finley Watson.
That's Finley Watson. Absolutely sideways.
Do you know when we say?
South Bank.
Do you know when we say we do drifting here at Teesside?
I was going to say that exactly.
It's not normally in a kart that doesn't have a slip diff.
Yes, normally you would see the drifters that sideways going into that corner, and that's exactly what it's used for. It's for drifting that section of the track, and why it's so grippy out there. And Finley Watson using every inch of it, and.
They're going to have to slow this one up, though, Tom. I know they get 2 rolling up laps, but they are going to have to stick the anchors on this down the back straight as they make their way round, just sort of back them up. Tom, we've got a visitor at the commentary box door, so I'm going to... shall I dispatch you, or shall I mute myself?
I'll go.
Butters dispatched. Our junior Rotax class then making their way round and into position. Then looks like Bella Franklin has managed to get herself into position. Juniors then making their way round. Isaac O'Shea on the inside. He'll be coming through. There is a cone on the outside and one on the inside. That's the acceleration zone. You'll be able to see it in a few moments' time. They'll then be told to go. The green is down. We're away and racing. Isaac O'Shea leading the way then. And on the inside, Bella Franklin gets through from 4th place. Manages to chop to the inside of Finley Watson. They're side by side through the chicanes. Watson gets a bit of snap oversteer. Franklin forces her way through as Potter runs wide into hairpin number 1. That allows Lizzie Mentier to come down the inside, and Alfie Wallbank looks like he wants to take 5th place as well. There's a move back down the inside then from Watson on Bella Franklin, but that means he's gone slightly wide. Franklin was going to try and get back to the inside. At the moment, though, it's a returning Isaac O'Shea leading the way in our junior Rotax class, as Watson now has started to move away from Franklin, tags onto the back of O'Shea, and Finley Watson, who makes the monthly trip up from Dover to race here at Teesside Autodrome, is all over the back of Isaac O'Shea as they start lap number 2. Down the inside he goes on O'Shea into hairpin number 1. O'Shea has to relent, tries to get back down the inside as Franklin then tags into the rear corner of the number 84 machine and then settles back into 3rd place.
Hello, did you miss me?
Oh, I always miss you, Tom.
So, Monroe Renard, from Harrogate, 15 years of age, first ever race in anything.
Welcome to karting.
Yes, welcome to Teesside.
Do you know what, Tom? Sticking with the back of the pack as well here. That's the first ever race. That's
good showing.
That is a showing, isn't it?
Very good showing. Number 69. Say no more. For Monroe Renard.
Yeah,
and doing well. A good showing, and that's the 43 of Bella Franklin moving through on the inside of Isaac O'Shea at hairpin 1. A little tap of the helmet which says, I'm going to leave the door open for you in the next corner, Isaac O'Shea, so be ready for it.
Oh, it doesn't mean that at all, does it? Not in the driver's head.
No, that's the driver who's tapping their helmet is saying, don't overtake me, work
Well,
with
that's
me.
what I was about to say. Do you know that game they play on Mock the Week where I say something and then you say what we're really thinking? So the tap of the helmet means, please stay behind me and work with me.
Yeah, push me along and let's catch the driver in front.
What it really means is, I'm going to leave the door open and you're going to overtake me.
Exactly. That's exactly what it means. And one of these days, these drivers will realise that and will stop tapping their helmets.
Good times.
But it is, there's karting sign language, and that's exactly what that particular sign means, or the two meanings of it.
Potter gets down the inside of Lizzie Mentier, and Alfie Wallbank, I think Tom's going to get down the inside as well, as Mentier
goes the car park route.
Yeah, goes all the way around the outside of South Bank.
That was the drifting line.
Yeah, it's probably, there's an Asda down there. It's probably nearer to there.
Going shopping.
Yeah, wide.
Oh, dear
Potter, though, with a good move. That Wallbank, Tom, really was the one that really benefited from that. Because, put the cart in there to stop Mentier coming back to the inside. Hence why she had to go all the way down round the outside. But now she's down the inside of Alfie Wallbank into hairpin 1. Good move from Mentier. Wallbank tries to cut back, gets the cut back, and is back up into 5th place.
That was brilliant. If ever there was needed, and then Mentier back up the inside into South Bank, so deciding to take the inside line this time around. But that was the perfect example of how to do a block pass. Perfectly executed by Lizzie Mentier into hairpin 1, and then perfectly executed by Alfie Wallbank in hairpin 2. That's how you do a block pass. Send it up the inside, park it on the apex, stop people getting the cut back, and away you drive off the corner.
Yeah, fantastic driving between these two. Great overtaking. No quarter given between either of them, but similarly, Tom, no contact. Respectful racing.
Yes, brilliant.
Nice, clean overtaking. What it has done, though, is allow Catherine Potter to move away in 4th place in front of them as both Mentier and Wallbank battle it out then over what is now 5th place.
Mentier with a slight gap now.
Yeah, half a kart length to Alfie Wallbank. Differing lines on exit to 4, though. That's allowed Wallbank to slot right in on the back of Lizzie Mentier as they go into the chicane section here. Personal best for Wallbank. Personal best as well for Nathan Jensen in the 34 machine. And
the fastest lap of the race for Bella Franklin.
Yeah, closing in, actually, on Finley Watson. Half a second is the gap. Took a 10th out on the previous lap, so let's see whether that 10th becomes 0.2, because we know, Tom, certainly with this move from the Mojo onto the Comet tyre, the operating window is much tighter. And we've seen that in races before, in other series, where some of the finals are the best part of 17 laps long. But when you get to that stage, there's no way you can turn these tyres on for 17 laps. You have to plan your race out, whether you're going to go early, whether you go middle, whether you're going to go at the end. And it's just, it's no different, is that these tyres, they have a tighter operating window, these Comets.
The other thing to remember is most of those tyres have also done 3 heats and potentially a pre-final as well.
Absolutely. Well,
so
we are limiting tyres here, Tom, in most of our classes here at Teesside Autodrome this season to I think in Rotax it's 4 sets for the 8 rounds. In Honda Cadets it's 3 sets for the 8 rounds. Wets are open, so it's only down to slick tyres. But some of these drivers may well be on their second race on their set of tyres. When you look at the Hondas as well, they could be on their 3rd race on a set of tyres. So it really does mix it up and give the racing a different dynamic. Gives the driver something extra to think about.
Exactly, and like you say, David, you know, with that operating window, but it's not just the operating window, it's keeping the tyres fresh, not sliding them too much, not taking too much life out of the tyres, especially if it's the first round on that set of tyres, because you know you've got a whole nother round to go on them.
Absolutely, Tom, and that's not something that you want, isn't it, where you know that you're going to have to race 2 weekends on a set of tyres. People might mix it up. They might run all 4 sets of tyres in the first 4 rounds, and then at the back end of the season, go back to running the used sets rather than just using new, used.
Yeah.
So there's a lot more thinking to be done here, and obviously with the track being quite rubbered in from all that drifting, or that it has rained last night, that would have taken the top edge off it. We're on to the final lap, though. Finley Watson hasn't been able to be reeled in by Bella Franklin. The gap actually has gone out ever so slightly now to just under 0.8 of a second, despite Franklin putting in a few fastest laps. Since then, she's lost a 10th or 2, so it looks like it's going to be Watson from Franklin. O'Shea is coming under intense pressure from Catherine Potter now for 3rd place, and she's going to try and go down the inside. We'll pick up on that in a few moments as Warbank does the same. Watson, though, takes the checkered flag. Franklin's going to get 2nd. Catherine Potter on the line gets Isaac O'Shea for 3rd place. She got the move done into hairpin 3. The drag race to the line sees Potter take it by less than a 10th. Mentier's going to get 5th. Warbank, Jensen and Renard complete your 8 runners in our junior Rotax class. And
I would like to say, Monroe Renard, for your first ever race, being only 11.8 seconds off the back of Finley Watson, is a fantastic effort. That is a brilliant show.
Yeah, and also,
I mean, it really is.
A good shout as well, Tom, the ever-improving Nathan Jensen.
Absolutely,
who,
as well.
Joined us at round 1, was admittedly well off the pace. They've done a lot of work with that kart, made a lot of improvements, but let's not take anything away from the driver as well, Nathan Jensen, who continues to improve. And that's the one thing that I really, really like to see, is just continual driver improvement. I'm not bothered if drivers finish 1st or they finish 21st, as long as they keep improving, keep chipping away, bettering themselves. That is the main thing that I like to see.
And that's exactly why I am writing down both Monroe Renard and Nathan Jensen's fastest laps of that particular race, and then we will refer back to them throughout the day and see what kind of improvements they're making. And I did it also for our debutants in the earlier classes as well. So Leon, where are we? Junior Pro Kart.
Leon Wilson, that's his second race with us here at Teesside. I think he joined us earlier on in the year, but another driver that is showing continued improvement as well. Danny Bean, obviously, on his debut as well, his first race here at Teesside Autodrome. Next up, though, will be another rolling start class. It's time for Heat 1 in Minimax.
So we will bring you Heat number 1, sponsored by HRS Racing Engines of Minimax. It is Jared Fox-Whiteley taking pole position, then it's Ben Adrian, Lewis Goff and Melissa Adrian taking P4, Joseph Yao and Sam Robson in 6th place, and it's Addison Smith and Benjamin Lee, James Philip Byrne and Daniel Bridgen. Now, we will try to cut and bring you the rolling up laps. Now, we have 2 rolling up laps because Aaron Knight Racing has asked the question, how do you turn on tyres? Well, you're going to see Exactly like that. Demonstrated perfectly by the 25 with Daniel Bridgen.
There's a switch on the outside.
Yeah.
So turn off or on.
Turn off or on. How you do it is you warm them up, exactly like you would see in a Formula 1 race, where they're building the heat into the tyres, they're building the pressures up. They're sliding the tyres to an extent, especially when they're very cold.
In terms of obviously F1, you see them weaving left to right. In karting, what you'll see is they'll go into a corner, and to warm the fronts, they'll turn and then they'll blip the throttle and use the front and push them front out in an understeer type way. To get the rears done, what they'll do is they'll induce oversteer by turning in, snapping the steering wheel the other way, blip the throttle, and then they'll go round in like a drift style.
Yes.
To sort of warm warming the fronts and the rears is a different way of doing things. Hence why you'll see sometimes them forcing understeer, sometimes you'll see them forcing oversteer to warm them tyres up. Here we go then. Jared Fox-Whiteley will lead them round. Ben Adrian, who qualified in second place. Superb for him. They're going to come through this time over the line. We are green and racing as Lewis Goff pushes Jared Fox-Whiteley through on the inside, and P3, as often is the case, is better than P2 as Ben Adrian goes incredibly wide, Tom, and slots back in. Addison Smith from 7th place up into 3rd place already. The top 3 for most of the day last time here at Teesside are the top 3 now, as Fox-Whiteley gets forced wide into hairpin 2, and Lewis Goff from 3rd place will lead them down the back straight for the first time. Yeah,
Fox-Whiteley got almost pushed out there by Lewis Goff. A nice move from Goff, and the 15 of Addison Smith moving through, as you said, from 7th on the grid, already up to 3rd, and we're having a look up the inside for 2nd place.
Yeah, didn't qualify well yesterday. In fact, only did half of qualifying with engine trouble, so saw him come in. So somewhat out of position in 7th place. Ben Adrian, who dropped down into 5th, recovers now back up into 4th place with an overtake on Joseph Yao. The leading trio, though, nose to tail with the extent of what Goff is 1 or 2 kart lengths away. Smith right on the back of Jared Fox-Whiteley. Ben Adrian is going to rejoin this party in around about half a lap's time. He's going to be right on the back of Addison Smith.
Yeah, I interviewed Lewis Goff very briefly during the paddock walk yesterday, and he was saying that, that Dad was working through the list and the checklist of what was wrong with the engine, and it certainly looks like he's fixed it now, so well done to Mr. Goff.
Well, they had issues, didn't they, Tom, last time in the final here at Teesside. The engine was cutting out in that final, which meant that he had to, he was about 2 seconds off the pace and was just fighting to stay inside the top 10. I think it's probably the hardest he's ever worked to, for very little reward, in fact, for Lewis Goff. But he has started to move away now as Fox-Whiteley holds on from Addison Smith and Ben Adrian, who is now once again right on the back of this battle for 2nd place.
Yeah, and I think although Lewis Goff seems to be pulling away at the moment, Fox-Whiteley is looking very racy and is bringing Addison Smith and Ben Adrian with him as well, and let's hope we can make this a 4-kart battle for the lead.
Yeah, at some point I'm going to have to go and speak with Addison Smith just about that kart, because I don't know whether it's a side pods or whether they have it deliberately set up, but it looks like quite an aggressive rake. In terms, it seems like the back end is so much further down. You can obviously set the axle carrier basically in high, middle or low, and it looks like, you know, more than any other kart out there, and I'm not sure whether it's deceiving because of the side pods, but it also, the rear bumper does look a lot lower than some of the karts as well, whether they just prefer a more aggressive angle on that kart. But as you can see there,
it punishing on the spine, won't
it? Yeah, it does look more, you know, how, you know, you basically put the axle in the top carrier holding, drops the back end down, you know, it affects the way it handles. But if your driver likes it, it just looks like there's nobody else out there that's gone sort of like for that setup. And I don't know whether it's just the way that the side pods are that make it look like that.
Well, that's the next thing.
Or whether it's actually like that.
You can see the angle of the side pods, so they're angled very much in at the bottom, whereas most drivers will have them flat on the sides.
Fox-Whiteley, Tom, has broken away, and this could be a case of preserving those tyres for part 2 of this race, but has started to move away and is starting to chip into the lead of Lewis Goff. So he's broken away from Addison Smith and Ben Adrian, and Adrian is slowing, Tom, down the back straight, looking over to the side towards his engine. Melissa Adrian dives down the inside, and Ben Adrian, who'd recovered so well to get back up into 4th place, is slowing down the back straight. Looks like he could have got himself going again, Tom, but there's hardly any power by the look of it from that 48 machine. Let's have a quick look now to see whether he's back up to pace or whether he brings it in. I think he's going to give it another lap and a go, but no drive out of hairpin 2 for Ben Adrian, and from a front row start and having to battle back into 4th place to give himself half a chance, it's gone in the blink of an eye.
Obviously, there are no gears on these. They're all single geared, but it was like he missed a gear coming out of hairpin 2. He just had no drive.
Yeah, old school 90s F1 where they were doing actual stick shift.
Yeah, missed a gear and yeah, got passed by 2 people. Jared Fox-Whiteley on that lap, setting the fastest lap of the race, and is now homing very much in onto the back of Lewis Goff, only a quarter of a second between them.
Melissa Adrian has got past Addison Smith as well, Tom, up into 3rd. There you see on screen the number 10.
And she's been making steady progress forward throughout this race.
She qualified 4th, dropped away a few places as Addison Smith and Ben Adrian came back through.
Benjamin Lee setting the fastest lap of the race on that lap as well, with
P5. Right, he's closing in, Tom, as well on Addison Smith. Is Benjamin Lee.
Benefiting from the slipstream, and we've got the front 2 nose to tail. The battle for 3rd is on, and there's 3 of them in that. And Fox-Whiteley now moving to the inside of Lewis Goff. Lovely clean move, and quickly through on the inside of South Bank. Got it done all the way on the entry.
Thought Goff was diving back down the inside there into 3, but waits for 4 and dives down the inside. Fox-Whiteley's going to get alongside. That's going to be tight, but Lewis Goff will come through. The history books will say that Goff never lost the lead on that lap because it's going to show that he led over the line both times, but for most of it, it was Jared Fox-Whiteley leading the way.
And Benjamin Lee, again, fastest driver on track by 2/10 of a second quicker than anybody else on circuit, and has really homed in on the back of Addison Smith now. This is the battle for 3rd, and Smith now moving on to the inside of Melissa Adrian, but can't get it done.
Nose to tail for 3rd place with Melissa Adrian, Addison Smith and Benjamin Lee.
Now he can.
Yeah, that's going to open the door as well for Benjamin Lee. Addison Smith down the inside, side pods his friend and got down the inside of Adrian. Benjamin Lee's going to be around the outside. Who's going to be brave here into the D chicane? Smith holds on to 3rd place.
Fox-Whiteley setting the fastest lap of the race on that lap. 2 minutes to go here in Mini-Max for heat number 1.
Yeah, Ben Adrian's back on the pace, Tom. I've no idea what's happening. I mean, this is the thing with sometimes the engine loses power and it's just inexplicable. You know, Lewis Goff, they at the last race he had no power, so they took the engine to be looked at. Then they did a test day. And they Tom, have no idea what was up with it. It's just, some days it just doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, Rotax for you. They're an enigma, these Rotax engines, I think is the best way to describe it.
When they're good, they're very good, and when they're not good, they're frustrating.
Oh, you want to throw them out the window.
Yeah, I was about to say last lap, but it's not. Well, I was wishing this race away as Lewis Goff continues to lead then from Jared Fox-Whiteley, Addison Smith, Melissa Adrian. Ben Adrian is right now, Tom, back on the back there. You just saw him come through. He's going to try and get down the inside of Benjamin Lee. Hasn't looked on exit, slots back into the slipstream. Can't pop back out, though, as they go round South Bank corner. But Ben Adrian right on the back. And then now down the inside into hairpin 3. Benjamin Lee tries to get back. He's going to run all the way round the outside, but Ben Adrian gets through at hairpin 4.
And Benjamin Lee looked like he switched the tyres on early, and now it's gone away from him a bit. So another way that you can affect that is with the tyre pressures as well. So whether you want the tyres to switch on, as we call it, earlier in the race or later in the race, you will adjust the tyre pressures to affect that, and that can affect your pace at the start of the race or the end of the race.
Yep, the lower pressure you put in, the longer it's going to take to bring them up to that operating, whereas the higher pressure you go. So generally, if it's warmer, you go low, and if it's cold, you go high, because if it's cold, you're not going to work the tyres as hard, and therefore, you know, you're not going to get the temperature, so you don't need to bring them up quite so much. Last lap board is out then here at Teesside Autodrome in the first Mini-Max race of the day, and Lewis Goff, Tom, goes slightly wide through the D chicane. Jared Fox-Whiteley was right in the rear quarter of Lewis Goff, but he's managed to hold on to the lead. Goes very, very tight into hairpin number 1. That's going to give Fox-Whiteley a better run into 2 and onto the back straight. Into the slipstream they go from Fox-Whiteley. Goff, look over the shoulder. He will migrate to the inside naturally to try and close the door on Jared Fox-Whiteley. The door firmly closed by Lewis Goff, and he goes much tighter into 3 as well. But they have to come out, Tom, in these Rotaxes. They can't white line it quite as much because of the grip levels. It slows them down too much. Fox-Whiteley gets alongside Lewis Goff, but Goff's going to hold on to take victory by less than 0.2 of a second from Jared Fox-Whiteley. Melissa Adrian No, it's Ben Adrian in third. Tom comes all the way back through from sixth on the final lap. Ben Adrian's going to get third. Benjamin Lee fourth. Melissa Adrian, Addison Smith drops down into sixth place. Drama on the final lap from third down into sixth place. It was Smith who was leading the way as they came over for the last lap board with Melissa Adrian, and both Ben Adrian and Benjamin Lee have come through to take third and fourth respectively.
Yeah, great action as usual in Mini-Max. Fastest lap of the race went to Jared Fox-Whiteley with a 43 flat, and Daniel Bridgen just crosses the line now in 10th place. But yeah, good driving from Ben Adrian after that issue to recover to third place. So well done there for Ben Adrian, and as they come into the scrutineering area, we will move on for our first heat of the day for Senior Rotax. Heat number 1 for Senior Rotax, brought to you by HRS Racing Engines, will be Arthur Lothian on pole position. Random grid for this one as well. It is Andy Ambrose going off second place, then it's Emma Brown in P3, Ashley Savage in fourth, Andy Collinson and Josh Redhead in sixth. Then it's Kieran Savage and Shane Collinson, Paul Swan and Chris Stowes round out your top 10, and Sophie Stevenson, who is our novice. If that's a name you don't recognise, she's a novice. She is taking part in, I believe, her first event ever, and is going off in a Senior Rotax, and will be starting from the rear of the grid for every race, despite the random grid. Because she's a novice.
Yep, just having a look, Tom.
But welcome, Sophie.
Oh, absolutely. Cadet Club, Tom, 2 penalties applied in that one. 5 seconds for a front fairing for Cameron Tipping, drops him down into 10th. Alfie McBain as well with a 5-second penalty for a front fairing. That drops him down into 17th place. Just having a look as well, see if we've got anything in junior Rotax, and we do. We've got Bella Franklin drops from 2nd down into 6th with a front fairing penalty. That promotes Catherine Potter up to 2nd, Isaac O'Shea to 3rd in that one for the top 3.
Okay, so your second rolling up lap now for Senior Rotax. You can see them working the tyres, not quite as hard as they do in the junior classes. Not sure whether that's just because it's much warmer out there already, as the sun is starting to beat down on the track, and they're not quite feeling the need to work the tyres so hard and try and keep them in good order for the rest of the day.
Yeah, one on the outside there, Tom, the 79 of Ashley Savage missed round 2 because he had that incident at round 1. You remember the first time we've had a red flag here at Teesside in a long, long time at hairpin number 3. We're speaking to him yesterday. He is in good spirits. Missed that round because the kart was damaged, and so was he. He hurt his arm. But great to see him back. Did say yesterday, though, that he was going to go off the back of all of them just to see how he was feeling, and rolls off the second row. So I think after some practice, after that 3-lap warm-up this morning, he's feeling fine.
And away they go.
3 and 4 wide, Tom, into that first corner. Savage is on the outside, and he could get hung out here as this moves to the inside. Andy Ambrose leads the way then from Arthur Lothian. Collinson's going to try and get down the inside. Savage is going to try and get down the inside as well. Lothian's going to hold on to 2nd place. Collinson, though, runs all the way around the outside and into 2nd place. Savage as well is going to get good drive out of the 2nd hairpin, and that's Kieran Savage's son coming through there with the white helmet in the 36.
Yeah, and we've got Paul Swan.
Too many swans here,
Too many swans, yeah, but what's easy for me is that they all run the same number. I know I've said this before, but they all run 95.
95 so or 195, it's good, isn't it? Yeah.
If it's 95, it's a swan.
I'm praying one day he takes a victory so that he can come through and I can do the line out of Hot Fuzz with no luck catching them swans yet. In fact, any swan, just any of them take a victory would be perfect, just to tee it up.
Brilliant. I would very much enjoy that, and yeah. That's brilliant. Andy Ambrose leads from Andy Collinson, and it's Ashley Savage showing well already in P3. Arthur Lowthian in 4th and Kieran Savage 5th. Paul Swan is in 6th. Emma Brown leading your 177 class as the... who's that in the 36?
Kieran Savage.
Why is it... What? Why, running 790 on the timing, though?
Yeah, but it's definitely Kieran Savage.
Yes. Okay, well, it's just taking 4th place. Emma Brown in P8 is your 177 class leader. Then it's Chris Stoves, Josh Redhead in 10th, and Sophie Stevenson, as we said, in P11. First ever race here for Sophie Stevenson, and we've got somebody off at the back. Is that...
Wow, that's Shane Collinson.
Yes. In the 66, had a problem through hairpin 1. It seems to have got going again. Looked like it might have been something with the throttle because he's looking down by his right foot as he went down the back straight, and has another look again into hairpin 4 and again coming out of hairpin 4. So something down with either throttle cable or throttle connection, maybe with Shane Collinson.
Possibly, Tom, but is he back up to pace now? I think he is. Or is he...
Briefly.
Yeah. He's going to have to do some overtaking, isn't he? He's closing up on the back of the number 9 of Josh Redhead and the 81 of Christopher Stoves. Redhead in the slipstream and dives down the inside. Two different classes there, though, Tom, between the two of them in the red and the green background. So Stoves doesn't really need to battle with these two drivers, can just use them to try and tow him up onto the back of Emma Brown, who currently leads the way in Rotax 177.
Well, Shane Collinson is definitely back up to speed now, has overtaken Chris Stoves on that lap, and is now lining up Josh Redhead as well. They head round the national loop. 6 laps to go here in senior Rotax. Arthur Lowthian, who started off pole position, is now in P4, and well, to make that P5 as Paul Swan moves up the inside into South Bank. And a nicely executed move from Paul Swan.
Yeah, we had to wait there, didn't we? It looked like Lowthian was going to try and take a one back down the inside.
Yes, there was a brief hesitation there.
Paul Swan, fastest lap of the race from Andy Ambrose, is broken almost immediately by, I think, by Andy Collinson. The gap is 0.7 of a second between the two of them. They are leading the way from Ashley Savage, who's coming under pressure now from Kieran Savage, the father and son duo, and that's Kieran Savage in the slipstream. Radiator flap up then from Ashley Savage, trying to get a little bit more engine air into that Rotax engine.
Yeah, we've mentioned this previously. That the radiators on these particular Rotax karts, they shield off part of the radiator to affect the water temperature and get it higher or lower based on the particular track conditions. Obviously, it's quite a lot warmer today, so you'll see them lifting those flaps up earlier on, and some of them even had it already up to temperature as they cross the start-finish line. But it is still Andy Ambrose from Andy Collinson, Ashley Savage, still all the A's, with the exception of Arthur Lowthian, who is in 6th. So Ambrose, Collinson, Savage, and then Kieran Savage in 4th, Swan in 5th, Arthur Lowthian in 6th. Shane Collinson is 7th, recovering. Shane Collinson has now passed Emma Brown and Josh Redhead, and Emma Brown is still leading your 177 class in 8th place. Personal best for Andy Collinson and Ashley Savage as they cross the line. 3 laps to go here.
Yep, leaders, Tom, are going to probably encounter some lap traffic at the end of this lap as the Sophie Stevenson has a quick look over her shoulder to see that the leader, Andy Ambrose, is catching as they head towards the hairpin number 3. She goes wide at 3, allows Ambrose to come through, but that's going to allow Collinson to close up ever so slightly. The gap had gone out to 1.2 seconds. That's going to be a lot tighter as they come through, maybe half a second, I think, between them as they come over this time. Just under at 4/10.
Just looking at the live stream comments, and Aaron Alexander, Josh Falkus and Kieran Lambert are all having their own little conversation in the live stream comments. Friends. With emojis, and I'm not really sure what it's all about, but you know, whatever, guys. I hope you're enjoying your day. Where Kieran and Aaron aren't here this weekend, are they?
No, they're focusing, I think, on BPEC this year, obviously racing together in the Endurance Championship. They'll both be back here next month, though, for the British 24-hour race in 2 different teams, respectively. So they'll be out the international circuit for the 2022 instalment of that British 24-hour race. If you are in the live chat comments and you are watching from home, but you are taking part in that event, as we know Paul White will be, as we know Porsche Sport will be as well. They've already commented. But if you are watching and you are on the looking forward to the British 24-hour, do let us know that you'll be taking part. Let us know which team you're with as well, and we can we'll give you a shout out today in readiment for that race next month. We're here quite a lot next month, actually, aren't we, Tom? Because it's a double header for us here, so we'll get to that later on, as Andy Ambrose, already on the last lap, will come through and take the checkered flag in senior Rotax. Collinson closed in but then dropped away again towards the end of that race. Ambrose takes the victory with Collinson, Savage, Ashley holding off Kieran with Paul Swan fifth. Shane Collinson recovers to 6th, getting past Arthur Loudon on the final lap, with Josh Redhead, Emma Brown, Christopher Stove and Sophie Stevenson completing your runners in senior Rotax. Yes, Tom, we're camped here pretty much for 10 days, aren't we, next month? We're here for practice on the Friday, then it's a double header, 2 race days on Saturday and then another one on Sunday, with 1 qualifying session taking place on the Friday to cover both days here at Teesside Autodrome. And then you and I, Tom, will probably be back from the Thursday getting ready for that British 24-hour race, which will start at midday. We'll be live from 11:30 on the 30th of July for the 2022 British 24-hour race, live here using the international layout of the Teesside Autodrome circuit.
Best weekend of the year.
Absolutely.
Won't miss it for the world.
No, it's the only place I would be that weekend. That's why we normally get here on that Thursday, isn't it?
We make a week out of it, basically.
We spend a bit of paddock time touching base with some of the teams, finding out how practice has gone. That was sort of like last year when...
Doing lots of features.
Yeah, the drivers, they just switched onto them the Dunlops from the Bridgestones, and there was a lot of learning going on, wasn't there, before last year's 24-hour race in terms of wear patterns, degradation and tyre pressures for that race.
Correct. It is a race that I look forward to from the moment it ends to when we get back here.
And the karts that will be taking part, Tom, are senior pro karts along with the Highers, and they are making their way out now onto the circuit for heat number 1 in senior pro. Random grids then for Senior Pro Kart once again, and it is Josh Folkus on pole with Brandon Truman registered alongside Tom Lowther and Daniel Tate on the 2nd row, Ben Still and Alban Dowell on row 3. Tony Pollard starts 7th alongside Scott Blackburn, Jake Richardson and Gareth Plackett complete the top 10 with Jordan Guy and Dan Fulsham on row number 6. Lennon French, who wasn't here for practice yesterday, he was racing at Crail. He starts in 13th alongside Steve Nichols. Caitlin Frame and David Brown share row 8. Carl Ruddock and Simon Dougherty on row 9. The 20 completed by Brandon Jennings and Gary Witherington. 21st, our final winner from round 2, Gracie Mitchell, alongside Josh Yeadon with Charlie Bingham and Jack Morris. A stellar row number 12. Row 13, Asher Blythe alongside David Thompson-Mack, who we've seen here before in Cadets. We've seen him here in Rotax. Now we see him in a Senior Pro Kart. He starts 26th with Ben Hogarth 27th. Paul Scaife, another returnee, who'll be, I think, be out in the 24 next week. He's in 28th. Harry Nottage and Jess Alexander on row number 15. Callum Bood starts 31st. Tom Braid 32nd. David Brewis and Mark Tate on row 17. Richard Brooks and Harry Roddis on row 18. Even more, Tom. Paul Rye 37th. Jordan Cranston in 38th and Lee Austin 39. The biggest Pro Kart grid we have had here this season at Teesside Autodrome. Senior Pro Kart sponsored by always by MS Karts and Lucas Racing. And also thanks to NRG Cycles for their continued support of this wonderful sprint series here at Teesside Autodrome. That's Mark Tate getting out of the seat. I think he was checking one of the engines there, Tom, and then getting back in. So we are getting gridded up here in Senior Pro Kart, but because it's such a big grid, it does take a little while.
It does. 39 karts rolling into position. So David Thompson-Mack moving into Senior Pro Kart now from Rotax, which is an interesting move.
Yeah, I think it's a one-off, Tom, because he's certainly been racing that Rotax. He races in the British as well. So I think maybe he's following the Gracie Mitchell school, which is have a go in a pro kart and get them elbows out a little bit, because that is what pro kart racing is. It's I wouldn't say it's a little bit rough and tumble, Tom. You know, you do have to get your elbows out every now and again, and it's certainly when there's so many karts going into corners that are tight. We've got a driver missing, I think, from P5. Not quite sure who that is. I'm going to see if I can have a quick look at see if I can get the grid back up for Senior Pro Kart Heat 1. Ben Still in the 22, missing from P5. So looks the 173, Alban Dowell, Tom, whose car is it's not 173, because Alban Dowell is 183. Just having a quick look. Oh, it is. So we've got Alban Dowell and Tony Pollard. That's Tony Pollard in the 173. He's going to have a nice clear run in front of him towards that D chicane.
Comments coming in as well on the YouTube channel and in the live chat, so please keep them coming in as well. So Connor White is saying gutted not to be there this weekend. Yes, you are missing off the grid, Connor, but good to know that you're here with us and watching, but a shame you're not on the grid, because that would have made it 40 karts on the grid, which would be massive. I mean, it's not already massive with 39, you know. But Debbie is saying good luck to Lennon French today after a successful day at Crail yesterday from all back in Dundee, Scotland. And that is one heck of a drive. So racing yesterday at Crail, which is up on the east coast of Scotland, heading towards Aberdeen.
So they're not going to have finished till
5 o'clock. Had to pack up all the kit and then drive from there all the way down to Teesside, which is a good 3.5 to 4 hours.
Yeah.
Try and get some sleep. Get up this morning nice and early and set the car up for Teesside rather than Crail, and then get out there onto the grid today. So fantastic effort from all at that's part of Lennon French and the Lennon French crew.
39 karts, Tom, and it's still less than the number of pro karts that we've got signed on for the British 24-hour. Currently, we're at 43. I think that'll go down to around about 41. I think there's a couple of teams that aren't able to make it over from abroad, so for the owner class. But even so, Tom, the amount of pro karts there that you can see all the way back, they'll be lined up down the commentary box, down the side of the track in a month and a half's time for the British 24-hour, for that famous Le Mans style run across the track before we go twice round the clock here at Teesside Autodrome for the British 24-hour. Final few runners, Jordan Cranston in his first time here at Teesside, and Lee Austin roll their cars into position at the tail of this massive field. 38 runners, then 39 signed on. Ben still missing from P5. Just getting confirmation that we are good to go here at Teesside Autodrome. The green is up, the green is down. It's a good start from Brandon Truman Reddish. That's going to see him slot across. Dan Tate down the inside of Tom Lowther. It's further back though, Tom, where the action, the concertina effect, them at the back coming into that D chicane much quicker than those at the front, and we've already got one off going very, very wide. We've got one round. That's Jess Alexander facing the wrong way, and she'll drop all the way back down. The 18, I think, was Caitlin Frame, was another one that went slightly wide. So Jess is going to have to come through now from 38th place. She was in her back quarter start, you know, with that average, you know, the finishing positions of
contact warning for 15 of Asher Blythe.
So with these random starts, Tom, you get one at the front, one in the middle, one at the back. So this was one at the back for Jess anyway, so it won't hamper her too much, although she was hoping to come through. We've got a couple of spinners on the outside. That's Harry Roddis is one of them, and I think the other one was Lee Austin in the 25. We've got one in the tyres. Harry Nottage, Tom, on the outside of 4. The wheel has come off. Harry Nottage's car is out of the kart and out of the race as well.
Front tyre.
Front tyre. That looks like it's more the nut than anything else, Tom, because there's no...
The hub's gone with it.
Yeah, there's nothing. The hub's gone with it, and there's nothing else fastened. It's normally just 190mm bolt holding them on there. That kart, though, is on the outside. We're going to have wave yellow at hairpin number 3 and 4 before they get that kart moved, so there'll be no overtaking beyond the entry into hairpin number 3. French comes down the inside, although hasn't gone past the post. Think that one will be allowed to stand. But then after that, Tom, there's still overtakes going on into hairpin 4. This yellow flag's out there and a car on the outside. That is not good awareness, Tom, for drivers that normally are fairly exemplary when it comes to following flag signals.
In fact, there was 4 or 5 overtakes going through into hairpin 4, so lots of naughty drivers there and will be very much put on the naughty step. So we've got a warning for...
Oh, we're too wide. Oh, Tony Pollard up and over with Gareth Blackett side by side through the chicanes. They both live to fight another corner, but Tony Pollard gets air here at Teesside over the final part of the S's.
Yeah, got launched up into the air there by the curb more than anything and the grass. But there are warnings out for pretty much half the grid at the moment.
Yep, Tom Lauder, Callum Booth. Both picking up warnings. Harry Nottage's cart has been moved
David Brewis,
safely onto
Asher
the...
Blythe and Carl Ruddock as well have all got contact warnings.
Yeah, Nottage's cart has been moved to safety. We've still got a marshal down there, though, as we've got some... is that a side pod, Tom, at South Bank? I'll see if we're missing. Look, there's something. We'll see whether someone's missing a pod.
Another warning.
The bar will still be there. It's the 10, which is Harry Nottage. I think his cart is...
The voice in our ears has just told us it is a side pod. Thank you, Adam, for that.
So with that will be Nottage. Although, to be fair, Tom, he is off already, and that pod will have probably just come loose and just been miles out of the way, so not requiring salvage. But as Steve Nichols adds himself to the warning list.
Overtaking under yellow for Steve Nichols on that one. That's an OTY warning we can see on the board.
That might incur more than just the warning flag, Tom, actually, as Asher Blythe comes through on Simon Dougherty.
And a contact warning as well for Callum Booth. So, yeah, not the cleanest of drives so far. Senior Pro Kart 39 on the grid with a random grid. We were going to get something along the lines of this anyway, but didn't quite expect it to be as bad as it is. Maybe just a little bit of ring rustiness from some of the drivers as well.
It's been really, really good so far, Tom. And there's always a lot of scepticism on these big grids with random grid formats, but the actual standard of racing in the opening few rounds has been really, really good in Senior Pro Kart.
Which is why it's surprising. Today.
Yeah, more than anything else.
That's the only reason I'm pointing it out, really, is because it's normally very, very good.
Yeah, is that...
That's the 44 of Jordan Guy.
Yeah, Brandon Jennings was getting involved there as well, down the inside. Charlie Bingham moves himself into the top 10 for the first time.
Yes, indeed. Lennon French is up to 4th place as well. And we've got... movement all over. In fact, fastest lap of the race from the recovering Jess Alexander, who was all the way down in 38th place and about 3 seconds off the back of anybody else, and he's already up to 25th.
Yep,
so he's made 13 places in, what, 5 laps?
Yep, Bingham down the inside of the 55 of David Brown. Not his first overtake of this lap as well, and I think that's going to put him... We've got somebody off there wide. We have, Tom. Very, very wide round the outside. I'm going to try and pick who that is when we come through. Don't know whether there was a spin, Tom, or whether they just went really, really wide, but I'll leave this one to you as I play Spot the Driver.
Yeah, so heading through, so it is Josh Falkus, then Dan Tate, Brandon Truman Reddish. They are all in the Pro class. Then the leader of your Clubman class is Lennon French, then Thomas Lauder, Scott Blackburn, Gareth Plackett, Charlie Bingham, David Brown and Jake Richardson round out the top 10, and it's all changed already. You can forget what I've just said, because now moving through we've got Asher Blythe up the inside of the 133, which I'm going to have to scroll down my list.
That'll be Jake Richardson, I think, Tom. I think he would have been 130.
113?
Yeah, in previous races, but now he's racing that Rosso Corsa kart that he races in BPEC under the 133 number. It was Tom Lauder, Tom, who was spinning on the outside of South Bank. He's had a change in livery, hence why
Gareth Plackett dropped 3 places on that lap from 6th all the way down to 9th, and that's elevated Bingham up to 6th. Couldn't
have been Tom Lauder then, Tom, because he's running 86 now rather than 186, which is slightly different. Who is 186? Let's have a quick look. That's Carl Ruddock, Tom, who was spinning on the outside of South Bank.
Okay, well, everybody seems to have settled themselves down into this one with 3 laps to go. There's a lot less warnings have gone out. There's Asher Blythe at the inside of the 55, which is David Brown. So that's to take 7th place for Asher Blythe. So Asher Blythe and Charlie Bingham both starting well down the order in this one and are starting to make their way through. That's Gracie Mitchell on Jack Morris into hairpin 4. Winner of the last round, round 2 of the Teesside Owner Driver Sprint. She won the final.
When you have that back quarter start, Tom, that's where you really have to take advantage, like Bingham has done.
And Jess Alexander has now cracked into the top 10 and fastest lap of the race with a 46.116.
Yep.
So faster than anybody on circuit, faster than anybody in this race. Josh Falkers, who's got clear track in front of him, and Jess Alexander is still going quicker.
Lennon French trying to go all the way round the outside of Brandon Truman Reddish and chops right across the bows, and Lennon French all the way round South Bank, all the way round hairpin 3 and through into third place. Truman Reddish will drop down to fourth. Think he's going to have enough of a gap though back then too. Charlie Bingham with the last lap board that's come out. Bingham and Blythe, two runners that started in the final third of this race, have really maximised their chances of a front row start
Scott
by coming
Blackburn's
through.
had a problem.
Yeah.
Sorry,
dropping down.
Dropped down the order, down to 18th, has dropped 6 places on that lap. Sorry for cutting across you there, David.
So our leader, Tom, already round South Bank. He's had no TV time in this opening race of the day because he's disappeared from pole position out at the front, the 43. Missed round 2. Josh Volkers comes back for round number 3, having spent round 2 in Belgium. He's going to spend the first heat of round 3 in victory lane. Takes the checkered flag with a comfortable margin back to Daniel Tate, with Lennon French coming through for third place. Truman Reddish is fourth, with Bingham, Blythe and Brown crossing the line. They're side by side with Plackett and Lowther, and it looks like they're Nichols has pipped both of them for 9th place. Plackett in 10th, Lowther 11th, Dougherty, Mitchell, Morris, Jennings, Alexander up to 16th, Guy is 17th, with Blackburn, Booth and Thompson Mack completing the top 20. Steve Nichols there, Tom, taking full advantage of both Plackett and Lowther coming into contact over start finish to jump from 11th place up into 9th on the final lap.
Well, whatever happens for the rest of the day, it's going to take some hell of a drive to beat Jess Alexander's recovery there. That was phenomenal from Jess Alexander to make it all the way back up to 16th place after being a good 3 seconds off the back of anybody else in 38th, coming out of the National Loop for the first time. Congratulations, Jess. That was brilliant. Well done to you.
And pretty much a standing start as well from that spin
exactly.
as well.
So two standing starts as well. Yeah. So that's what put her about 3 seconds off the back of anybody else. And brilliant drive from Jess. So we're going to have to go some to beat that for my drive of the day. Yeah.
Senior Rotax Tom has seen Shane Collinson incur a 5-second front fairing penalty. That will drop him from 5th place down into 8th. It's random grid allocation, so they're going to be in positions. It's not going to hamper them too much, with the exception that they just won't be picking up as many points towards the grid positions for the final as they may have hoped.
So that rounds out our first lot of heats for the day.
Yep, we've got to collect Harry Nottage's kart from the bottom end of the track before we can let our Bambinos make their way around. But
sounds like it's time for me to take a quick comfort break.
Comfort break for Tom. It's time for us to begin the second heat of our day here at Teesside Autodrome, once again with our Bambino class. Buddy Hugo then, having taken victory in heat number 1, will start on pole position with Ethan McClelland alongside Austin Oman and Chloe McGill on row 2, Riley Murrow and Jake Gibbon on row 3. Sebastian McCarthy and Jake Mellon start 7th and 8th, with Grayson Crawford and Tommy Clark 9th and 10th. Harry Hardcastle, Freddie Blackshaw 11th and 12th, with Teddy Hardcastle and James Pybus completing our Bambino class. Harry Nottage, he'll be returned back. He'll not have to come into the pit lane because his kart is normally situated just on the outside of the National Loop, so he's going to take his kart, his side pod by the look of it, and his wheel back to be fixed before heat number 2 in around about an hour's time here at Teesside Autodrome. 6 races in, race number 7 will be just about making their way out of the dummy grid holding area in a few moments time. I think we've just had the board that said to get the engine started, so our Coma Bambinos will be making their way out onto track any moment now. as you can hear in the background, whilst the sun is out, it's a very windy day here at Teesside Autodrome. The bushes on the far side. There's the trees on the far side. The trees down at South Bank, they're probably not seeing it quite as much, but the ones that you can see on the other side of the track down to the left, they are taking a battering from the wind. You can hear it in the background as well on the cameras ever so slightly as our Bambinos make their way out onto circuit then here at Teesside Autodrome. Buddy Hugo with that bright yellow helmet will roll his car into pole position, although Ethan McClellan sets the pace as they come out of the holding area. He's the first one out, and they're going to come round into position. They'll get held as normal in the middle of the dogleg section and then make their way through into position 2 by 2. And they will then have to wait for everybody else to get into position. The helpers are already making their way down, which is something we have here for our Bambinos. Our youngest drivers, of course, aged between 5 and 7, and that's the 22 of Grayson Crawford, has rolled to a halt, Tom, on the outside of South Bank corner. Arm is in the air, the marshal's making his way over. Let's see whether the marshal can get that kart started, because it looks like it's an engine problem for Grayson Crawford. It's going to take 2 minutes or so to get us all gridded up, as the marshal trying to get Grayson Crawford's Coma C50 engine going here, and see whether we can get him back onto the track. Let's see whether, if not, hopefully we might be able to just get him pushed round and into the area on the outside of hairpin number 3.
He stopped in a good area,
yeah,
hasn't he,
on the outside. But Tom, what we can do potentially, Tom, is get him pushed round to the holding area, you know, where the senior pro karts grid up all the way back there. That's probably going to be safe if we can get him there. Maybe his dad can work his magic on that kart and see whether we can get it started. But
it's
the
not
marshal,
going at the moment.
no, the marshal trying his best to get that kart going. We don't want to see any drivers missing races, working really, really hard to get that kart going. Just having a quick dip into the live chat, see if we've got anything exciting going on in
highlighted
there.
By mistake.
That is a returning name, Tom. That
Charlie Wyatt?
Yeah.
Yes.
He's doing the British 24-hour. He's going to be in the Red 77 outfit run by Ross O'Meara in the 213 machine. So he's going to be out in a pro kart. He'll be doing the BPEC 6-hour next week at Shennington as a warm-up to that event. That's a driver that we are very familiar with, Tom, having raced here in cadets before moving into the 2-stroke classes. We haven't seen him in a while here at Teesside Autodrome. I think he had a bit of a falling out with karting before getting back into it, so now he's getting back into the swing of things, and we'll see him here for the British 24-hour race, and a welcome return to Teesside Autodrome for Charlie Wyatt.
Yes, seconded, and Michael Burke is still watching. From Australia, am I right, David? Is that right? Yeah, I thought so.
The 24-hour will be right up his street, won't
yes,
it?
well, he does like the 24-hour.
You'll be able to watch all the night during the day.
The senior pro kart was a good race. Well, yeah, it was so good. We couldn't even keep up with it with 39 on the grid. It was very difficult.
Yeah, we'll have to watch it back in slow-mo.
But, yeah, all action, as always, from senior pro kart.
Yeah.
So, Ethan McClellan took pole in heat number 1. But ended up finishing second behind Buddy Hugo Clark for this round. And
yeah, unfortunately, Tom, Grayson Crawford hasn't been able to get that kart moving. It's safely out of the way on the outside of South Bank. The driver also safely keeping the marshal company in the post on the inside of hairpin 3. Green is up though. Green is down, we're away and racing in Coma C50 Bambino. McClellan slots in. Chloe McGill has been jumped for 4th place by a fast-starting Riley Murrow, and he's up to 3rd down the inside of an unsuspecting Austin O'Man.
That was elbows out.
Riley Murrow.
Brilliant move.
Yeah, elbows, knees, the lot out as he comes through into 3rd place.
Yeah, head, shoulders, knees and toes coming through there, and working very well on the inside of Austin O'Man. Moves up to 3rd place and is already lining up a move on Ethan McClellan.
Yeah, McClellan comes to the inside to defend. And can Murrow find a way through? See, they're pushing each other right onto the back.
Wow, that is working together.
Yeah, absolutely. And you wouldn't think that there'd be that so much of a slipstream effect with karts that effectively, you know, they're not going as quick as some of the others that we're going to see out there because our drivers are still only quite small, but that really takes advantage, and taking advantage is Austin O'Man back up into third place.
Yeah, what I was going to say as well about this class, in fact, I'll come on to during the race when this midpoint in this race when it settles down actually, but Buddy Hugo leads from Riley Morrow, then Austin O'Man, Ethan McClellan, Chloe McGill dropping to 5th place, then it's Sebastian McCarthy, Jake Gibbon, Jack Mellon, Tommy Clark, Harry Hardcastle rounding out the top 10, and Riley Morrow is fast starting, comes from P5 on the grid, P6 maybe even, and is now leading.
Hugo Clark, Tom, is going to be down into 4th place because as down the inside came Riley Morrow, O'Man and
O'Man has taken the lead in all of that.
Oh, he has, hasn't he, on the exit of 2. Does anybody want to lead this race?
Well, Austin O'Man does at the moment, but I'm not sure how long for, because there goes Riley Morrow once again down the inside in the hairpin 3, runs it right out wide, and they're 4 wide into hairpin 4.
Yeah, I'll go back to my previous comment. Does anybody want to lead this race?
Yeah, well, Bambino, so what I was going to say is it normally spreads out, and they're not potentially the most exciting class, but the reason for that is it's an introductory class. These kids are kids. You know, they're barely over toddler age, really, aren't they? They're, you know, 1st and 2nd year primary school students.
Yeah.
So they are very, very young kids, learning their craft, plying their trade, learning how to do it, learning how to overtake, learning what the lines are. And because of that, there is a massive variance in skill level. However, there's a group of 5. This is exciting here today.
Chloe
I'm liking
McGill
this.
has tagged onto the back here, and Austin O'Man, Tom, is going to be... Oh, I thought he was going to be forced out wide. McClellan
pinched
on the inside, goes onto the grass. That forces Buddy Hugo Clark wide, and Chloe McGill will come through into 4th place. We do have a bit of a field spread now. There is Austin O'Man, had the door forced open down the inside by Ethan McClellan. McClellan had to take to the grass on the inside, but where the grass runs out, the curb on the inside, Tom, pitched him into half a spin and into Buddy Hugo Clark, which drops him down into 5th place. And this slow, McClellan is slow into the
Clark's
chicane.
Gone round.
Yeah, and then McGill went straight into the back of him as well. And that's I think the engine, Tom, has just cut out there on Ethan McClellan as he went into the D chicane and just literally just ground to a halt. Nowhere for Chloe McGill or Buddy Hugo Clark to go. And Ethan McClellan just rolled into retirement. And it's taken McGill and Buddy Hugo Clark with him as well. That's
a real shame for Ethan McClellan. No idea what happened there.
No,
is it seized maybe?
Yeah, potentially, Tom. He's just come into that D chicane there. On entry, the kart just seemed to just stop, didn't it? And he has rolled onto the outside. They're not going to a huge speed anyway. If the engine's just cut out, there's nowhere to go. And when they're closing in, nose to tail like that, I don't think there was anywhere that McGill or Hugo Clark could go.
I agree entirely, David. It's a shame for those two because they're now off the back of this front battle that was 5 karts, and that's now spread it out a bit. But Austin O'Man is still right on the tail of Riley Morrow.
Yeah, we saw O'Man. He is a driver, Tom, that does occasionally take 1 or 2 laps to warm up.
Well, you say that, but he's also quite patient as well.
Yeah.
We saw it last year with Colby Patterson, where the two of them would just, whoever was in front, they would just sit and wait, and wait, and wait, and wait, and then fight it out over the last lap.
Oh, we saw some sensational battles, didn't we, between O'Man and Patterson. We had 2 in one round where they were coming over the line, like either round the outside, down the inside. They were coming over the line side by side on the final lap.
But O'Man is patient. He's a bit of a thinker, I think. Bit of an Alan Prost professor style. Likes to think about where he's going to make the overtake, think about the move, and take a lap to work it out, or 2 laps to work it out, and then gets it done.
He's got 3 laps to give this one some consideration, or 3 minutes, sorry, which is pretty much 3 laps, isn't it? With a minute a lap to give this some consideration of getting down the inside of Riley Morrow. Then nose to tail through the chicane section. There is some lap traffic, Tom, that they could potentially catch towards the end of this race.
Yep.
Oh, so they go down the back straight then this time, with Morrow migrating to the inside, as they often do in these Bambinos. They don't have to go as wide on entry to maintain all that speed round the outside, because they're not scrubbing anywhere near as much off on the entry into South Bank. And they are still nose to tail. This time, Oman often he'll take a different line just to try and make something happen and just see whether the driver in front goes defensive. This time sits right in the wheel tracks. I think, Tom, it's because they know there is the potential of that lap traffic coming up. Almost identical times, though, between the two of them. Oman fractionally quicker over the line that time.
I would like to go off topic ever so slightly, just as we head into 2 minutes ago, although we will break back if Austin Oman does make a move here into hairpin 1, and there is lap traffic, as you say, but I like Riley Murrow's helmet very much. His helmet design.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure, is it purple or is it like an off silver?
No, it's purple with purple and white, but it's kind of, it's a little bit Lewis Hamilton inspired, I think, with the stripes on the side, and in fact it's got a Hamilton logo on the front of it.
Yeah, they're going round the outside of some lap traffic there, Tom, which means that Austin Oman this time is probably going to take a slightly different line, and just to see how things are. Nope, slots straight back into the wheel tracks, got 1 minute 20 remaining.
But I like the purple and white. It works very well.
Offset nicely, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. Stands out. I like it. Austin Oman's is very good as well, with the AO on the side of it as well. That's always been a standout helmet that he's had for a couple of seasons now. Yeah,
I think we're going to have 2 laps remaining here, Tom, because they came over around about 58 seconds, so that's going to mean that they will receive the last lap board when they come round the next time at a guess. We'll
Riley Murrow left the door wide open there, and Austin Oman could not take advantage, decided to sit there in the wheel tracks instead, and I thought he would have lunged to the apex and beaten Riley Murrow there, but it seems a bit of a missed opportunity. Going to have to use a slipstream now to close back up.
Yeah, I thought he might have got the cut back there, because obviously Murrow then, with leave the door open, went very, very wide, but now Oman, this is where he goes slightly wider, which means he should carry more speed through.
Oh, we had a little bit of a correction there, a little bit of course correction, a snap oversteer, and that is going to be it. It's going to be Riley Murrow taking heat number 2.
Oh, no, last lap board's not out yet.
We've done it again.
No, last lap board is out this time. I think they were just about clear by a second or so, so the board comes out for the first time. Through they come. There is some lap traffic in front, but it's going to take them 2 or 3 seconds to close in on the back of the 131 of Freddie Blackshaw. Might just do it as they head down the back straight in towards the South Bank corner.
Austin Oman with that cut back.
Yeah, it's going to be on the exit of 2. And oh man, over the curbs and bounces, and they're beached, the 2 of them. The 2 leaders are up on top of each other. They can't go anywhere. They're frantically trying to free themselves. And Chloe McGill sweeps round the outside. Oman's out of the car.
Chloe McGill bumping the air.
Oman, Tom, was out of his own car, frantically trying to pull that little Bambino car off the top of Ethan McClellan just to get them both back in the race. Chloe McGill celebrating a lap early that she's inherited a victory that didn't look like it was on the cards. They came in onto the back of the lap traffic. Up and over the curb went Oman, and then up onto Ethan McClellan. Chloe McGill then will come through and take victory in heat number 2, and that'll leave her on pole position for heat number 3. And it's whether Hugo comes through for second. McClellan looks like Murrow will hold on. Sorry, it was Murrow that he was up on top of, not Ethan McClellan. McClellan already retired earlier. My apologies on that one. So Mellon will get 4th with Gibbon, Clark. Oman recovering to 7th with Sebastian McCarthy crossing the line in 8th place in front of Hardcastle and Blackshaw. Here, Tom, is where we go. Lap traffic in front. Oman up and over the curb and then straight into the side of Riley Murrow. Just couldn't get out. And then let's see whether we can catch the back end of this one, because as the marshal runs over, Oman gets out of his car and he's then trying to frantically drag that car up and off Riley Murrow to get himself back into the race.
And that was good awareness from Chloe McGill as well, because she knew as soon as she passed those 2 beached on top of each other that was the lead, and that was the victory for heat number 2, and she pumped her fist straight away.
Yeah, half a lap before the end.
Yeah,
there was
brilliant.
A celebration there, wasn't there?
And there she comes across the line on the cool down lap. And Buddy Hugo Clark. So he's taken a victory and a 2nd place today for Buddy Hugo Clark. So real shame for Riley Murrow there. It did really, really well off the start and managed to lead for most of that race, and unfortunately involved in that incident. But there is one more heat to go for Bambinos before the final. So plenty of chance to make amends for both Austin Oman and Riley Murrow.
Tom, just having a look at 2 penalties applied from Senior Pro Kart. One penalty for overtaking under yellow. The 28 of Richard Brooks receives 5 seconds. And one that we don't see too often, Callum Booth in the 13, a penalty applied for contact after the checkered flag. Sees a 5-second penalty applied to the driver of the number 13 machine. The problem with picking up penalties, Tom, in Pro Kart is that because the field is so tightly packed, 5 seconds is going to lose you, what, 12 places?
Oh, at least, yeah.
You know, it's a huge... We saw it in Cadet last time, didn't we, when Stansmore Wilson picked up a penalty, dropped it from 4th to 15th.
Yes.
You know, and even in Cadet, that was pretty much all the way down to the tail end of that field.
Yeah, correct.
With Pro Kart, when they're crossing the line nose to tail, you've probably got 4 karts per second. You're definitely going to lose at least 10.
Yeah.
You know, by picking up them 5-second penalties off, you know, as...
We'll look at the back end of a dog. Okay, thanks for that. Right, moving on.
Quickly,
Yeah,
please.
very quickly, moving on. Thank you for that. Adam, our producer, director, and part-time cameraman today as well, doing all things and showing us the back end of a dog. So
you should probably stop bullying him for his lack of carrot cake, and he might stop giving us pictures like that.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Heat number 2 brought to you by NRG Cycles of Junior Pro Kart. Max Shields, random grid, but Max Shields goes off the front with Sophie Pawsey, then Reese Knight, Joe Arnold, and Sebastian Pereira. Then it's Amy Frame. Leon Wilson will start 7th this time. Christian Oblang in 8th, Harvey Still and Harry Brown in 10th. And rounding out the grid will be Danny Bean. Is that Danny Bean, I believe, is going off the back all day, is that correct?
His first race, Tom,
Yes.
here. There he is in the number 23 machine.
And so I've written down their lap times from the previous heat as well. So we'll see what kind of improvement they're going to make throughout the course of the day as well. So we will... Leon Wilson and Danny Bean are relative novices here as well. So what we like to do is be welcoming for all our drivers and give them the necessary shout-outs. So it's not just because you're winning or, you know, in the top 3 that you get your name checked and things like that. We monitor, or try to monitor, everybody up and down the grid.
Yeah, that's why I've been a big fan, Tom, of splitting the Cadet class into the Cadet Club, because we've seen some great racing this year in Cadet Club, and it's allowed us to showcase the talents of some drivers that may not have previously had the screen time that they've deserved, and that's really given us another fantastic race here at Teesside, and they'll be up in around about 20 minutes time after Cadet Pro, which is the next one out here after Junior Pro Kart. Looks like we are about to go racing then in Heat 2 for Junior Pro. Green flag in hand of the start line, Marshall. It's down. It's a good start from Sophie Pawsey. She's going to slot in. Joe Arnold comes across Reese Knight as well. Amy Frame takes a huge chunk of curb, and that allows Christian Oblang to get down the inside, and potentially Harvey Still as well, as Frame's going to try and hold in. Still keeps the foot in, goes down the inside. Seb Pereira is through on Reese Knight, and Christian Oblang comes through as well. Shields leads the way. Look over his shoulder. Sophie Pawsey takes too much curb on the outside, and there's contact.
Oh, that is a squeeze
forces
and a half.
Joe Arnold onto the grass on the inside.
A squeeze and a half from Pawsey, and not sure whether that's going to get any punishment or not, but that certainly looked quite literally over the line to me.
Certainly will. I imagine it will be looked at, Tom, but they're both in the positions that they were at the start of that move. Pawsey holds on to second place, forceful in her defence to Joe Arnold. Christian Oblang then in 4th, Pereira, Still, Knight, Frame and Brown 9th, with Danny Bean and Leon Wilson 10th and 11th respectively. Leading the way, though, Max Shields has a gap of just over half a second.
That was Christian Oblang getting very sideways, all locked up, smoke pouring off the rear tyres.
Did well to hold that, didn't he?
Did very well to hold it, but cost him a position.
Yeah, there's always that risk, you know, when you feel the rear axle lock, if you over-apply the brakes, when you haven't meant to do it, because we know as Still gets down the inside, is that there is often a move down the inside where you can do that hard on the brakes, but if you're not expecting it quite so much, there's always that need to sort of like go against the grain, turn into the oversteer, and turn yourself into a spin.
The instant reaction is to release the brake straight away, and of course that then can send you even further wide.
Yeah. Shields leads then by 8 tenths now from Pawsey, who's still holding on to second place after that venomous defence on the opening lap against Joe Arnold. He's still in third. Sebastian Pereira fourth. Harvey still coming through from the ninth row, now asking Christian Oblang to help push him along onto the back of Sebastian Pereira. Oblang seems quite compliant so far. Harvey still, Tom, new helmet design as well for him this weekend by the look of it.
And support coming in on the live stream as well from Gemma Still as well. So that would be Harvey's mum.
Frame, Amy Frame picks up a contact warning, and she seems to have dropped ever so slightly, although she's managed to get past Reese Knight on that lap. She's well off the back now of Christian Oblang. She had some good pace in Heat 1, which saw her hold third place and take the flag in that position, but has at the moment struggled to get through some traffic and is now off the back of Christian Oblang in 7th place.
Yes, indeed. So Maximus Shields leading by 0.8 of a second at the front now from the aggressively defending Sophie Pawsey, and then the widest kart in Teesside of Joe Arnold, who now moves that kart up the inside of Sophie Pawsey.
Contact.
Can't get the move done.
Yeah, a little bit of contact there into the rear quarter panel of Sophie Pawsey from Joe Arnold. They managed to all slot back in, but that's going to have opened the gap up to Max Shields. 4 tenths of a second they lost, Tom, in that move, and they're now 5 deep from Pawsey all the way down to Oblag in 6th place.
It is a train, and getting very sideways there was Sebastian Pereira, who, thank you very much to, I believe it's Kat that's doing the timing, who has now changed the number of Sebastian Pereira as well in our timing. So now showing the O-plate.
Yep. Endeavours are greatly appreciated.
Oh, and there goes Joe Arnold up the inside of hairpin 3 this time. Didn't wait for hairpin 4, got the move done there in 3, and that's dropped Sophie Pawsey down 2, potentially even 3 positions.
Pawsey left the doors and the windows open there, and pretty much everybody's gone through.
And Oblag trying to go around the outside and make it 4, and does. So Sophie Pawsey goes from the front of that train all the way to the back, and now immediately recovers and goes straight back past Christian Oblag.
Yep, so Oblag, who'd spent most of the early phase of this race pushing Harvey Still through, means now Still hasn't got his additional boost behind him, and is going to have to find a way past Sebastian Pereira on his own if he can. Now Pereira is going to go down the inside of Joe Arnold.
Good move from Pereira.
Comes, and Arnold then could be wide, and Harvey Still's getting down the inside as well, so Still does use Pereira to get through.
What they call in America the pick.
Yeah. Pawsey there, looks like she got picked slightly wide by Christian Oblang. Oblang got down the inside. I think he shakes his head, the door got closed on him there to come over, start, finish it. Shields leading way by 1.4 from Pereira. Still Arnold, Pawsey, Oblang, Frame, Knight, Brown, Bean and Wilson.
So Joe Arnold dropping 2 places on that lap, as we saw, but it is Shields still from Pereira. Now 1.4 seconds the gap. Harvey Still, Joe Arnold. We've got a yellow flag. Somebody's off in the national loop. I'm trying to see
Danny
who that
Bean,
is.
Tom, I think that's Danny Bean in the 23.
I think you might be right, actually. Yes, you are, David. It is Danny Bean. Lost it coming through the D chicane, but still manages to maintain 10th place.
Yeah, don't think that he was on his own there, Tom, on that one. I think he just carried a little bit too much speed. As the fastest lap of the race goes to Sebastian Pereira. Closes the gap by 3 tenths of a second to Max Shields. Now has a gap of 1.1 with 3 laps remaining.
Yes, indeed. And we were talking earlier on about switching the tyres on. Well, Senior Pro Kart and Junior Pro Kart both run the Dunlop tyre, which is different to, well, all of the other classes in fairness. But the... am I right in that? Do the cadets run? Because they run a narrower profile.
They're on a Dunlop, but it's a different format.
Yes.
The Pro Karts are on the SL1, the cadets on the SL3.
But what these Dunlop tyres, they heat up in a different way. So again, you've got to adjust your pressures differently to what the Rotax classes will do, and the wear rate is different as well. So they're a much harder compound tyre than the Comets that they use in the Rotax class. So again, tyres will take a lot longer to get into their operating temperature, but depending on the pressure that you're running, you can have them quicker, heat up quicker
Yeah.
or slower.
Lap and a half remaining, Tom, and it's another 4/10 out of the lead by Sebastian Pereira. We're down to 0.6 of a second. If he takes another 4/10, he's going to be within striking distance on the final lap here. Pereira has reeled in Maximus Shields at the tail end of this race, in a race that looked like was going to be quite comfortable for Max Shields. Pereira in the O-plate. The gap was just under 7/10. They're going to cross the line this time. 3/10 for Sebastian Pereira. Right on the back he's going to be of Maximus Shields. Might not be close enough into hairpin 1, but if he carries that sort of speed that he's had so far, and now he can smell victory. Closing in on Max Shields into hairpin 1. Well, can he get the run out of 2 and onto the back straight as they head down towards South Bank for the final time? Shields comes to the inside. Don't know whether he knows that Pereira's there, because he's been out at the front for all of this race, having led from pole position. Pereira is going to be close enough maybe to make a move into here. Shields hard on the brakes, crossing up the arms as he goes in. I think Pereira, Tom, could have needed one more lap in this one, but it's not to be the case. Through comes Maximus Shields. Pereira gets alongside but can't do it. Shields takes victory. Pereira in second, with Harvey still third. Joe Arnold fourth. Oblang, Pawsey and Frame the top 7. And then Reese Knight in a race-long battle holds off Harry Brown for 8th and 9th respectively. Then we're going to have Danny Bean, who had that spin halfway through the race. He's going to come through in a few moments' time to complete in 10th place, with Leon Wilson in 11th. They're fairly evenly spaced as they make their way through towards that checkered flag.
Danny Bean went 1.4 seconds quicker in that heat than he did in the previous heat. Leon Wilson went 1.9 seconds quicker than he did in the previous heat. So you can see how the learning curve works for these novices. They are getting quicker and quicker throughout the day, and that gap will eventually become nothing, and they will be with the field in front of them. So great to see that they're progressing and moving forward.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for joining us, whether you're on the Facebook page or on the Alpha Live channel. If you do want to get in touch with us via the live chat, do give us a like and a subscribe. Once you've subscribed, you can get in touch via the live chat on the Alpha channel. So not only would that mean you'll be able to get straight into the com box, but it also means that you'll be able to watch all of the racing across the Alpha Live network. We are, of course, back here next month, twice, for the Sprint Series first, and then the British 24-hour the week after. Next up, though, it's time to go cadet racing once again. It's time for Cadet Pro. In Cadet Pro, Tom, they use, same as the Cadet Club, they use one engine of the same variant that we've just seen in Junior Pro Kart. It's got the restrictor in. It's the same engine effectively as Senior Pro Kart as well, but they run it without the restrictor in. So it's just one engine. Then when you go up to Juniors, you just get a bigger frame and another engine and bolt it on the other side. And that makes yourself a Junior Pro Kart.
There we go. Good to know.
Thomas Potter then leading them round after that Heat 1 victory. He'll have Amy Peacock alongside him, Harris Alley and Jack Collinson on the second row, William Howard and Holly Swan on row number 3. Larry Price starts in 7th with Joshua Sullivan alongside. Isabella Stansmore Wilson and JJ Plowman complete the top 10. Jensen White and Edward Rye are 12 runners.
We've got Finn Collister has been in touch and said, good luck, JJ Plowman, number 111.
Junior Pro Karter Finn Collister, good one as well. He's been over to the UK once or twice to take part in other events for our Junior Pro Karter. So hopefully one day we may well see him here at Teesside Autodrome on that ever-growing Junior Pro Kart grid.
Another Isle of Man resident, I'm assuming?
Another Isle of Man resident, yes.
Okay, well, get yourself over, Finn Collister. I know it's a long way to come, but as you can see,
there's that many of them coming over.
Grid.
There's that many of them over. They could probably go halves on a ferry.
Yeah.
Or just a smaller boat.
A private cargo flight, something like that, into Teesside Airport. As they roll up here for the final few. Cadet Pro, sponsored by NRG Cycles, and we thank them as always for being involved in the series.
Michael Burke saying go Izzy, so I'm assuming that's Isabella Stansmore Wilson. She goes off the inside of row number 5 in 9th place. We are all in position, Tom. It's time to go racing in a few moments' time in Cadet Pro. Start line marshal there, green flag in hand, makes his way down. Just getting confirmation that the pit lane is clear to allow us to go racing here in Cadet Pro. 12 runners in this top flight class for our Honda Cadets. Green is down. It's a slow start, Tom, from Harris Ali, and that's going to balk William Howard as well, I think. And they're going to be 4 wide, Tom, as they head down towards that first corner. But yeah, Harris Ali with a slow start. William Howard manages to come through and get down the inside. They're all going to slot in single file for the as they head down to the chicanes. There's a late move down the inside from Sullivan in the 13 on Larry Price. He's come through up into 6th place. Good move down the inside. Everybody, though, back into single file as they head down the back straight for the first time towards South Bank. Yeah, likewise, it was a late move into hairpin 1 for Harris Ali as well, but got the job done and moved back up 1 position, I think into 4th now. Yeah, not sure whether the clutch didn't engage or whether the anticipation on the green flag wasn't there, but Ali with a slow start, recovering then from a 3rd place start, drops all the way down to 5th. Now he's back up into 4th and right on the back of Jack Collinson in the 91 as they come over the line for the first time. It's Potter leading the way from Peacock, Collinson, Ali with Howard, Sullivan, Price, Swan, Plowman and White then the top 10. Stansmore Wilson drops from 9th down into 11th. Edward Rye still right on the back of this Cadet Pro 12. And Edward Rye, Tom, a driver that I am continually impressed with, jumped out of Bambino last year. His performances in the Winter Series meant he jumped straight into Cadet Pro. No Cadet Club for Edward Rye. He's still only 8 years old, learning his trade and learning it off some of the best in the Honda 200 game. Correct, indeed. And yeah, you couldn't hear me nodding along, but yes, I was nodding along in agreement entirely. And that's Holly Swan down the inside of Larry Price, then Larry Price down the inside of Holly Swan. They all both go over the curb, and in doing so, Tom, lose around about a second to the pack in front. We've got 6 and then another 6. Yeah, so that was the needed to bridge a gap there, and it wasn't forthcoming. Holly Swan thinking she could make the move through and get away, and Larry Price was having none of it. No, Harris Ali has got past Jack Collinson, Tom, up into 3rd place now, once again for Harris Ali. William Howard is on the back of Collinson. That's Jensen White on the inside of Isabella Stansmore Wilson. They're 2 and 3 wide down the back straight. I think they're going to come out of this in the order they were, although Holly Swan got balked. That's going to slow down JJ Plowman, and he's going to lose 2 places. Jensen White with a late move down the inside on this contact with Holly Swan. She's pitched into a half spin. White down the inside, Swan into a spin, and once again Plowman with nowhere to go. That's the 2nd time in almost half a lap that JJ Plowman has been slowed down with incidents in front of him, causing him to have to get on the brakes. Yeah, we've got a replay here. So Jensen, this was all caused with the drop of momentum in Holly Swan, but then Jensen White, yeah, late move up the inside, and Holly Swan had no idea he was there, and are coming together. Contact warning out on the overhead digi flag, Tom, therefore Jensen White. He's also going to lose a position to Isabella Stansmore Wilson that I've just seen out the combox window down the back straight, although he's got good straight line speed in that 58 machine. He's going to try and hold it all the way around the outside, but this is on screen now, your battle for 3rd down to 6th, with Harris Ali leading the way from Jack Collinson, who started the day on the front row. William Howard's 27 in 5th place. Joshua Sullivan this time has managed to stick with this quartet of karts, which is currently being led by Harris Ali, as they all try to close down Amy Peacock in 2nd place. Potter once again with a gap of just under a second out at the head of the pack. Yeah, Potter moving away now, as we said. Fastest lap of the race that time round. Still the only driver unbeaten here this season, Thomas Potter. Yep, just looking out the window, showing. Tom, there's interesting developments in the background there. 2 wide down the back straight in the battle for 7th place down into 12th. So they've all managed to sort themselves out, which is good. Also interesting development, Tom, on the live chat comment, because it looks like I might have managed to talk Finn Collister into coming over for the double header. Oh, good. Well, there we go. Didn't take much persuading, by the way. No, it didn't. No, he's just like, yeah, well, I might be over next month. Your cheque will be in the post from Teesside Autodrome, I'm sure. Commission. For the commission, yes. Looks like William Howard, Tom, was in 5th place as they came over the line, but Joshua Sullivan has got through, and he's got through round the national loop, which is not the most common overtaking part, so I don't know whether he's managed to make something work or whether William Howard's made a mistake or not, but now we've got Stansmore Wilson trying to get down the inside of Larry Price, although Price does seem to have a little bit more top end in that 9 machine, maybe just got better drive out of hairpin number 2. And that sees him hold on to 7th place.
Takes a bit of a differing line, Larry Price. He turns in quite early and then almost opens the corner up a little bit and then leaves a gap on the inside. And I think that's what caught Holly Swan out on eventually caused that half spin with Jensen White as well. Because, as I said, Larry Price, he turns in, hugs the apex, and then drifts out and then cuts back in again.
Yeah, all Stansmore Wilson. Late move down the inside of Larry Price. Price gives half a kart length, and as Stansmore Wilson managed to run. There's still nose to tail, Tom, in this battle down the back straight. Larry Price with a quick think about it, but they're 5 seconds now, Tom, behind that battle for from 1st down into 6th place, which is means that this is going to be a battle for 7th. They can't work together in 2.5 minutes to make this one work, but it's where it's at. I think Larry Price's thought process was, look, let's not take each other out and do anything silly. We all need to pick up some points because we need to be in the mix when it comes to the finals time. And they're going to try and take advantage of that. William Howard puts in a personal best this time round as well as he runs in 6th place. Let's see whether Stansmore Wilson goes to the inside again. She does on Larry Price, and this time he's through and it's cleaner this time. Price then tries to get done as well by Jensen White. White's going to try and get the cut back, although seems to have scrubbed off too much speed round hairpin number 2, which means that I thought he was going to get such a good run there because he was much wider on entry than what Larry Price was, and that's going to allow them all to close back up. Price is going to try and come back down the inside. Let's see who comes into shot first. It's Stansmore Wilson.
It is Larry Price behind now, and Jensen White is there ready to take advantage of any mistakes, although Larry Price goes side by side into the D chicane. Wow, that is not a move
sensational.
We see often in cadets, but brilliant move from Larry Price. Moves back to the front of the train.
Yeah, you're pretty much holding your breath from the exit of the dogleg there, aren't you, if you make that move, because if it works, it looks fantastic, and if it doesn't, you're going for a trip across the grass.
Yeah, Holly Swan getting the run out of hairpin 2 as well, and it's Stansmore Wilson with the same run up the inside of Larry Price, but can't quite get it. Oh, get there. Well done, Isabella Stansmore Wilson.
Jensen White's going to try and take advantage down the inside as well. Swan's going to try and run all the way around the outside, or they'll get some snap outs in. There's contact there between Price and Jensen White. White's going to drop 2 places there as Larry Price runs wide in the middle of the corner. There's contact between the 2 of them. In fact, he's only lost 1 place, I think, back to do with JJ Plowman not being able to take advantage and move into 10th place.
What I was chuckling at there was Larry Price didn't care how far left he went coming out of hairpin 3. He was coming up the inside of hairpin 4 regardless.
Yeah, just looked out the window. Plowman has managed to get through on Jensen White. They'll get the last lap board this time. Sullivan has got through on Collinson on the previous lap, so he came over the line in 4th place. In fact, I think, yeah, they will get the last lap board as they come through because we're racing to time here, and with 20 seconds remaining, they're not going to get another lap in. So Thomas Potter comes through once again over the line. 1 lap remaining. Contact warning for Larry Price. Not surprised by that one, Tom, if I'm honest. Sullivan has closed right in, Tom, on the back of Harris Alley into that D chicane. Not sure he's going to be close enough to make a move into hairpin number 1 unless he can carry some real speed through the chicane section as they head down towards that first of the heavy braking zones. The main overtaking part into hairpin number 1 here. Onto the back straight they'll go then for the final time.
Just on the back of these 2 as well, you've also got William Howard and Jack Collinson battling over 5th place.
Potter's going to come through. He's already going round hairpin number 3. We can pretty much wave the checkered flag at him down there, such as his prowess been so far in this Honda Cadet class this season. Comes through. The 100% record will stretch to 10 races for Thomas Potter. Takes the checkered flag. Peacock's going to get 2nd place with Ali followed over the line by Sullivan, who moves up from 9th to 4th in that race. He will start there for heat number 3. William Howard, Collinson, they're still going at it, Tom, behind as they come through. Pick your order. Price, Swan, Stansmore, Wilson, Plowman, White and Rye. What a battle that raged the entire race. honestly, every single one of them, with the way you know how karting is, Tom. When you get into a battle like that, they'll be taking their helmet off, and I bet all of it's just be dripping with sweat. As this Peacock has a gracious little spin. Did they have a fist pump and then a gracious?
No, Thomas Potter was aiming for a fist pump and then just watched Amy Peacock do a pirouette.
Ah. Good times.
Yes. Cadets. Yeah. Best time of your life. Enjoy it, kids. Anyway, moving on. That was brilliant action. All massive battle for 7th place in Cadet Pro that was eventually headed by Larry Price. So we will move on to Cadet Clubman. So Cadet Clubman provided some fantastic action in heat number 1. We will move on to heat number 2, brought to you by NRG Cycles. It is Samuel Yeadon taking pole position in this one, courtesy of the massive win he had in heat number 1. Ollie Carter will go off 2nd place. Then it's Sebastian Benson in 3rd and Jake Walker in 4th. Charlie Eyeball in 5th and Layla Berryman in 6th. Row 4 is headed by the 7th place of Mason Webster. Then it's Ashton Carmichael, Morgan Cooney and Cameron Tipping rounding out your top 10. Then it's Riley Sims Ezard in 11th. Charlie Quine in P12 with a good showing in heat number 1. Then it's Summer Wood in 13th. Josh Hushka in P14. Drew Davidson in 15th. Riley Buckton Young in 16th. Alfie McBain in 17th. And Joey Swan in 18th. Finally, it is Alfie Watson and Reese Cranston rounding out your final and 10th row of the grid.
I can't see Reese Cranston, Tom. Oh, that's because he stopped on the entry to hairpin 1 in a completely different kart to the one that he went out in earlier.
Okay, well, he obviously had the problem, didn't he, in heat 1?
Yeah, and I'm not sure, but that kart is not facing in the way that it should have done, so I'm not thinking that's a broken something. That could be that he's had a bit of a spin. I don't know why, unless there's a technical issue with that kart. Why are we going to see if we can get that one going again, or whether we're just going to move it out of the way? But if there's,
it almost looks like the livery on that kart is almost.
It's Jared Fox Whiteley's old one, isn't it?
I was going to say it looks like Max Shields' helmet from last year.
That's Jared's old one, but that's not the kart that Reese Cranston went out in at the start, and he had that incident, didn't he, down at hairpin 3 towards the end of the race. Not sure what's wrong with that kart, and whether the thing
it's got his number on it, but
yeah,
and I'm assuming it's going to have his engine on it.
Yeah, I'm just having a quick look, Tom.
Side
It's
pod
rolling in. Now, what we could do is that if they can get that kart up, and I can see a few people running up there to see whether we can, what the issue is. If they can get that kart started, there's no reason, bearing in mind that he was off the back of the grid anyway.
Essentially,
we're going to have 2 minutes. If he can,
pit lane
start,
if
he can come out of the pit lane with that kart, and I'm sure that obviously now the marshal's pushing it in. We've got Paul Franklin down there from Teesside. He's directing a few people to go round through into the pit lane.
And trying to hurry him up as well, which is a good sign for us.
Yeah, we've got Dave Shaw running down there, one of the guys from MS Karts, Paul Rye as well. His driver's just been out, obviously, in Honda Cadet Pro. He's racing in Senior Pro Kart as well. He's got a guy helping him out mechanicking, but they've both run down there to help out, Tom. And once again, as I was mentioning in regards to everybody getting their tyres sorted yesterday, it's just the spirit of karting here at Teesside Autodrome, and I'm sure of the tracks as well, that everybody, it will be all hands on deck down there, Tom, with a number of people running over. I can see Jess Alexander making her way over as well, just to try and help out. She's a big influence down there in the MS Karts awning to see if they can get that kart. We've got Harry Cranston down there as well. His dad just trying to see whether they can get that kart going. They're going to have maybe a minute or so before this race gets going. If they can get that kart sorted, get it on the ground, it's whether they get.
He's in it.
Yeah, but are they going to let him out to get round, Tom? Or for me, I'd just start at the back at the pit lane entrance there.
Yeah.
Let everything on the first corner sort itself out, and then just exit the pit lane, and then just use it as an opportunity to try and pick off as many as possible. You were coming through from the back anyway. You've got nothing to lose in coming out of pit lane.
Trying to get it started. I can't see whether he's moved yet.
Yeah, let's see.
Have we got the pit lane camera, Adam, at all?
Not facing that way, I don't think.
Anyway, the starter has a green flag in hand. I will keep an eye on that while David runs you through the start.
Green is down. Yeadon makes a quick start again, Tom, on that one. Don't know if it was slightly too quick. We'll find out later on. But Yeadon will lead the way. Jake Walker with a good start down the inside of Ollie Carter from the second row. In the 84, and Reese Cranston
is out.
Point appears. Top work from everybody down there in pit lane to get Reese back out onto track here at Teesside Autodrome.
Yeah, brilliant work. He's got his hand up in the air. It looks like he might still have a problem, but he's out there at least. So there will be points if he can ease it round to half race distance.
No, it stopped again, unfortunately, Tom, and I think that's more engine than anything else for that one.
Ah, well, that's a shame. But well, good work for the pit lane team as well, to get him back out there. So well done to them, and unfortunately, it looks terminal, certainly for this heat. So already coming round, that is Mason Webster moving on the inside. And I missed who it was, but can't get the move done. But that is lap 1 complete already in Clubman Cadet.
Yeah, Yeadon, Tom, has disappeared at the front once again. Walker Benson has come through into third place, although Benson goes wide into hairpin 1, allows Carter to come back down the inside. The driver, Tom, now for me that's starting to make developments through is Charlie Eibel, who won all 3 heats and the final here at round number 2. Didn't qualify well at all yesterday in the wet, is coming through now in the dry, and he's up inside the top 5. Webster then looks like he's in 6th in front of Cameron Tipping, so they've all made moves forward the start of this race.
And this is what's good about the 3 heats and the final. Where you start, where you finish your previous heat is where you start in the next heat. So if you do have a poor qualifying, you can spend the entire day essentially moving yourself forward through the field.
Hearing the report, Tom, that the issue with the 19 was that the chain had come off and then it's gone back out again, and I don't know, it stopped again, so the chain could well have come off again on that kart. But yeah, chain was off, I believe, on that kart. That's why it was unable to get going. As Benson and Benson and Carter there were having a sign language chat down the back straight, wasn't it?
It did. They could have almost opened the visors and shouted at each other. It went on for that long. But Yeadon, again, 4/10 quicker than anybody else on the previous lap. Will get them across the line this time. That is the 8 of Alfie McBain moving through and moving forward. That's overtaking Summer Wood for 14th place. But yeah, Yeadon another 4/10 quicker than anybody else on circuit, and moves clear again and extends that gap to
Benson
2.5
again,
seconds.
Tom, left the door open, and then he's into a spin as Ollie Carter comes down the inside for the second time. Sebastian Benson left the door open last time. Carter managed to get through cleanly this time. The door slightly tighter, a warning for Ollie Carter, and there's I can see Sebastian Benson venting his anger on the way round. He goes now. He's going to have to do a lot of work to close up.
But not impossible.
No, because the pack is so tight here, Tom, as they make their way through. Yeadon then leads the way from Walker, Carter, Eibel, Webster, Tipping, Berriam and Quine moving inside the top 10 for the first time with Cooney and Carmichael.
And as we saw with Jess Alexander in Senior Pro Kart, the slipstream is strong here. So if you can get yourself onto the back of a train, you can just, and you've got the racecraft, of course, you can just pick people off. She
was never behind anyone long enough for a slipstream.
That's very true. Very true. Absolutely flying, as we said, in heat number 1 for Senior Pro Kart. Still driver of the day for me. The drive of the day so far, and something will have to go very, very well for somebody else to beat that.
Yeah, they're side by side, Tom, for second place. I'm just having a quick look out the window as we see Riley Sims-Ezard.
Oh, here we are on screen.
Riley Buckton Young battling it out, but yeah, Carter got a good run out of hairpin 4 towards start finish. Walker did manage to hold on though for second place over the line, but now, Tom, there's no gap all the way then back down to Morgan Cooney in 9th place. He's got a couple of kart lengths out before Ashton Carmichael and Alfie McBain, who was coming through from having been relegated pretty much down to 17th. Carmichael in the background, we've just seen has a slow exit out of 2, and McBain's going to try and sweep round the outside and does. So that's going to move Alfie McBain, I think, up inside the top 10.
Well, whatever Samuel Yeadon has had for breakfast, he needs to not tell anybody what it is. Keep it very much a secret, because he is flying today.
He is. Through he comes then in the lead. A good solid gap to the rest of the pack, Tom, which is from second place all the way down to Morgan Cooney in 9th, nose to tail.
He's quicker than anybody else on circuit. Oh no, correction, with the exception of Sebastian Benson, who was actually fastest on circuit.
But he's angry, isn't he?
Yes.
Angry Sebastian Benson now, which means that's another half a second.
Well, there you go, Mr. Benson. If that's what's going to get Sebastian fired up, then yeah, just punt him off circuit every time you go for a practice session and get him fired up. Ollie Carter moving through to take second place off Jake Walker there as they entered through South Bank.
Late move down the inside by Mason Webster on Charlie Eyeball. Great effort there as well. What a opportunistic move there. Eyeball went really wide. Didn't think Webster was close enough. And from 4 kart lengths back, Mason Webster side through and into 4th place.
Took a while to get this Cadet Clubman heat going, essentially, with some overtakes. But yeah, that was a great move from Mason Webster.
Someone's turned up the volume, haven't they, Tom, halfway through this race. Yeadon out at the front then you've got 2 in a battle for second place, although Carter is slow on exit to their second hairpin now, and he's going to get dragged down the back straight. Can Walker get in the slipstream? Webster as well, trying to come to join the party, and once again Walker is wide into South Bank. Can't just seem to get that 84 machine to stick on that white line down the inside. Webster's going to try and close up. See, then because of that, he's going wide. He's all over the shop, Tom, on the back end of that. He's just not gripping at all.
Yeah, it's moving around quite a bit. Maybe overheated the tyres ever so slightly so far, and we'll need to cool them back down.
Yeah, could have gone a bit high on pressures there, Tom, now as we get heading towards the middle of the day here at Teesside Autodrome, but really struggling to get that kart stopped with any degree of certainty. Maybe he just likes the back end that's a bit slidey, but seems to be slowing him down a little bit there from his early race pace, which showed that it looked like he was going to be able to move away in second place into a comfortable second as well.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed. And Mason Webster still hasn't managed to drop Charlie Eyeball, who had a look on the exit of South Bank and decided against it. And Cameron Tipping is right there as well to take advantage. Samuel Yeadon, yet another fastest lap of the race, a 48.8, and I'll see if anybody can get even close to that.
Behind this,
49.2 for Alfie McBain.
Yeah, behind this one, we've got the battle from Ashton Carmichael in 11th, all the way then back down to Joey Swan in 18th. They're all nose to tail as well. There's another train of about 8 karts, which has got Sebastian Benson trying to side through.
And there's made up a couple of places on that lap as well. So we will keep an eye on that one, as well as Alfie McBain moves through on Cameron Tipping.
Yeah, one to watch for me, Tom. Alfie McBain didn't have an easy opening heat with that spin, but now he's
almost went for 2 in 1 there.
Tried to go down the inside of Charlie Eyeball, gets that done, almost did Mason Webster as well, and if he hadn't have just tagged the rear quarter of him, I think he'd have probably got that done. So Alfie McBain charging, but the final lap board is out for the driver of the 8, Alfie McBain. The progress may well stop in 5th place, but it's going to put him in a good stead for the next one. Is he going to dive down the inside of Webster into hairpin 1? No, Webster tight enough and aware enough on the final lap not to leave the door open unnecessarily. Out at the front, though, Samuel Yeadon already exiting the South Bank corner. McBain on the outside. Is he going to get dragged all the way around the outside of Webster? He is, with a good run.
Wow.
Alfie McBain up into 4th place, all the way around the outside. Got a good run out of hairpin number 2. Yeadon comes through then for a second victory, takes the checkered flag, and with it, pole position for heat number 3. Carter will come through for second place. Walker, McBain, Webster, Eyeball, Tipping, Berryman, then Quine in front of Morgan Cooney to complete the top 10. Drew Davidson drops on the final lap. He's at 6 places down to 17th. from what I think was 11th or 12th. So it's Carmichael, then Benson recovering into 12th with Wood, Sims, Hazard, Hushka. Not having quite the day, Tom, that we were expecting here for Josh Hushka. In 15th place, in front with Buckton Young, Davidson, Swan and Watson. And then obviously we've had Cranston retire as well. Issues at the start, and then when he did get back out again for Reece Cranston. The day's pole sitter not having a nice time of things at all, with the retirement in Heat 1 and really not even going in Heat number 2.
Yeah, not the best, but I'm sure when they get it fired up, it will do what Alfie McBain has just done, which is a brilliant recovery drive. Hopefully they can get out for Heat 3 for Cranston, but Alfie McBain really not just having a good recovery drive, but the kart coming alive towards the end of the heat as well, and was just with the exception of Samuel Yeadon, was absolute lightning.
Yeah, to give that context, Tom, he started 17th.
Exactly. Yeah, that's so coming right from, you know, pretty much right at the back of the field, and moving through, and cleanly as well. It looked like, certainly to me. So that rounds off heat number 2 of Cadet Clubman. Your next heat will be Junior Rotax heat number 2. Okay, that's not the correct grid, unfortunately. That is for the one that we've just had, but we will bring you the updated random grid momentarily.
Guess, who do you think is going to be on pole? Pull one out. I'm going Mentia.
Are you?
Yeah.
I'll go Warbank. Oh! Get out.
Yeah, it's almost like I've seen him already.
Is it cheating? Cheating as well, David. Disgusting.
Oh, they were out yesterday afternoon.
Oh.
She'll be 6th in the next one.
Fuming. Absolutely fuming. Do you know what? You can do the grid.
Lizzie Mentia then on an unsuspecting pole position, according to Tom, with Nathan Jensen alongside Alfie Warbank and Isaac O'Shea on the second row.
I wasn't far off then.
Finley Watson
P3 for Warbank.
and Catherine Potter on row number 3, with Bella Franklin and Monroe Renard on row number 4.
So Monroe Renard, first race, as we said earlier on, age 15 from Harrogate.
Yeah.
Brilliant to have you with us here, and did manage to do a 43.0 in the first race of the day. So I'll be keeping an eye on your lap times.
Solid time that, Tom. Let's have a quick look. You know, we were talking about earlier about getting the tyres switched on, and we'll see them as they will slow ever so slightly as they come down the back straight, because they have to get themselves gridded up. But you saw on the outlap, you know, their Mentia sliding side by side, trying to get the karts into getting in. And then they'll get, what they might do as well is they might just get hard on the brakes as well to sort of like warm them up as well, because it is a much quicker start, Tom. You know, they come through rolling, but they're not having to brake for that D chicane. This is the fastest that they're ever going to have to go into that first corner around the national loop, and the only time that they have to brake for it, because they've already done the braking normally on the entry into the D chicane, then they're flat on the throttle again. So this is really a lot different for our Rotax runners in this rolling start. They're being told to slow up ever so slightly. The green is down. We've been given the go-ahead. And Mentia from the inside. Jensen's going to try and stick it out all the way around the outside. We don't often see second place come out of the corner in second place, but he has done. And he's holding on with Warbank, O'Shea, and it looks like Franklin started to make a move up already from the back row, but Finley Watson's in front. Isaac O'Shea down the inside of Alfie Warbank. They're side by side, and Finley Watson will come through into what I think is 4th place, with, and then that's going to be 3rd. I think so. O'Shea has left the door open. Hard on the brakes they go, and Watson is through.
Wow, 3 wide into hairpin 4.
Yeah, Warbank was slow there, Tom, because he had to get it stopped tight in the corner. Now Franklin's going to try and sweep round the outside, and she does. The 43 machine up into 5th place.
So it's Mentia from Jensen, Watson, Isaac O'Shea, Franklin, Then it's Wallbank, Catherine Potter and Monroe Renard still with the front pack as Finley Watson overtook Nathan Jensen in hairpin 1, so that's for P2 now.
Yeah, Jensen didn't make that easy
at the back there.
Yeah, it could have just been some debris that they've run over. Yeah, Jensen didn't make that easy, Tom. He parked the kart in the middle of the track, but Watson was sure he was coming through.
He was alive
down the inside. Yeah, straight through. There was a kart length and a millimetre, and that was the gap that
Jensen
came
just been
through.
overtaken again by O'Shea, so O'Shea coming through. Finley Watson, now in P2, was the winner of the first heat as well, just to remind you of that, and sets the fastest lap of the race as well. So early doors pace for Finley Watson. And up the inside of Lizzie Mentier in hairpin 1 and moving through to take the lead. So clearly, Finley Watson has the kart set up for the start of this race.
Well, we'll find out, won't we, if he dropped
the pace is like at the end.
Yeah, exactly, because it was Watson and Mentier that were battling it out last time here at Teesside, albeit on a much smaller grid of junior Rotaxes. We've got the returning Isaac O'Shea, Alfie Warbank, Bella Franklin as well, all returning. So last time it was Mentier and Watson who were battling it out. We'll see as Watson managed to do the overtake and open a gap of 4/10 on that lap. So we think he might have gone early on this one. We'll see if he gets enough to pull away. Or it might just be, Tom, that car is just on rails for all of it. As a Warbank tries to get down the inside of Nathan Jensen. Jensen closes the door. Warbank will have to try and fight for another corner, though runs into the back of Nathan Jensen. Catherine Potter then right on the back. She was second in the first heat, and she's going to come down the inside of Alfie Warbank into South Bank as they both wrestle with the wheel and stay out of harm's way.
And then immediately sets up into hairpin 4. And a lunge and a beautiful overtake there of Nathan Jensen to move Catherine Potter up 2 places in 2 corners and take 5th. Finley Watson with a 42 flat.
They love a 2 in 2, them Potters, don't they?
They do, yeah, they do. You're right. 2 for 2. Yes, so Finley Watson, fastest lap of the race, 42 flat, which is pretty quick.
Yeah, just watching O'Shea there, Tom, dragging up onto the back of Bella Franklin, who's managed to find a way through into 3rd place, coming into this race from 7th on the grid, her random allocation. She's right now on the back of Lizzie Mentier, so it may well be, Tom, that it's Franklin that takes the battle to Watson if Watson is set up for the early part of this race. But she will still she'll have to find a way past Lizzie Mentier, and there's a move down the inside, and so late that she just appears in the corner of Mentier's eye, and Mentier just moves out of the way, and it will now allow Isaac O'Shea, will it, to get to the inside, although his exit not quick enough to get alongside the 50.
Lovely clean move from Franklin up the inside into hairpin 1 as well to get that move done.
Half race distance, Tom, has just gone, as there is O'Shea down the inside of Mentier for 3rd place.
And another clean move. I'm liking these junior Rotax races so far today. It's been block pass after block pass, and it's good. It's working well.
It is. A second and a half is the gap that Finley Watson has got from Bella Franklin. Mentier then back down the inside of O'Shea. O'Shea back down the inside of Mentier. Side by side onto the back straight, although there's contact between the 2 of them. And Potter could take advantage of that. It's jumped at least one of them. And gets past Lizzie Mentier. She's caught up with these very, very quickly, Tom, since she's got through on Alfie Wallbank.
She was a second quicker than Mentier and O'Shea. I know they were battling a little bit on the previous lap, but yeah, she was a second quicker there, so got the pace at the moment.
Yeah, and that's 2nd place. If she can get up into 3rd here, Tom, it's going to put her well into stead for the final. If she gets a good heat 3, could well put her on the front row if she's close enough. Although Mentier this time is the one that dives down the inside into the first hairpin of 4 here at Teesside Autodrome. Not that we count the National Loop and South Bank as hairpins. They're just too wide, really, for me.
And there goes Potter again around South Bank. And does she get the move done into hairpin 3?
Ooh,
no,
contact though.
There was a little love tap there, but for me, it's great to see Potter and Mentier going at it again on circuit, because we were treated to this a lot last year.
Well, we were in cadets, weren't they? Then we were in minis. Now we are in juniors. Sorry to anybody there when I went, ooh, if I've summoned your dog into the room or anything like that. It's just I could see that coming from a mile off.
But yeah, it's great to see Mentier and Potter going at it and sparring like they are in this particular heat. As Finley Watson pumps in another fastest lap of the race of a 41.9 and has now moved 1.8 seconds clear of Bella Franklin. So it doesn't look like Franklin has any answer at the moment to the pace of Watson. With only 2 laps to go, it's going to be very, very tricky to catch that up. Last lap board goes out this time.
Them tyres haven't fell off, Tom. We know
No,
nothing.
they haven't. Watson has set it up very well.
Yeah, Wallbank's got past Potter, Tom, I think, on that previous lap, and Potter's actually dropped off a little bit there, so I don't know whether Wallbank's move was a full-on block pass and got through. Got the job done, though. Mentier's still on the back of Isaac O'Shea. Don't think she's going to be close enough, though, to make a move in the latter part of this race, so unless somebody pulls something special out of the bag. Although she is closing up, Tom, all the way round the South Bank corner. She's going to dive down the inside into hairpin 3. There's a little tag into the quarter panel. The leader, though, is through and heading towards the checkered flag. Finley Watson takes victory in Heat 2 from Bella Franklin. O'Shea is going to hold on for 3rd from Mentier in 4th. Wallbank 5th with Potter in 6th. Nathan Jensen crosses the line. 9 seconds this time off Finley Watson. Tom getting ever closer to that lead pack with Monroe Renard in 8th place.
43.1 for Monroe Renard in that one, which is a 10th slower than when in the previous heat.
Sun's gone in though, Tom.
Yes.
That could have something to do with it, because not that we're expecting any rain, hopefully, to finally all the wood that I can touch, but the cloud cover is considerably more than what it was at the start of the day. So that is the juniors complete. It's time to go for another rolling start class. It is Mini Rotax. Mini Rotax then will be out in a few moments, as with all of our Rotax classes, sponsored by HRS Racing Engines. They will be in their finishing order from heat number 1, because they did qualifying yesterday. So it will be heat 1 winner Lewis Goff leading the way from Jared Fox Whiteley, our day's pole sitter, with Ben Adrian and Benjamin Lee alongside Melissa Adrian and Addison Smith, who went into the final lap 3rd and 4th. They'll start 5th and 6th, having been overtaken, with Joseph Yao in 7th, Sam Robson alongside James Philip Byrne and Daniel Bridgen, your 10 runners in our Mini-Max class. Track is clear and the minis appear.
That was a rhyme.
Yeah, I was sort of hoping that it happened, but you know.
Yeah, of course. Sure. Oh dear, I'm still giggling at
my amusement.
Yeah, well, I'm just a child, aren't I, really? Just a 38-year-old child. But, anyway, yeah, so Mini Rotax, Heat 2, first heat taken by Lewis Goff. Fastest lap I've got here as being Lewis Goff with a 42.693.
Yeah, that's your lap record, Tom, so far in juniors. Or in minis, sorry.
Oh, so these are lap records?
Yeah,
okay,
that's lap records.
Yeah.
Yeah, they pretty much all went with the first round of the season. It was another one of them days where it was unseasonably warm, but there was enough breeze to make sure that we had those engines worked to the optimal performance, Tom, and people were just smashing lap records left, right and centre.
I haven't got the results up at the moment for Junior Rotax to make a comparison of what Finley Watson's been doing today.
Yeah, just Cadet Club is up, Tom, and Morgan Cooney unfortunately picks up a front fairing penalty of 5 seconds, and that's going to drop him from 10th to 18th. Rolling through then are our Mini Max class. Lewis Goff there in the primarily white car with the yellow and blue livery on the inside. Jared Fox Whiteley in the orange and white with the flash of green, the Tony Kart on the outside. Through they come over the line. They are tightly packed at the front, and let's see what happens. And Fox Whiteley sweeps round the outside and into the lead.
Yes, indeed. All action here in Mini Rotax as they head into hairpin 1 for the first time.
Benjamin Lee's had a great start, Tom, in the 26, up into 3rd place.
Where did he come from?
He was another one on the outside. That outside row just did really, really well. He was 4th, wasn't he? But now Addison Smith's going to dive to the inside, as does Lewis Goff, through and back into the lead.
With Lewis Goff, of course, taking the win in heat number 1 and moving through back into
Ben
the lead.
Adrian through Tom as well into 4th. It'll be interesting to see now, because he had some real issues, didn't he, in heat 1? Ran well, then the engine decided it wasn't feeling it.
Had a bit of a cough, didn't it?
And then he gave it some tixie licks and it cracked back on again. And towards the end of the race, he managed to take 2 on the final lap, didn't he, and move himself back up inside the top 4.
Indeed, another Rotax cough medicines are available.
BBC, is it?
Oh, well, something like that. No, Benilyn.
No.
Anyway, moving on. We've got, Lewis Goff there now is starting to feel the pressure from Jared Fox Whiteley, who is still holding position, but Addison Smith is right there as well now, as this is now a front trio. Ben Adrian and Benjamin Lee are hoping to make this a front 5, and even Melissa Adrian making it a front 6 if they can slipstream their way onto the back of Lewis Goff.
Yeah, Goff, Fox Whiteley and Smith were pretty much nose to tail for the entirety of the first of the round here at round 2 last month. Ben Adrian finally got on the podium. He had to work through though, because he didn't qualify on the Saturday, so he had to come through all the way from the back, so had loads of work to do. Goff had issues in that final. Adrian was there to take full advantage, as is Melissa Adrian there trying to get down the inside of the 26th of Benjamin Lee. But these 3 at the front, nose to tail, perennial front runners in this mini-max class, and once again putting on a show for us. Ben Adrian trying to close in. Melissa Adrian, in trying to get past Benjamin Lee, has dropped a couple of kart lengths off the back. She's going to have to work round this lap just to close back up on the driver of the 26.
Yeah, they've been perennial front runners in every class we've seen them in so far at Teesside, as they've been growing up and moving up the classes.
Of course, Fox Whiteley there down the inside, last year's cadet champion, who pretty much dominated that class last year to take the championship with a round to spare. Moves up into mini and moves up into the lead at the expense of Lewis Goff, who Fox Whiteley led from the start, going round the outside. Goff retook the lead into South Bank, and now it's Fox Whiteley as he gets a little punt into the rear quarter, and that's forced him wide as Goff comes through down the inside. It looks like Smith was going to try and come through, and he takes a huge chunk of curb as well as he gets the track squeezed on him by Fox Whiteley.
Yeah, had to back out of that one because 2 into 1 doesn't go through the wiggles. It looks on camera as if there is, space, not just space there, but almost that it's a straight line, and I can assure you that it's anything but through that section of track. It is pretty much single file. You're going to need to have somebody who's very, very compliant with you to make it too wide through there. But yes, Addison Smith deciding discretion, the better part of valour, and coming out of it still in 3rd place.
It's one of them complex of corners, Tom, where it potentially it's too wide on the way in, but it's never too wide on the way out.
Yes, correct.
Having a quick look now, Tom, because it's allowed Ben Adrian and Benjamin Lee to close up ever so slightly, although I don't think they were close enough to take advantage. But if these start battling towards the tail end of this race, it will be 5, potentially 6 karts, with Melissa Adrian still being close enough at 1.4 off the lead to be close enough. Then they've got a solid gap back to Joseph Yao of around about 3 seconds. He's in a fairly lonely 7th with James Philip Byrne behind, Daniel Bridgen and Sam Robson, who is being shown as 3 laps down. So I think he's either peeled off into the pit lane, because I cannot see him out there on the track. So yeah, confirmation there that Sam Robson into the pit lane with 3 laps ago. So we're down to 9 runners at the moment.
Daniel Bridgen is quite a way off the back of this pack as well. but the front 8 separated by 6.8 seconds, which is pretty close.
Yeah.
And your front 5 you can see on screen.
Yeah, Goff then back into the lead with 3 minutes and 15 remaining. Fox Whiteley pushes him over the line. It's just under 3 minutes now, but it's less than a tenth then between your two leaders. There's a gap then of another 3 back to Addison Smith, but he's close enough to take advantage, and 1/2 overtake puts him right on the back once again, and there he is as Fox Whiteley tried to get to the inside. That's going to close the door, and Addison Smith, Tom, who's very, very quick round the early part of this lap, closes
Fox
right
Whiteley
back in.
was going to have a look there, but decided against it. Had a little look to the inside and then tucked back in. Not quite enough drive out of hairpin 2 to get the run up the inside. So it's as you were. Goff from Fox Whiteley, Smith, Adrian, Lee. Then a gap of about 1.5 seconds now back to Melissa Adrian. Then a fairly decent gap to Joseph Yao and James Philip Byrne in 8th. So that gap has gone out quite a bit. I don't know whether James Philip Byrne has had a moment there, but all of a sudden it's gone from 7 seconds to 9 seconds. Fox Whiteley again with a little peek up the inside. Can't quite get enough of a run on Lewis Goff to make a move into South Bank. It's going to have to be a send it and park it on the apex kind of move, I think, if he's going to get something done here.
Might not want to go too early though, Tom. That's the thing, because we know that if we go on to the last lap and Goff's in 2nd place, he very much will go for a move unless Fox Whiteley has the door slammed shut, bolted, and a chair under the door handle as well. So with 1 minute and 15 remaining, I think we're going to get another 2.5 laps in here.
Yeah, possibly as well. And Addison Smith putting the fastest lap of the race on that lap, and is now right on the back of Fox Whiteley once again.
So make their way towards hairpin number 3. Fox Whiteley, bit of a contact in the back there, wasn't it? And Addison Smith, he could get down the inside of both of them here. They're 2 and 3 wide as Fox Whiteley comes through into the lead. Goff's going to drop into 2nd place. 2 remaining then, I think, here, as they're still side by side as they go round the national loop, and Addison Smith dives to the inside, and Smith's up into 2nd place. And exactly what I said, Tom, if they start battling, we're going to have a 5-kart battle for the lead, and that's exactly what we've got. And
Smith was looking very racy to try and get past Fox Whiteley as well, and couldn't quite get it done in hairpin 1. What's he got out of hairpin 2? Has he got the pace? Has he got the slipstream? Fox Whiteley feeling the need to go defensive, and does, but it doesn't compromise him too much. Smith getting it all crossed up, trying to get the cut back into hairpin 3. Can't get it done. Fox Whiteley again defensive. Smith leaving the door open, but Goff cannot take advantage, and they're side by side as they come through the dog leg and the kink section and over the line once again.
Yeah, no last lap board though,
no,
Tom.
they're crossing with 1 second to go, or 2 seconds to go, so they're getting another 2 laps here.
Fox Whiteley had a double look down the back straight. I think the first one was to see that there was people behind him. The second one, I think, was in surprise that it was Smith and not Goff that was right behind him, as Smith took advantage with Goff going wide at the national loop. Another look over the shoulder from Fox Whiteley and Smith as well. Everybody is still there. The top 5 split by less than a second. Benjamin Lee hanging on there in 5th place. There's lap traffic in front as well, with Daniel Bridgen just in front. Blue flag is out, so Bridgen's going to move to one side, and Fox Whiteley gets balked ever so slightly. He's going to go all the way round the outside of Daniel Bridgen. Everybody else as well. This could split the pack. It has done. Ben Adrian gets down the inside. Not as much. I thought Bridgen parked there, but he's done well to allow everybody to come through. Last lap here then at Teesside Autodrome sees Fox Whiteley, Smith and Goff the top 3, with Ben Adrian and Benjamin Lee the top 5. And Goff is down the inside of Addison Smith into hairpin number 1. Closing in, that's given Fox Whiteley some respite. Tap of the helmet from Goff needs Addison Smith to push him onto the back of Jared Fox Whiteley, but the move down the inside should have given Jared Fox Whiteley enough of a gap to hold on here in what has been an intense race-long battle. He's had a go at the lead. Goff has as well. Smith's tried throughout this race. Fox Whiteley crosses the line for victory. Goff in 2nd place. Smith in 3rd, holding off Ben Adrian and Benjamin Lee in 5th place. His best result here at Teesside Autodrome, with Melissa Adrian, Joseph Yao and James Philip Byrne crossing the line in 6th place. Daniel Bridgen takes the checkered flag 1 lap down, with Samuel Robson into retirement after the 3rd lap.
Yeah, so Lewis Goff there, was down in P3 at on the start of the last lap and got that move done into hairpin 1. And I mean, it was a good move. It really was. I mean, it was a good move.
Yeah, didn't seem like your sentence had finished then. So
No.
I thought there was something else coming.
It was a good move on Addison Smith. I'm not sure Addison Smith did enough to defend, but was probably, in all seriousness, eyes forward trying to make a move or thinking about making a move on Fox Whiteley and didn't potentially expect Goff to move through there. But as you said earlier on in the race, when it comes to the last lap, if Goff gets a sniff, he's going to send it, and he did. So well done, Lewis Goff, for retaking second place. And we will move on to Senior Rotax, heat number 2. So just about halfway through your morning session here at Teesside. Heat number 2, sponsored by HRS Engines, will be headed off the random grid by Josh Redhead. Then it's Kieran Savage, Shane Collinson, Paul Swan, Chris Stoves and Arthur Lowthian. Heat 1 winner Andy Ambrose goes off 7th place. Then it's Emma Brown, your 177 winner from heat number 1 in P8. Ashley Savage in 9th, Andy Collinson in 10th. And starting at the back all day will be Sophie Stevenson, because it was her first, or it is her first ever race weekend. And in fact, that's just reminded me to check out what her lap times were in heat 1.
Juniors are clear, Tom. Ooh, we've got a person that I didn't expect to see there, Tom, in the corner of the camera.
Go on.
Just out the com box to the left, Mr. Kell.
Oh,
Stephen Kell.
Okay.
Just coming to watch some senior Rotax action here. We've seen him once or twice out in a senior Rotax. I think their concentration this season has been more on their car racing. Although hopefully maybe they'll break it out of the garage for the double header next month. We'll find out. But yes, junior Rotax as well, Tom. They were clear on any penalties applied, so we are clear on that one. Through they'll roll then this time. Rolling start then for our senior Rotax class. We'll still wait for the minis to get confirmation that they were good to go. Flags out, away we go, and it's Savage all the way around the outside. Kieran leading the way then from the outside of the front row, sweeps round the outside of Josh Redhead through Shane Collinson in 3rd. Then we've got Swan Lowthian, although we've got Andy Collinson diving down the inside, Andy Ambrose as well, trying to take early positions, and he's going to get 2 as Lowthian goes wide, and Swan as well, and Andy Ambrose, the heat 1 winner, takes 2 places and moves up into 5th place.
Yeah, this is what we get with the random grids here as well. It really mixes it up, certainly for the first few laps. And Collinson moving down the inside of Josh Redhead as well. So Josh Redhead was the pole sitter, and I believe he's going to be in 4th. Yes, crosses the line in 4th place. We've got a contact warning for the 95 of Paul Swan, who has is in 5th place at the moment. So it's Savage from Shane Collinson, from Andy Collinson, Josh Redhead, Paul Swan, Ambrose, Lowthian, Ashley Savage, then Chris Stoves is heading your 177 as Paul Swan now makes his way past, in fact, it's Andy Ambrose.
Yeah, Ambrose got through, and Ambrose with a 2.
That was ambitious and pulled it off.
Yeah, buy one, you get one free. Down the inside of Swan, and also down the inside of Redhead as well, into hairpin number 3.
Wow, great move from Andy Ambrose there. Move of the day so far.
So it's, we've got the 36, Tom, under investigation, and that is our race leader, Kieran Savage.
I think that might be for a jump start.
That can only be a jump start. Now, normally, when they come over the start line, the leader on the pole sitter on the inside, it's their prerogative when to go. If the outside train is more than a certain amount of time in front when they cross the line, they will be adjudged potentially to have jumped the start. If think it differs from track to track. Some tracks it's around about half a second as they go over the line. So maybe that's why that one is under investigation. We'll get confirmation post-race on that, but that's just coming up there on the Digi flag. The lead's changed though, Tom, because Collinson Shane has dived down the inside of Kieran Savage to take the lead into hairpin 1.
Yes, indeed, and Kieran Savage having a good look behind as well, because he knows that Andy Collinson is not far off the back either, and Andy Ambrose is starting to move forward as well, has moved past Paul Swan now. So we're going to have potentially almost our usual runners at the front, after not a very long time either, moving their way through quickly.
Yeah,
Ashley Savage is up to 6th now.
Half race distance is approaching, and that is Andy Collinson going down the inside of Kieran Savage and then coming right the way back out to try and maximise that entry into hairpin 2. Savage has a look over his shoulder, bit of a head shake as well. So I don't know whether he's seen that the notification on the overhead gantry that says he's under investigation, and whether that's had because he looked like he was fairly clear out at the front, Tom, whether that's had a bit of an effect on him.
Yeah, it could well have done. That's a good call, David. It could have had a bit of a psychological impact, but it could also just be the fantastic pace of Shane and Andy Collinson. And Andy Ambrose is right there on the back of Kieran Savage now as well. So it's a 4-kart train for the lead. And there goes Andy Ambrose through on the inside of hairpin 1 and runs Kieran Savage out in the entry for hairpin 2 to make sure that Savage can't get the cut back. Well, Savage did have a good think about it coming into South Bank, but wasn't alongside.
No, so Ambrose then now up into 3rd place, and we're going to be treated here, Tom, I think, to the final 4 laps of Shane Collinson, Andy Collinson and Andy Ambrose resuming their battle from the earlier rounds, and Ambrose closing up loads there into that corner. In fact, he's dragged Savage along with him for the ride. We're going to be 4 karts nose to tail. There is some lap traffic coming up, I think, towards the tail end of this lap.
It looks to me,
although I think we've got good awareness there, Tom. I think as Sophie Stevenson moves out of the way, stays on the outside and allows the leaders to come through. So good awareness from Stevenson.
Yeah, and I'm wondering whether that front nose of Andy Ambrose is pointing that way because it's dropped, or whether he's just running that way. I think it's dropped.
Well, we will find out.
But we'll find out when the results come in. So these will be provisional results, I think, at the moment, because it's certainly scraping the ground, is that nose of Andy Ambrose. But anyway, let's see what happens for the final 2.5 laps of this race. It is Collinson just from Andy Collinson, and Andy Ambrose looking incredibly racy, and even more so as this goes on.
Savage, Tom, has retired, I think, on the outside of hairpin number 2. That's Kieran Savage from 4th place. The kart parked up on the outside of hairpin 2. He's walking towards the marshal's post at the entry into hairpin 1, so that's 1 kart down. Unfortunately, Kieran Savage sees everybody else comes over start finish, dropping all the way down to what will be 11th place. So whether that investigation comes to anything will matter not, Tom, now, because if you add 5 seconds to 11th place, it's still 5 seconds on to 11th place. It's not going to make any difference at all.
No, it's it's Andy Ambrose who's got the potential.
No, I mean we had the
with the potential jump start.
If he is a judge, then you know the penalty's not going to mean anything anyway. So as they come through, Shane Collinson has moved away, Tom, at the as Andy Collinson and Andy Ambrose battle it out for 2nd place now. Last lap board is out as they come over start line, so half a lap remaining as they head down towards hairpin 1. Andy Collinson is tight on entry. That's potentially going to give Andy Ambrose a better drive out of 2, although he's going to need to get on the power early, and Andy Collinson comes across to defend down the back straight.
Yeah, tries to break the slipstream early on as well. Sorry, David and I were just looking out the window at the marshal holding the green flag, not the checker flag. But yes, coming across the line, it is Shane Collinson taking the win in heat number 2, Senior Rotax, followed by Andy Collinson and Andy Ambrose. Paul Swan in 4th place, Ashley Savage in 5th, Josh Redhead 6th, Arthur Loudon in 7th, Emma Brown taking the 177 class from just by 0.3 of a second from Chris Stoves, and Sophie Stevenson will come across the line to round out the top 10. And Sophie Stevenson did a 47.7 on that last in the last race, or in this heat, should I say.
Another improvement.
Another improvement, 0.3 quicker than she went in the previous one. So well done to Sophie Stevenson, and this is what we like to see, improvement through the day.
Yeah, we are going to have the collection crew for Kieran Savage, I think, on the back straight, because these road taxes aren't overly easy to push back.
That's the my street gang crew.
The collection crew?
The collection crew, yeah. Do bins and loose change. I don't know where that came from. Anyway, so that brings heat number 2 of Senior Rotax to an end, and we've got a massive grid coming up for Senior Pro Kart, so very quickly we will move on to Senior Pro Kart heat number 2. So founding member of Da Collection Crew will take you through the grid. Heat number 2, Senior Pro Kart, sponsored by Lucas Racing and MS Karts. And then on G Cycles, of course. Simon Doughty, random grid. So just to remind you, random grid for this. So Simon Doughty will go off pole position. Brandon Jennings in P2. Gary Witherington in P3. Last round winner of the final, Gracie Mitchell in P4. Josh Eden heads up row 3, and Charlie Bingham, who had a fantastic heat number 1, goes off P6. Jack Morris in 7th, Asher Blythe in 8th, David Thompson Mack in 9th, Asher Blythe as well having a great heat number 1. Ben Hogarth in 10th, Paul Scaife in 11th, and Harry Nottage, the unfortunate retirement in heat number 1 with that wheel coming off, goes in P12. Jess Alexander recovered well in heat number 1 from that turn 1, lap 1 incident, but goes off P13 for this one, so it'll be interesting to see what she can do. Callum Booth in 14th, then it's Thomas Braid and David Brewis in 16th, Mark Tate in 17th, and heat 1 winner Josh Falkus in 18th place. 19th is Brandon Truman Reddish, then it's Thomas Lowther rounding out your top 20. Dan Tate goes off P21, row 11. Then it's Ben Still, Alban Dowell, and Tony Pollard. Scott Blackburn, Jake Richardson, Gareth Plackett, and Jordan Guy. Then it's Dan Fulsham and Lennon French in 30th. Steve Nichols, Caitlin Frame, David Brown, Carl Ruddock, Richard Brooks, and Paul Rye. Harry Roddis, Jordan Cranston, and Lee Austin round out your grid of 39 Senior Pro Karts. It's going to be a busy one, this one, folks. So I hope you're strapped in and holding tight, because this is going to be crazy if Heat 1 was anything to go by. We had a lot of contact warnings as well, which, to bear in mind as well, they get 3 contact warnings through basically a 3-strike rule here, but that's carried throughout the day. So if they're having, you know, if they get 1 or 2 in heat number 1, they've really got to be very careful throughout heat 2 and 3 and even the final with those contact penalties. So better to play it safe early doors. But there was a lot of warnings there. Oh, Connor Jupp is watching, David. He's saying, good luck the Tates. Gutted I can't be there. Well, Connor, I'm sure you'll be here at some point. Is he doing the 24-hour?
He is. He's doing Team Tate Kart with Dan Tate and Scott Tate and some others that I can't remember.
Well, Connor, will we see you potentially? Well, you can get back in touch with us. Are you coming for the double header round as a bit of a warm up?
I think Ozzy's in it as well, isn't he? We were talking about last night in the team take kart.
Oh, okay.
Austin Mundy's in that one as well for the 24, I think.
So I'm sure they'll be able to wrangle up some karts for testing, at the very least. Obviously, a big test day for the British 24-hour tomorrow. A lot of these drivers will be staying on and using the full circuit for a full test day for that.
Yeah, so full circuit, by that we mean they go through the D chicane, and then rather than going right round the National, they disappear left and head down the hill towards Rib Bend, the mountain reverse corkscrew section over the mountain, and then they reappear on the exit of the National Loop before the chicanes.
I would like to liken it to the Bugatti circuit and the full road circuit of Le Mans as well. So where they turn right coming under the Dunlop Bridge for the Bugatti circuit, where the motorbikes go, they turn left,
they go left.
for the 24-hour, and we do very, very similar. Instead of turning right, we go left and go onto the long circuit down to Rib Bend over the mountain section, and then back down to the absolute flat out section down the hill and through the wiggles, which certainly it gives you an awakening at 2-3 o'clock in the morning when you're out on a stint there and you're feeling pretty shattered.
when you're coming
all
forward
of a sudden
down the back straight,
your eyes come out on stalks and hit the front of the visor.
It's when obviously the floodlights on the main track are permanent, whereas the ones down that end are temporary, and it's where they're positioned. It's when the shadow overtakes you before the kart does.
Harry Nottage is having a little reclining in a reclining position, sort of Fernando Alonso-esque on his deck chair. But he was having a little sit back there, which reminded me of a little bit maybe what he was doing in heat number 1. But anyway, Connor Jupp says, I will definitely there for the 24 and might be at the double header. And Paul White is saying, away, Mr. Falkus. Well, he can't hear you or read it, Paul, because he's out on track at the minute. He's heat number 1 winner, Josh Falkus. Still got 5 karts to get into position. See, this is the issue with the massive grids. But this is going to round out the grid for heat number 2.
Yeah, so Falkus then, Tom, who went off pole and won from there. This is his middle berth in this one. He'll then go off the back or towards the rear end of the field for the third heat in about an hour and 25 minutes time, maybe.
Potentially going to get himself into a Tate sandwich here as well.
There's worse sandwiches to be in, I suppose.
Each their own, David.
It's us again.
Whatever floats your boat.
That's all the way down there from Chris at South Bank. Hi, Chris. Our camera guy down on South Bank. Looks like we are in position then. The green is up, the green is down. We're away and racing as everybody comes together for the D chicane. Mitchell makes a good start and slides across the front of Jack Morris behind Josh Eden as Lennon French takes a huge chunk of curb. Steve Nichols is facing the wrong way and he's collected by Dan Folsham halfway round the corner. That was start with Lennon French as we've got Scott Blackburn going over the grass in 2 places, rejoins the tarmac. We're 3 and 4 wide as they head down towards hairpin 1.
Yeah, Scott deciding there that he was already on the rallycross section of the circuit and decided to go for the full length of it instead rather than rejoining halfway through.
To be fair, Tom, probably did well there actually to stay on the grass, because if he'd rejoined the tarmac and tried to hook in for the second part of that chicane, it could have caused all sorts of issues. As looks like we've got Charlie Bingham there diving down the inside and runs Asher Blythe wide onto the rumble strip and the grass as the dirt gets knocked up in the background, and Josh Falkus sweeps around the outside of Blythe as well. Contact warning for the 18 coming in.
And the 143, so that'll be
Bingham for his move on Asher Blythe, I imagine, on the exit of 4. But Jess Alexander is down the inside of Charlie Bingham. Welcome back to the front, Jess, through into 4th place. Bingham will drop down as it looks like Josh Falkus is down the inside of Jack Morris, and Asher Blythe could potentially take full advantage as well, although he drops back in behind Jack Morris. As then behind we've got Dan Tate coming through as well.
At the front, I've just seen Gracie Mitchell take the lead from Simon Doughty, who has done brilliantly well to hold on as long as he has in the lead, at best part of 2 laps, and he's still side by side with Mitchell as they come over the line.
Not giving that one up, was he?
No, Simon Doughty, brilliant performance so far, and long may it continue. Throughout this heat, fastest lap of the race went to Jess Alexander in 4th place, and there was an overtake in that as well.
Yeah, Clubman champion here, Simon Doughty, now moving into the 40s class, hence why you can see him with the green numbered background.
And Focus has just passed Bingham there in the background for heat number 2.
Mitchell, Tom, last time was in the club class, wasn't she? We've had a spin at hairpin 1 for someone, but Mitchell was in club, but having taken that victory at the second round, promoted into the pro class. Then here now running with that blue background as Jess Alexander goes down the inside of Brandon Jennings. She is up into 3rd place.
And Mitchell is moving away at the front, 4/10ths clear now of Simon Doughty. Of course, Mitchell winning the previous round. 46 flat for Josh Focus.
Alexander's got to get through here, Tom, on Simon Doughty as quickly as possible, and she does. Forces the way through down into hairpin 1. That was needed because Josh Focus is coming fairly quickly behind, but they don't want to allow Gracie Mitchell to move away at the head of the pack either.
No, Focus is looking very racy here. He's hunched down over the wheel, and Bingham with a move that was pretty late and had to back out of it. We've got a contact warning for Gareth Plackett, or a warning for Gareth Plackett. Bingham now forcing his way through on the inside of hairpin 3, and Focus doing the same on Simon Doughty in hairpin 4.
Through they come then, Mitchell leading the way, Alexander in 2nd, Focus, Doughty, Bingham, Jennings, Blythe, Tate, Morris and Braid, your top 10.
Yeah, Mitchell holding on well at just under 2/10ths quicker was Jess Alexander, but it's got a lot of work to do, 6 laps to go. Going to need some slipstream. Bingham moving through on Doughty, so that's Bingham up to 4th. Asher Blythe is there still in that as part of that train, although is about to be overtaken by the 29 of Dan Tate, and that's going to allow Jack Morris through as well. So Blythe not having the best of heats here at the moment. He's getting a little bit beaten up, which is unusual to see from Asher Blythe as well. Yeah,
forced wide on the tail end of the opening lap by Charlie Bingham. Still running though inside the top 10 though is Blythe in 8th place, 2nd in our club class on the back of Brandon Jennings. Heat winner here then Asher Blythe. The opening round of the season, currently in that 2nd place behind Jennings in club. Simon Doughty leads us in the 40s. Paul Ryan 26th, our leading novice runner with the black background on the numbers.
Jess Alexander has brought that gap down to just over 1/4 of a second, and Focus is only 1/2 a second back from that as well. So it is going to be a front 3 battle between Mitchell, Alexander, Focus, and then there is another 7/10ths back to Bingham.
Leaders are nose to tail, Thomas. Morris finds a way past Brandon Jennings. Asher Blythe has also found a way in the middle part of that race. That'll move him up into 7th place. Fastest lap of the race for Josh Focus, 45.8 for him. One of the only runners so far, Tom, to go into them 45s.
Oh, Jess had to think about it and does make a move. I'm watching out of the commentary box window, but Jess Alexander has taken the lead from Gracie Mitchell, and Focus is looking very racy as well as they head down into South Bank.
That was an overtake that looked almost slow motion, wasn't it? Because Jess got down the inside and they just went round the corner side by side. Focus down the inside of Gracie Mitchell as well.
Beat Mitchell to the apex there, that was all it was.
This is the reason though Mitchell's come to race in senior pro karts here at Teesside this year, away from the junior Rotax that she normally races all around the country, is for that elbows out racing, you know, to get
the racecraft.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and I think that's really brought her on, not only in this, having won the previous round, but also in the Rotax as well. It's really giving her that real competitive edge in this class, certainly senior pro kart, where, you know, it is a bit rough and tumble every now and again.
Especially with the random grids as well.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it keeps it... certainly this season has kept it very, very interesting with battles all over the grid.
The one thing it keeps interesting for us as well is that grid for the final, because we'll always have somebody who appears in the top 5 who we've not seen all day, but they've just consistently moved forward and had good finishes. When you move forward from the Mac to the front, and then you move from the middle right to the front, then from the front and you take a win like Josh Focus did, and that's when he's come from the middle of the pack this time for 2nd place. You know, now all he's got to really do is get in the top 15 maybe from the back of the pack, and he's going to be on pole position for the final.
Yes, indeed, and he is now right on the back of Jess Alexander. Oh, and forceful move through in hairpin 2. Pretty forceful, and a wave of the finger from Alexander as she let him know in no uncertain terms what she thought of that.
Was it not a forward finger? Was it a
No,
side-by-side
it
finger?
was a no,
naughty,
that's a bit
finger,
naughty.
yeah.
Yeah, that was a very naughty finger, yes. And that's brought Mitchell back into play as well.
Bingham's not too far back, Tom.
No, if they start going at it.
If they squabble on this last lap, he's going to be there. He is about a second back, but it's going to be close enough for him. He's there, he is a second back, but it's going to be close enough for Bingham to take advantage if this one turns spicy on the final lap.
It's going to need a dive bomb from Alexander here if she's going to get anything done. Falk is going very defensive on the inside.
Oh, he's parked it.
1 and 2.
Parked it, didn't
he?
Did enough, though, I think, to sort of bulk the exit of Jess Alexander and Gracie Mitchell.
That's years of racing against Connor Lucas, isn't it?
We say years of racing, but he's only 21. 20, he's years of racing.
Well, they had two seasons of just going at it, the pair of them, didn't they? Hammer and tongs. And that's given Josh Falkus plenty of defensive racecraft, and he comes across the line to take heat number 2. So 2 races, 2 wins for Josh Falkus. Jess Alexander 3rd, Gracie Mitchell in 4th, Charlie Bingham in 5th. Dante in 6th, in 5th. Asher Blythe taking 6th place, and your top Club, sorry. Runner Jack Morris in 7th, then it's Braid. Simon Doughty from pole position, still managing to keep 9th place, is a very good showing in the over 40s class as a winner in that class, and Mark Tate rounding out the top 10.
I have just seen Josh Falkus go down the back slate and throw his head back in because he's worked so hard for that, coming through from the middle of the pack to take that victory, coming all the way through. His second victory of the day for Josh Falkus, with Alexander and Mitchell completing the podium. They're going to make their way.
Would you like to be in the MS awning right now?
Yeah, I would.
Be
actually
a fly on the wall in that as Jess and Josh have a little conversation about that move into hairpin 2. There was no warning, so all deemed fair and legal by the clerk of the course and the marshals, of course, who were out there spotting. So no penalties applied in that respect.
No, I don't think it was warranted. Yeah, but I don't think it was warranted, Tom. It's one of them moves that, the way I like to see it is that if you'd made the move, you'd be happy with it. But if another driver made it on you, you wouldn't be.
Yes,
and
I think that's a very good way of putting it. And
that's the best way of me describing it, is that, sometimes you'll do a move that doesn't come off and you're like, yeah, that was naughty. I'm expecting a warning flag when I come round.
You mean like the ones when you overtake me
in higher cars?
Attempt to overtake me in the in the higher cars.
But it's only an attempted overtake because you have to take to the grass in evasive action.
Exactly. That.
They're already out though, Tom. It's heat 3 for our Bambino class. No rest for us. They are making their way round onto the track. Chloe McGill, after inheriting the victory somewhat fortuitously in heat number 2, will start from pole position with Buddy Hugo Clark alongside Riley Murrow and Jack Mellon on the second row, Jake Gibbon and Tommy Clark on row 3. Austin O'Man will start 7th alongside Sebastian McCarthy, Harry Hardcastle and Freddie Blackshaw, with Teddy Hardcastle and James Pybus on row number 6. Row 7 then will see Ethan McClellan and Grayson Crawford, who did not start the previous race, and I'm trying to count them out of the window to see whether he is with us. This time, that car obviously did not start and was rolling off onto the outside of South Bank, and they just could not get it going again. So we'll check as they come through if we have all 14 runners. Chloe McGill then will be sent into position on the front row alongside Buddy Hugo. Looks like we do have all of our runners, but we will check them off to make sure we've got all of them when they roll in. Grayson Crawford, the one that we are looking for, who just wasn't able to get going and had the kart rolled onto the outside of the grass for the preceding heat to this one. Now they're being sent forward 2 by 2 as the first 2 have been able to be positioned into their grid slots. Through the D chicane they'll go for the first time here at Teesside Autodrome. So Bambino's taking the D chicane, as with all of our classes, with the exception of the rolling start and our cadet classes, both in Honda Pro and Honda Club. Having a quick look, results in confirmed for senior Rotax, and whilst Kieran Savage did retire with 3 laps to go, he was adjudged to have jumped the start, so 5 seconds added and another 5 seconds for a front fairing penalty on that number 36 car, and also didn't finish the race, unfortunately, so problems for them. The only thing coming in from heat number 2 in senior Pro Kart is the exclusion of the 110 of Gracie Mitchell from 3rd place, underweight on the weighbridge. The weight of 185 kilos not met by Gracie Mitchell in the 110. The 3rd place struck from the standings, no points or to the extent gained then for Gracie Mitchell. That will put her right down the field come the final. That promotes Charlie Bingham then up into 3rd place. 1 kilo underweight for Gracie Mitchell, unfortunately. So, as with all of our classes here at Teesside Autodrome, we race to a minimum weight in all of those classes, which means that everybody is on a level playing field. Unfortunately, Gracie Mitchell coming in underweight in senior Pro Kart, and that will mean her result there will be removed from the standings, and she will drop all of the points from that heat. Which basically means for the final she'll be going from inside the back 10 really, after not picking up any points at all then from that heat. We're back though with Bambinos. The grid is cleared. Freddie Blackshaw just gets his kart rolled back. Grayson Crawford is with us in the 22. That's great to see that they've got that kart back out. We are away and racing as Buddy Hugo moves across in front of the 38 of Riley Murrow, and then all the way round the outside of Chloe McGill. What a start for Buddy Hugo in the 11.
Yeah, great start from Buddy there. 2 places, and Riley Murrow again looking pretty racy right off the start, as he did in the previous heat. And he's already looking up the inside of hairpin, or around the outside of hairpin 2 on Chloe McGill. That's not going to work. Gets a good toe down the back straight from Chloe McGill though, and because of the line that all these Bambinos take right down the right-hand side of the track, she isn't going to get through there. Oh, sorry, Riley isn't going to get through there, and neither is Chloe McGill on Buddy Hugo Clark, who is now moving away, or was, until hairpin 3. And Austin Oman is starting to make his way through already.
Up and under there from Oman was majestic on Jack Mellon, all the way around the outside. Knew what he was going to do, chop straight back to the inside. Just looking out the window, Tom, there is Riley Murrow coming through for 2nd place, all the way around the outside of Chloe McGill, and now right onto the back of Buddy Hugo. But Tom, it's 5 now for the lead, because Tommy Clark's there as well, and Austin Oman in the number 7, right on the back. Tommy Clark, who spent most of yesterday trying to run an engine in that was a bit underpowered. So now that engine seems to be loosening up a bit, but Buddy Hugo slowing Tom once again on the outside, trying to bounce that engine, but that kart is just going to roll to a halt. And Buddy Hugo, your leader, will retire from Heat 3. The engine slowing on the back straight. He's already trying to climb out of the kart as well. Marshall's making his way over. I wonder if we can try and get it started again, but that kart is positioned on the outside, and I think the primary safety here is to just get the driver over onto the inside of the track. There's a little bus stop area there where the karts can go that's nice and safe. And unfortunately for Buddy Hugo, he's going to drop all the way down the standings to 14th place.
And the lead of this Bambino class today has just been cursed so far. There's been quite a bit of action, but no luck for anybody who's been leading the race, with the exception of Buddy Clark in the first heat.
Yeah, 3rd place is where it's at. You're likely to, you're probably going to win it there going on to the final lap. Austin Oman down the inside of Chloe McGill. And he's going to be there, Tom, unless McGill can push on round the outside here, but She's not going to be able to close the door on Austin O'Man, and through he comes from 7th place. Right back then onto Riley Murrow. These two separated by nothing, and literally nothing, on the final lap of the second heat, are now once again nose to tail. Murrow from 3rd place, O'Man from 7th at the start of this race, back up now into 1 and 2.
Yeah, Riley Murrow not being able to take advantage of his early pace this time, and Austin O'Man is flying through that D chicane. He was right onto the back of Riley Murrow. Certainly got a pace advantage at the moment.
Yeah, Tommy Clark, Tommy Clark's come out of nowhere, really. So I say they've been running that engine in yesterday. They needed to run it in today as well. It's had a bit more as O'Man does get to the inside of Murrow, gets alongside. Murrow's going to have a bit more drive, I think, down the back straight, having taken a wider line, but will have to take that line all the way round South Bank, and Austin O'Man slides through and into lead.
Yeah, using that pace advantage that Austin O'Man has got at the moment, and pulling through into the lead. Just like drag race, wasn't it? But straight past.
I wonder if there's anything that McGill can do now to close in on the back of these two, or whether she's going to potentially become preoccupied with Tommy Clark behind. Leading quartet then. They're pretty much split into 2-2s, haven't they?
Yeah,
Tommy Clark on the back of Chloe McGill. The leading duo are
breaking away ever so slightly.
And this time it's Murrow's turn to get to the inside of Austin O'Man. And O'Man has a look over, jinks the wheel ever so slightly to see if he can put Murrow off, but Murrow's not having any of that. Down the inside he goes. The door was tried to be closed, wasn't it? But there was a Riley Murrow in the way.
Yeah, he did the exact same to Austin O'Man as was done to him on the previous lap.
Still got probably 4 more chances for it to be switched up again.
And that's allowed Chloe McGill back onto the tail as well. So you can never count her out, can you? Certainly today. I mean, obviously she had the winning record throughout this season so far that has gone today, but she took a win in heat number 2.
Tom,
she's still right there.
Sorry, in the background, looking out the window, there's an intense battle going on for 4th down to 8th. It's seeing drivers jumping over curbs and desperately trying to get track position on each other, which is led currently by Jack Mellon all the way down to Jake Gibbon, who's now in 8th place.
And here we go again with the switch down the back straight as well between O'Man and Murrow. That seems to be happening every lap now. It's like a relay race, working together almost to try and get the most pace, but every time they do it, it brings McGill and Clark right back into play. The
one thing that I will say about Chloe McGill, Tom, is when she's out at the front and she's winning, she knows that she just has to go. When she's there in the mix, she's in the mix. So, you know, she's there ready to pick up the pieces if anybody else does anything. Yeah, she's always there or thereabout. Yeah. They've got 2 minutes remaining, Tom. There is some laps that have been notified with the blue flag that there is some potentially faster carts coming through. That doesn't mean that they have to move out of the way. It's just an awareness thing, and Austin O'Man goes down the inside. They're going to have to thread their way through this lap traffic. And like I say, the blue flag isn't an indication for them to move out of the way. The faster carts, they have to try and find their own way through. It's just a warning that there is potentially faster carts coming through. It gives them the awareness that there is a faster train coming. It has split it ever so slightly.
I was just going to say, did Tommy Clark get a little bit bold?
Yeah, he had to take a much wider line round the outside. That's lost him a couple of kart lengths, probably almost, in fact, around about a second, I think, off the back of Chloe McGill. But I think he's still going to be close enough if they start overtaking each other towards the end of this race. 1 minute and 6 remaining, so they're not going to take the last lap board this time round. May potentially see it next time, but they've crossed with 1:02, so I don't think they will, Tom. It could be tight.
3/4 of a second Tommy Clark lost on that last lap, but now he's in a bit of clean air. Let's see what kind of pace he can do. So he didn't seem to have the pace to be able to get past McGill, Murrow and O'Man.
Well, I did warn you. The good thing is the wind's still
took me a minute to figure out what you'd just written there. It's like a doctor's scrawl.
Yeah, I know what it says.
Look at you. Austin Oman and Murrow still side by side down the back straight. Murrow couldn't get it done this time around. There's going to be 15 seconds left now. So is this going to be the last lap board going out now?
I'm not sure.
Potentially.
I think they'll come through, Tom, before that. It's going to be tight once again, isn't it? And I don't think they're going to see it. So we're going to have
cross the line with 1 second spare. So there's going to be 2 laps once again.
Yeah, these 58, 59 second laps are really helping add at least another lap on, isn't it, for these Bambinos, as Austin Oman tries to get alongside Riley Murrow on the entry into the chicane section. Chloe McGill still sticking with them. Tommy Clark's dropped off ever so slightly, and Oman's going to try and get to the inside of Murrow. Does get alongside, but Murrow's going to get better driving. Can he get across to close the door?
He needs to get there quickly, yeah.
And does so. He's going to have to do that again on the next lap, isn't
yes,
he?
he is, and he's going to need to get across quicker than that as well if he's going to hold off Austin Oman, if they get into that. If they hold position to that point. And McGill is still there to pick up the pieces if this goes wrong, as it did in Heat 2.
Final lap then as they come through. Board is out over start finish. Murrow leading the way from Oman. McGill in 3rd place. Clark in a fairly comfortable 4th. He's got a big gap back to the battle behind, which Ethan McClellan has managed to make his way through. It's still got McCarthy, Gibbon and Mellon all nose to tail. Leaders, though, through the chicanes and heading towards hairpin 1. Riley Murrow tight on entry, not allowing Austin Oman to go down the inside. Oman, though, is on the outside. Will he get the cut back down the inside? He does. Austin Oman has the track position, but will Murrow get the drive out of hairpin number 2? Can he get across to close the door before the entry to South Bank? Oman has the nose down the inside, and Austin Oman is through and leads round South Bank.
Yeah, good move from Austin Oman. I thought Murrow was going to get the manage to get enough in front to chop the nose off, but not quite. And Oman has got this done. Murrow cuts back to the inside out of hairpin 4, and it is a drag race, and Murrow is going to get it.
Is he, though? Austin Oman back to the inside. Riley Murrow holds on by less than half a tenth of a second in the cutback with Austin Oman. We've had 3 Bambino races and 3 different winners in this Comas C50 Bambino class. Murrow, Oman and McGill then the top 3, with Clark in 4th place.
And here's the replay of it. So this was Austin Oman going very defensive. Murrow saw it coming, went wide and got that tight exit. So slow in, fast out, got the drag, but then Austin Oman used Murrow's slipstream to pull back alongside.
Yeah, as they came over the line, nothing between the two of them, really, a really intense battle. Once again between Riley Murrow and Austin Oman. Nice. I'll be honest with you, Tom, I've no idea who's going to be on pole. We've had 3 heat winners. I think it's probably going to be Chloe McGill because of her heat win and then consistent finishes in the other 2 heats. I think we'll probably see her go onto pole position with Riley Murrow. I think he could potentially be alongside Buddy Hugo, unfortunately, retiring from that one, having had, I think, a 1st and a 2nd. Would have been up there for a front row start, but now he's probably going to start no better, Tom, than maybe 5th or 6th with that retirement. Of course, didn't make it to half race distance, so won't pick up any points from this 3rd heat. You have to get to half race distance in order to collect those all valuable points towards your position in the final.
And we will move on to Junior Pro Kart heat number 3. So random grid for heat number 3 of Junior Pro Kart is headed this time by Harry Brown. Then it's Sebastian Pereira, Harvey Still and Joe Arnold, Christian Oblag and Reese Knight. Then it will be Leon Wilson, Sophie Pawsey, Amy Frame, Maximus Shields and Danny Bean, who will be going off the back of the grid all day. Now, as I said before, Danny Bean did a 50.8 in the first heat, 49.4 in the second heat. So 1.4 second improvement for him. So I'm going to be interested to see whether he can go much quicker than that in Heat 3. Likewise, Leon Wilson, a 51.9 and then a 50 flat. So 1.9 second improvement for Leon Wilson between Heat 1 and 2. So really, really well done to them. And we will monitor that through the day as well.
Yeah, I think Danny Bean's probably got a 48 in him in this one. I think that, just have a quick look, Tom. Would you just mind having a quick look at, have we got any weather apps up? Because the clouds are, it's still warm and they're covering again, but I don't know whether I'm not trying to entice anything, but the blue seems to be replaced with white and light grey, and we've still got the best part of 2 to 2.5 hours racing here today as the actually see whether I can tempt some fate.
The magic voice in the ear is telling us not to tempt fate, but we will have a look. See what we can Google in terms of weather forecasting. We are in Middlesbrough.
We are. Harry Brown is in pole position as he rolls the 47 kart into position with Sebastian Pereira in the O-plate alongside. Harvey Still and Joe Arnold roll their karts onto the second row.
Well, according to this, it's going to be dry for the rest of the day.
Just very, very overcast.
Yeah, by 4 o'clock it's going to be thick black cloud, but no rain.
Temperature still seems to be up though, doesn't it, Tom? So it's not like we're going to probably need a couple of extra PSI in it. You know, in that one, I think the temps are still going to be there, albeit with additional cloud cover. Everybody rolling into position though. Max Shields into 10th place with Danny Bean rolling that 23 into 11th place for the first time. He's had a really good showing of things here at Teesside in his first outing. Very, very impressed with the driver of the 23 machine. Marshall making his way to the front then, the trusty green flag in hand here at Teesside Autodrome. Everybody looks up and left. Now they look down and left. The green is down. It's a good start then by Seb Pereira. He's going to get alongside Harry Brown into the first corner. Harvey Still gets through into third place. Everybody cleanly through the D-chicane and the first corner as Joe Arnold and Harvey Still battle it out with Christian Oblag for third, fourth and fifth place. Pereira is clear though at the front as Oblag tries to get down the inside of Joe Arnold and does there, side by side down the back straight. There's contact between the two of them there. Whoa. As Arnold runs out of rumble strip as he tries to keep his foot in all the way around the outside of Christian Oblag. That rumble strip quickly turns to grass and dust. We've hardly had any rain with the exception of a little bit last night, but drying very, very quickly here at Teesside Autodrome as Harvey Still then goes down the inside of Harry Brown. Brown goes wide onto the rumble strips. That may well allow...
that's Leon Wilson.
Yeah, that may allow Oblag to go round the outside, and it does. Joe Arnold's going to try a similar move on Harry Brown and does. Takes a huge amount of curve, and Joe Arnold spins all the way around the outside. It was a move. They carried a little bit too much speed into that chicane all the way around the outside of Harry Brown. Got the first part right, bounced over the curbs and into a spin for Joe Arnold. That's going to drop him all the way down to 10th place. I think Leon Wilson will be, after his spin earlier on in that lap, will come through in 11th.
Oh, look at that from Amy Frame, doing the gopher position of popping down behind the steering wheel. So we have the shrimps and the gophers. The shrimps are the ones who head forward, down, and trying to duck behind the steering wheel.
That one, which is knees up, one forward, head
That's
down.
it, the gopher. And then you pop up like a gopher or a meerkat in a hole and pop straight back up and out and back into the air again. That's what the taller drivers do.
Reminds me of that game at the seaside, you know, where they pop up and you hit them with a mallet.
Yes. But that's what the taller drivers tend to do is sort of slide the bum forward and down into the seat to try and get lower. Whereas the other ones, I'm not sure if we're going to see anybody doing it. There you go. There's Amy Frame doing that again, and you'll see a pop-up like that. There we go, as she turns into South Bank.
Need a man with a mallet down there on the outside.
No. No, we don't. All manners of wrong. Pereira leads. The O-plate of Pereira leads by 1.5 seconds from Harvey Still. Fastest lap of the race as well from Pereira on that lap. Then it's Christian Oblag who won heat number 1. And Sophie Pawsey in 4th, Harry Brown in 5th. Max Shields making his way through from the back random grid position that he had at the start of the race. Your Heat 2 number winner is in 6th place, and it's Amy Frame, the ducking down behind the steering wheel, Amy Frame. Reese Knight, Joe Arnold, Danny Bean and Leon Wilson.
Pereira
6.5 laps to go.
Faultless thus far, Tom, out at the front. Done what he needed to do, hasn't he, with a quick start, moved away. Had the pace actually in Heat 2 as well to reel in Max Shields in the latter part of that. And still moving away from Harvey Still and Christian Oblag with the fastest lap of the race, to say 46.7 for Pereira. In clean air, but not with a tow or a push from anybody. He's just starting to eke out that gap.
Yeah, and Harvey Still coming under increasing pressure from Christian Oblag now. And what I've noticed is Harvey Still has, that's the shrimp position, by the way. Thank you for demonstrating that for the pair of you. But Harvey Still has what seems to be quite a wide visor, but it's also heavily mirrored. Like, you can see his steering wheel in the visor, which I'd not really noticed before. But heavy, like a proper mirrored visor, which is nice to see. Christian Oblag going for the blue one.
If we're zooming in enough, we can see his lap time.
maybe if we can slow motion it. Yeah, but it's that's an interesting view. A little hand up there through the national loop as well for Harvey Still. Not sure what that was for.
No, Harry Brown lost the position to Max Shields on the previous lap. He's now coming under pressure from Amy Frame.
Oh, there you go. No, he's that side, Harvey.
Oh, they're turning this into a battle now, aren't they? I think they've seen Pereira slowly pulling away out of the lead and realising that they're not going to be able to close that gap of almost 2 seconds in the remaining 4 laps of this race when they come through this time. That now the battle is just going to be for second place between Harvey Still and Christian Oblag. With Sophie Pawsey in 4th. Shields has been able to close in ever so slightly, but probably not as quick as I think he'd have hoped, Tom, to get up into 4th place. I think he might just get close enough to make a move in the final 4 laps. He did set a personal best on that last lap, as did Brown, Frame and Knight behind.
Yeah, 2.3 seconds clear now, Sebastian Pereira. Oh, there goes Oblag. Oh, and Harvey Still was not expecting that move.
Nope, turned in. That brand new sticker kit's taken a beating.
Yeah. Both front corners and now the side pod. So I'll have to get the old bit of brake cleaner or something on that to rub that off.
Yeah.
And Pereira, another fastest lap of the race, 3.1 seconds clear now, a full 0.6 of a second faster than Christian Oblag on that previous lap, but that was for obvious reasons that they had the overtake done, and that would have held them up. But there's no way that Christian Oblag is going to go a second faster than Sebastian Pereira in 3 laps to go, unless Pereira has any kind of technical issue. It's going to be Pereira's race to lose. But still is right there, and is right there at the inside of hairpin 3. Oblag holding the line through hairpin 4, and still he's going to try and go right round the outside of 4 and gets it done as he holds the high ground for the right-hander through the kink and into the D chicane.
Yeah, I thought Oblag was going to run him out there onto the rumble strip, and probably a bit more than he did. He gave Harvey Still a lot of respect in terms of giving him all of the tarmac on the outside there, did Christian Oblag, and Oblag almost gets crossed up. Thought about half a move down the inside, and it potentially there with a lap and a half remaining, second place could have gone for Christian Oblag. Gets crossed up, and Harvey Still's going to have 4 or 5 kart lengths down the back straight, and that's going to be difficult potentially for Oblag to close back in on Harvey Still. So now we see 4th and 5th. Sophie Pawsey been reeled in fairly slowly. Been very, very impressed with Pawsey, Tom, in this heat. She's just driven her own race. Shields, it's taken him a long time to close up onto the back as Sebastian Pereira sets the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, Sophie Pawsey just quietly going about her business here and has done very well, as he said, David.
Oblang is close right back in on Harvey Still, Tom, here. Right on the back of Still into hairpin number 1. So this one isn't over yet for second place. Thought it might be, thought Still would be clear with 3 or 4 kart lengths, but now Christian Oblang is on the back of Still. Still comes to the inside. Oblang gets a good run out of that corner down the back straight. Now it's going to need to be a white line job, I think, for Harvey Still, but he slides wide. Oblag down the inside, bouncing once again between the two of them, and now he's going to park it on Apex. Pereira's going to come through in a few moments' time to take the checkered flag. There he is in the background. Christian Oblag for second place, holds off Harvey Still. And then behind as well, Pawsey holds off Max Shields for fourth place. So it's Pereira, Oblag, Still, Pawsey, Shields, Frame, Brown, Joe Arnold, Reese Knight. And then it's going to be a battle between Danny Bean and Leon Wilson that's still going on down the back straight. Wilson has managed to stick with Danny Bean throughout most of this race, sets himself a very similar lap times. In fact, in terms of best between the two of them, they're heading into hairpin 3 now as they make their way through. Leon Wilson closes in on Danny Bean, and will he be able to get a run out of the final corner? Bean has a look over his shoulder as they come through and over the line. Danny Bean will hold on then for 10th place. Leon Wilson closes right in on the final few laps on Danny Bean, but can't get through and will have to settle for 11th place. So it's Pereira then with a pretty much a flag-to-flag victory, having gone off second place, but he led into the D chicane and set the fastest lap on the way to victory as well.
Danny Bean, his best lap was half a second off what he did in heat number 2, and Leon Wilson was a 10th quicker this time, so 49.9 for both of them.
They were really, really close, weren't they, between the two?
Yeah, they were, yeah. And we saw Leon Wilson go off as well at the start of the race as well, so he did very well to recover and get onto the back of Danny Bean. So moving on swiftly to Pro Cadets.
Thomas Potter then will be on pole position with Amy Peacock alongside. Row 2 will be Harris Alley and Joshua Sullivan, with William Howard and Jack Collinson sharing row number 3. Row 4 will see Larry Price and Holly Swan, Isabella Stansmore Wilson and JJ Plowman on row 5, Jensen White and Edward Rye on row number 6.
So double win so far today for Thomas Potter at the front of Pro Cadets. Will we be wooding, and will I be marking another W3 in the column for Thomas Potter at the end of this one?
Probably.
Well, we'll see. I had a little look as well between the last couple of heats that we've had. And Samuel Yeadon's times, although he's been flying at the front of Cadet Club, would actually be towards the back, very much towards the back of Cadet Pro. So it just shows that that split has been done very, very well. Because although Yeadon has been lightning fast, he still would be very much towards the back of the Cadet Pro. So
yeah. Just having a quick look into the chat comments on the Facebook page as well, Tom, is that Stanley Clark Racing has been on. He was here practicing yesterday, but he aggravated an injury to a rib that he picked up whilst taking victory actually last weekend at Hooton Park. So he's been on just with a little update. Also wanting to wish good luck to his BSR teammates Jensen White and Larry Price. They're both out in this one. Price going off 7th place, White off 11th in this Honda Cadet Pro class. Flag is in hand then for our start line marshal. The focus on the green. It's up, it's down, we're away and racing. Amy Peacock tries to cut all the way across this time to try and get across Potter. Potter in fact looks back 2 and 3 times in the middle part of that corner just to try and get, and it's Harris Alley with the move down the inside of Amy Peacock, and he's up into 2nd place. So Potter leads the way from Alley. Sullivan. Then we've got William Howard. Larry Price has made a good start, as has Isabella Stansmore Wilson. Jack Collinson, the driver, dropping outside the top 6 for the first time today. Looks like he could be down in 7th or 8th place. think it's going to be 8th, in fact, as Stansmore Wilson tries to get alongside Larry Price, and that long run down towards South Bank.
Yeah, Thomas Potter feeling the need to tell people to work with him, but Thomas, I hate to tell you this, mate, but there's about an 8 kart length gap between anybody behind you, so there's nobody going to be working with you, I'm afraid.
Not just yet.
And likewise, even if they do get near you, somebody's going to have to send it very quickly, because otherwise you'll be disappearing off into the distance again.
Yeah, Ali then moved through at the start as Amy Peacock tried to get alongside Thomas Potter, but got hung out to dry, and Harris Ali from 3rd place moves through and now is sticking with Thomas Potter in the early phases of this race. So the top 10 as it stands then: Potter, Ali, Peacock, Sullivan, Howard, Price, Stansmore, Wilson, Collinson, Swan and White, with Plowman and Rye. Fastest lap of the opening lap went to Stansmore Wilson, but she obviously came over the start-finish line already moving considerably quicker than everybody else, hence why the driver in 7th place is setting the fastest opening lap. Peacock finds a way through there then on Harris Ali into hairpin 4, and she retakes that 2nd place where she's been accustomed to for most of the day. And
that's given the inevitable break that Thomas Potter has needed, and is now 6/10 clear. So these group are going to have to essentially work together as a train and push each other along if they're going to have any kind of impact on Thomas Potter's weekend. And kind of, for want of a better phrase, certainly in the race, it kind of gang up on him a little bit, because, you know, he's clear. He's clearly quicker than, you know,
I'm not even
most of the field. If Phil works,
I think he could fight them all off.
I think if we start him at the back, where would he finish? That would be my question. But
Larry Price, though, Tom, has managed to find a way through on William Howard, although Howard is going to get forced wide, and I think Stansmore Wilson's going to come through as well, and William Howard drops 2 places from 5th down into 7th place. It looked like he was going to keep his foot in there through the dogleg section, but was unable to do so. Harris Ali back down the inside of Amy Peacock into hairpin number 1, took a huge chunk of curb on the way through the chicanes, and then dived down the inside of Peacock. And now, once again, that's given Potter another couple of tenths. Ali comes to the inside, so does Peacock. Sullivan's going to try a wider line all the way around the outside to see whether he can make something happen into hairpins 3 and 4. But this is just going to back everybody into something, because Larry Price is there in the background trying to come through as well, although Stansmore Wilson will try and get alongside Larry Price. They're side by side. They're going to have to sort it out back into single file, and they do over start-finish.
Yeah, it's just a battle for best of the rest in this one now, because Thomas Potter's 1.6 seconds clear at the front of this race. So it is Potter from Ali, Peacock, Joshua Sullivan, Price, Stansmore Wilson, Howard, Jack Collinson and Holly Swan, and then JJ Plowman rounding out your top 10 with 4.5 minutes here to go.
Yeah, Plowman, he's got White and Rye for company as Peacock dips out the slipstream on Harris Ali.
Late.
Goes down the inside. That's late. That's going to mean that she's going to be slightly slow round there. They're going to be 3 wide. That's allowed Stansmore Wilson further back to get alongside Larry Price. And Price is not going to let that one, give that one up, is he? And Stansmore Wilson's going to have to drop back in. William Howard then gets alongside Isabella Stansmore Wilson. All the way around the outside he goes. And he slots back in front of the 91 of Jack Collinson in 7th place.
Yeah, personal bests up and down the grid as well. Harris Ali, Joshua Sullivan, Holly Swan, JJ Plowman and Jensen White all setting
Sullivan down
laps.
The inside of Amy Peacock. Can he make that one stick? He does. Slides through on the 17 of Peacock. Peacock, though, will probably get a good run out of that corner into the slipstream. We know she can pop out at the last minute because she did it on Harris Ali on the previous lap, although Sullivan comes across there slightly earlier than what he normally would to get the optimum line, just to stop Peacock doing that. And he's up into 3rd place now, right on the back of Harris Ali. And this train from 2nd place goes all the way down to Holly Swan in 9th. As Sullivan gets alongside Harris Ali halfway through the corner. They try to battle this one out. Over the line they come. We've still got 3 minutes of action remaining here in Honda Cadet Pro.
Yeah, and Sullivan, you'll have seen going down the back straight, was watching the front bumper of Amy Peacock like a hawk.
Yeah, I think he was just making sure that she couldn't get down the inside.
There he goes,
Sullivan
up the inside
down
of Ali.
Yeah, down the inside of Harris Ali. That could give Peacock a chance as well. And Ali then will be tight into 2 to defend. Through he comes, and Stansmore Wilson. Is she slowing down the back straight? Everybody's swarming round Isabella Stansmore Wilson. I don't know whether she got a slow exit or whether she's got a problem, but she's going to drop from 6th place down into at least 8th, could even be 9th.
I think it was just part of an accordion effect that held her up, and that's actually now allowed Holly Swan to make a move through as well, but can't quite get it completed. Thomas Potter, fastest lap of the race, but Joshua Sullivan, having hit the front of this train, has pulled a little gap on Harris Ali, and Harris Ali is going to need to use that slipstream and hope for some little pushes along from Amy Peacock as well if he's going to get onto the back of Joshua Sullivan.
Got to push, haven't they? Ali goes slightly defensive, has half a look down the inside of Sullivan as well as they go onto the back straight. It's going to be a long train of karts
but he is
all
there
the
now.
way back down, and Peacock is pushing Harris Ali along down that back straight. Larry Price is coming along as well, and Sullivan left the door open there. Very, very late on entry. Could lose 1 or 2 places here down the inside there, but they was very, very late turning in, and Harris Ali's kart was already there by the time he even thought about it, and Harris Ali moves back up into 2nd place.
Yeah, good drive out of hairpin 2 from Harris Ali, and I mean, he managed to close up quite a substantial gap on Joshua Sullivan as well, coming out of hairpin 2, and got the move done in South Bank very cleanly.
Yeah, Sullivan had 2 or 3 kart lengths on exit. Peacock pushed Harris Ali along, and now Harris Ali with a much tighter line there into hairpin 1. Looked like Price was going to try and get alongside as well of Amy Peacock. Peacock now on the back of Sullivan. Will she push Sullivan in the same way that she pushed Harris Ali? Although he comes to the inside to sort of defend that one more than what Harris Ali did. Ali knew that Peacock was going to push him along. Sullivan there was a bit more defensive. 1 minute and 20 remaining, so they're not even going to see the last lap board this time round. Could get 3 more in here as they make their way round. Looks like William Howard takes a tighter line as Holly Swan goes down the inside of Isabella Stansmore Wilson and almost gets Jack Collinson as well.
Yeah, so your top 10 coming across the line this time. It's Potter from Ali, Sullivan, Peacock, Price, Howard, Collinson, Swan, Stansmore Wilson and JJ Plowman. There's a good battle going on to be in the top 10 with headed at the moment by Plowman, but followed by Jensen White and Edward Rye.
Yes, they go back onto the back straight again for what could be the penultimate time. Not sure whether the last lap board. There's a push down the back straight there by Peacock, and Sullivan does to Harris Ali what Harris Ali did to him on 2 laps ago. Will Sullivan manage to close the door on Harris Ali? There's contact and Ali spins. Ali was halfway down the inside, tipped into a spin in the overtake attempt on Sullivan. Looks like Peacock almost got involved in that, but she's going to hold on for 3rd place as well. And now William Howard's right on the back. Collinson round the outside of Isabella Stansmore Wilson. Last lap board is out then here at Teesside Autodrome. Thomas Potter leading the way by a considerable margin as everybody else behind them battles it out. Larry Price almost tries to get down the inside of Amy Peacock and does. Peacock gives him half a kart length but then gets balked on exit, and Larry Price is up into the top 3 for the first time today, and Holly Swan is charging along as well here at Teesside Autodrome. Potter leads round hairpin number 3. The 100% record stretches now to 11 races for Thomas Potter as he makes his way through over the line. It's another victory for the 38 of Potter. Sullivan's going to come through, I think, for 2nd place. If he can come through, he does. He holds on for his best ever finish. Price comes through for 3rd. Swan gets her best finish in 4th. Howard 5th. Peacock, Collinson, Stansmore Wilson, Plowman, White, Rye and Harris Ali complete your 6 or 12 runners in another frantic Honda Cadet Pro heat.
Yeah, Harris Ali coming across the line around about 7 seconds or so behind Joshua Sullivan, but that was going to be an ever-closing gap, an ever-closing door into hairpin 3. And thumbs up all round from the drivers, which is great to see from the kiddies here. Lots of respect and yes, that's Joshua Sullivan's best ever finish.
Yeah, he had a trio of 3rds in the heats last time, in heat number 2. Started 3rd for the final, crept a little bit too much at the start of that and was adjusted to a jump, but it didn't make too much of a difference. He finished 6th, so it didn't take a podium away from him, but that one was his best ever finish there in 2nd place. His fist bumps are coming through. Larry Price, Tom, was the one for me to really watch there. He managed to break free of that and come through for 3rd place. A driver that, I'm not sure what the reasoning is, but can't always make it for qualifying here at Teesside Autodrome. And because of that, has to start from the back with us now doing qualifying on the Saturday afternoon, which means that he gets a huge opportunity for racecraft because he's coming through every single time. And in that one, so effectively so far today, he's come from the back of the 12 into 3rd place. Next up, though, it's time for Hondas again. This time it's Honda Cadet Club. Samuel Yeadon will look to hold on to his 100% record for the day, going off pole position once again with Ollie Carter alongside Jake Walker and Alfie McBain on the 2nd row, Mason Webster and Charlie Eibel on row number 3. Cam Tipping starts 7th with Layla Berryman alongside Charlie Quine, and Ashton Carmichael complete the top 10 with Sebastian Benson and Summer Wood on row number 6. Riley Sims-Eddard and Josh Hushka are on row 7 with Buckton Young and Drew Davidson on row 8. Joey Swan starts 17th with Morgan Cooney in 18th. Then we've got Alfie Watson and Reese Cranston, who didn't start the previous race, having that car stopping on the outlap. Oh, stopped on the outlap. They got it back in. He went out for the first lap and he stopped again, unfortunately. That car, though, is back out again, Tom. I think there was issues with the chain on that one. It jumped off twice in quick succession, so whether that was an alignment issue with the, obviously he was out in a different kart to the one that he ran this morning, so he will have had to have been to race control and just get that one okayed, because you sign on all your equipment. But whether they've taken it off one chassis, put it on another, I think he was on a Zip this morning. The one he'll be on now, I think, will be a Project 1. There might be a slight alignment issue there with where the clutch and the sprocket line up. Potentially that could have been a reason for that one jumping off twice on the outlap, but hopefully they've got that one sorted. I did see him when I popped out earlier for a comfort break. He did say that it was chain and there wasn't any issues with the engine, so we're looking for Reese Cranston, and it looks like Tommy, he could be back out in the original kart this time.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like whatever issues they had at Heat 1 might have required a bit more fixing than they anticipated, but looks like he's managed to get the original kart back out to play. Or it could be the second kart with the bodywork for the first one. I have no idea. Just clutching at all the straws.
And he's gone cross-eyed.
In fact, it's both. He's got the original bumper with the other side pods, and I've got no idea which frame. Why do we have to make this so difficult?
He's got a kart, David. That's all that's important. He's on the grid. That's the important thing. And he was pole sitter as well. So
he was, wasn't he, in that wet session yesterday?
So let's have a look at what he can come through, how far he can come through the grid in this 3rd and final heat of the day for Clubman Cadet. We have the starters flag in hand. It's up, it's down, and we're away. And they are, whoa, there is a bit of contact going into the national loop.
Yeah, McBain came in, got a good start and tried to get inside of the others. We've had a good start, though, from Jake Walker, Tom, and for the first time today, really, Samuel Yeadon not leading the way. Walker then from the outside of the front row has come through to take the lead. Yeadon in second, McBain, who got that good start but got sandwiched then between what would have been Yeadon and Ollie Carter. Yeadon, though, gets a good run out of hairpin 2 down the inside of Jake Walker. I think Walker's going to be too wide to close the door, and if he does, he might find Alfie McBain's there. Yeah,
McBain obviously was flying at the end of the previous heat and is now making the move up the inside for 2nd place. Can't get it done through 3, and in fact it costs him a place and he ends up in 4th, believe it or not.
Yeah, Ollie Carter there coming through. Behind we've got Charlie Eibel and Mason Webster as they come over the line then for the first time in this 8-minute race. Yeadon back at the head of the field with Walker, Carter, McBain, Eibel, Webster, Berryman, Tipping, Carmichael and Josh Hushka with a great opening lap, Tom. That's got to be 5 places for him, at least 4, and he would think he was 15th, and that he'd have took 1 before he got to the line, which is the first time we checked what order they're in, so he could have been 14th by then, and another 4 places for Josh Hushka.
Yeah, and fastest lap of the race as well. Obviously, it's only an opening lap, and as you explained earlier, that's because he essentially had a rolling start when he hit the line. But Alfie McBain had a good look up the inside there of Ollie Carter and couldn't get the move done. and that cost him a little bit of momentum going into hairpin 3, but this this battle for second place rages on. Headed at the moment by Jake Walker. Samuel Yeadon was 0.24 of a second in front, is now 0.43 of a second clear at the front of the race, and puts in the fastest lap of the race for good measure. So Samuel Yeadon head down and powering on. 49.3.
Yeah, the top
for the
five,
first flying lap.
The top 5 have seemed to have broken away ever so slightly, and I'm not sure whether Yeadon's going to be able to break from the clutches of Walker and Carter, then McBain and Eibel. Then they've got a gap of around about 6/10 back to Mason Webster, who's battling with Layla Berryman. And then it's pretty much all the way down then to, looks like Joey Swan in that bright orange helmet. That's down in 19th, so that's 6th to 19th, Tom, just nose to tail.
And Alfie McBain couldn't get the move done into South Bank on the previous lap, but does get it done this time and takes third place away from Ollie Carter. Yeah. Samuel Yeadon not having it all his own way. Alfie McBain setting the fastest lap of the race at that time round with a 49 flat, and both him and Jake Walker were almost 0.2 of a second quicker than Yeadon. So Yeadon not having it all his own way so far.
If McBain can get past Walker, and by get past I mean get past cleanly and that it doesn't lose him any sort of time, I'd be really interested to see what he can do about Samuel Yeadon at the front here, because McBain obviously moving through from 17th to 4th in heat number 2 could potentially have the pace to put a challenge in here. Certainly in heat 3, obviously that 17th in the first race of the day is going to really hamper his starting position for the final as we take the points from all 3 heats to work that grid out. So it's not a case of where you finish, as Summer Wood goes wide, and that looks like Charlie Quine is going to be able to slide through. And that's going to put Quine up into 11th place, I think, as Benson and Hushka swap positions. The only 2, I think there's Quine was dropped one, so that leaves him back in 12th. McBain is right on the back of Jake Walker as they head down towards hairpin number 1. I thought he was going to be close enough to throw a move in, but looks like Walker parked the car enough. And what they are doing, Tom, is allowing Samuel Yeadon to move away. That's going to be a bold strategy to go all the way around the outside by Alfie McBain.
I was just going to say, Alfie McBain...
He's done it already today, though, hasn't he?
Yeah, but he would have been better served pushing Jake Walker along and trying to close that gap rather than going side by side, because the gap was half a second as they came over the line.
He's got the cut back, though, Tom, and he's through, and into second place comes Alfie McBain. He's going to get half a race, 4 minutes plus 1 lap, to see whether he can reel in Samuel Yeadon at the head of this one. He lost 0.3 to him on that last lap, doing the overtake.
We've got somebody backwards there. Is that Ollie Carter?
It is Ollie Carter. Was he on his own, or was Charlie Eibel involved in that as well, Tom?
Not sure. I just caught the end of it on camera.
Looked like he was bouncing, wasn't it? I don't know whether it had Eibel. Eibel hasn't actually lost any time, I don't think, as he's going down the back straight quite comfortably now in 4th place. But Ollie Carter, a driver who we're expecting to be challenging for a podium at the end of the day. Berryman and Sebastian Benson there trying to sort themselves out. Ashton Carmichael coming through as well. The youngster from Mansfield in Nottinghamshire joining us for the first time, is getting himself right in the mix here in the top 10 here at Teesside Cadet Club.
Yeah, and trying to make a move through for 8th place, but it's Alfie McBain with the fastest lap of the race, a 48.6, which is the quickest lap we've had all day in Cadet Clubman. 0.2 of a second quicker than Samuel Yeadon's managed to go all day, and Samuel Yeadon's actually only doing 49 flats. He did a 48.9 a couple of laps ago, but yeah, that seems to be his pace. So he's a 10 slower than he was going in Heat 1 and Heat 2 so far, and Alfie McBain is now only half a second behind.
Benson there down the inside of Mason Webster on entry into the South Bank corner. Webster tries to have a nibble back at hairpin 3, but can't get through. In the background, we see Riley Sims-Ezard and Josh Husker. Looks like Sims-Ezard there clipped the tyres on the inside, did well to keep that kart facing the right way.
Oh, Alfie McBain is right there onto the back of Samuel Yeadon now.
He's taking chunks out of Yeadon.
He was half a second quicker, or the best part of half a second quicker on that previous lap. Another fastest lap of the race of 48.6.
He's thrown a rope at the 118 and just reeled himself in onto the back. We've got 1 minute and 50 remaining, so we're going to get at least 3, maybe 4 laps for Alfie McBain to try and wrestle a victory away from Samuel Yeadon. 2 heat wins, a second place would be enough for Yeadon to start the final from the front row, and obviously with McBain having that 17th in Heat 1, the 4th, and then even a 1st, that's still going to only give him an average finishing position of around about 8th. That's not going to be enough to start from the front row. It might even be not enough for the second row for Alfie McBain, but here we go with 1 minute and 20 remaining. 3 more laps, I believe, if my calculations are correct. And it's a personal best for Yeadon, and he's still not been able to shake off Alfie McBain in this one. Onto the back straight. We know McBain's got good straight line speed, Tom, down this back straight, because we've seen him on a number of occasions try and go round the outside of people and pretty much hold it all the way round the outside of South Bank. He's going to try it again, but will he get the cut back down the inside? Yeadon's going to park that kart. You see the cadets, they don't go anywhere near as sweeping wide. They don't have to. Differing lines then, round 3 and 4.
Minimalist bodywork on the nose of Alfie McBain as well. Very, very small front bumper cross section when you compare that to Samuel Yeadon's as well. Not sure whether that's making much of a difference in terms of the outright speed, but it's certainly a much, much smaller cross section.
Yeah, it's that flat, narrow one, isn't it, rather than the curved one. McBain then down the inside into hairpin 1. Yeadon can't close the door. He's going to try and get the run on the outside. Alfie McBain gets through. Now, the Yeadon's going to get the straight line speed down the back straight, and Alfie McBain, for the first time today, leads here at Teesside Autodrome. A race and a half ago, he was 17th, and now he leads from Samuel Yeadon into hairpin 3.
Yes, indeed, and a good move it was too. Although Yeadon is back up the inside into hairpin 4, but can't get the move done. McBain holding it round the outside.
Fantastic awareness there from McBain. Knew that Yeadon was coming down the inside. Didn't turn it on him. Opened it up, ran all the way around the outside, got on the power earlier, and just drove away. Maybe that's something that he's going to consider doing again on the final lap, which we're on now, as they head down towards hairpin 1 for the first time. McBain and Yeadon, then it's Walker, Benson, Eibel. Carmichael has come through from 10th up into 6th, with Webster now in 7th. Berryman, Tipping and Quine, your top 10. McBain leads down the back straight then for the final time. Is there anything that Samuel Yeadon can do to hold on? Second place is going to be enough, I think, for Yeadon, with 2 heat victories in a second to put him on pole position for the final, but he'd love to take 3 from 3. I don't think he's close enough, though. Alfie McBain, it's going to be a memorable victory for the number 8. Through he comes, 17th to 4th, 4th to 1st. Alfie McBain takes the checkered flag from Samuel Yeadon. Then it's going to be Jake Walker, I think, from Sebastian Benson. Charlie Eibel, Ashton Carmichael's going to come through, I think, for 6th place. Yes, he is. Berryman, Webster, Tipping and Quine complete your top 10, with Wood, Young, Davidson, Cooney and Carter recovering to 15th in front of Josh Husker, who at times, Tom, was up into 11th place and then dropped back down to 15th at the end.
So Alfie McBain's 48.6 lap time would have put him in the mix in Cadet Pro as well, and it woke Samuel Yeadon up as well, because he on lap 9 of 11 managed to do a 48.7, so that's his fastest lap of the day as well in that heat. So yeah, that 48.6 is what the pro drivers were doing, with the exception of Thomas Potter, but most of the Cadet Pro field were doing 48.6s, so Alfie McBain, showing well there. Please do keep your comments coming in on the YouTube live chat. It's been a little bit quiet for about an hour. We haven't had any comments come in, so please do keep coming in. Let us know that you're watching, where you're watching from, who you're supporting, and we'll try and give you a shout out. Oh, in fact, no, we have. We have had some comments. Sam Hayes Racing saying well done Josh, number 13, and Frida Yeadon saying well done Josh. Paul White saying well done Josh as well. So they're all, I believe they're all supporting Joshua Sullivan there as well. So yeah, good support, and please keep them coming in. We will do our best to read them out. Moving on from Heat 3 of Cadet Club, we've got Junior Rotax. The final heat of the day for Junior Rotax. Random grid is headed this time by Bella Franklin. Alfie Warbank goes off P2, Catherine Potter in third, Nathan Jensen in fourth, Finley Watson in fifth, and Lizzie Mentier in sixth. Then it's Isaac O'Shea in seventh and Monroe Renard in eighth. 2 rolling up laps, as we've said before, and the sun is properly beating down on the circuit now.
Didn't think we'd be seeing that again. Today, at least. I mean, not forever.
Yeah, it's come right back out now.
I'd like to order more for the double header and the British the week after. I'll have a quick.
The only thing I'm thinking about ordering is what cake I'm having at lunchtime.
I'll have a quick chat with my mate, the Sun, and see if it can make an appearance. Cake chat.
Cake chat is incoming, people.
Just after the lunch break, which we'll be having after not this race, then we're going to have senior Rotax, then we're going to have senior Pro Kart, then we're going to have around about 20 to 25 minutes for our lunch break, where Tom and I will remove ourselves from the commentary box up into the cafe and tackle some cake.
So if you see us in the queue, wave us through, because we need to get back here sharpish.
Yeah. Open up like a guard of honour.
Yeah, that's it.
To the till.
Yeah. I only want cake anyway this time. I'm not after anything hot.
No, because you've got me.
I'm just... Oh, God. David.
Cheers, mate.
Anyway, green flag is up. Rolling up round the kink for the final time today, and it is green flag is down. Good start from Bella Franklin as she moves through and holds on to the lead. Somebody taking the very wide right.
Nathan Jensen going exiting stage left and then cutting back in. Isaac O'Shea was looking very racy in there, and Finley Watson dives down the inside of Alfie Warbank, and Warbank's going to go wide. That's going to allow O'Shea to come to the inside, and whilst Warbank might be a little bit quicker because he got on the power earlier, doesn't have track position, and that's going to drop him down into fourth place. Yeah, O'Shea, as soon as that green went, he was just looking very, very racy on the way into that first corner, and now you've got Mentier down the inside of Warbank. So Warbank on this opening lap going backwards so far. Mentier then up into fourth place.
And it is Franklin from Watson, O'Shea, Mentier, Warbank, Potham, Renard has come up into seventh place, and then it is Nathan Jensen in eighth. So good start from Monroe Renard in first ever meeting. Yes, as they all hold position through the first half of lap 2. And who's that? That's Catherine Potter looking pretty racy on Alfie Warbank as well. So Warbank really struggling in these early stages with the handling of the kart. It seems not stepping out all over the place, but certainly not having the forward bite that he would be particularly looking for.
Yeah, maybe not giving him the confidence, Tom, that he requires to be able to throw that kart in.
As Mentier goes through on Isaac O'Shea and takes third place, which is immediately repeated back by O'Shea and retakes the place.
No, it's going to be repeated again.
Yep, forcefully through this time for Mentier. He made sure of that one, or did she? Again. 4 overtakes in 4 corners.
Oh, I thought we were going to get 5 in 5.
And then O'Shea holds it through hairpin 4. So well done to Isaac O'Shea for holding that position. Finley Watson is managed to reel in very quickly Bella Franklin. There was a gap there, and it's now less than a tenth of a second. And in fact, it's now more than a tenth of a second because he's through.
Yeah, as well. And what he's done there is he's also managed to get through and then use hairpin 2 as well to create a bit of a gap to Bella Franklin by going slightly offline, meaning that she couldn't go as tight as she wanted, which means that he's managed to gain a couple of kart lengths on Franklin, and probably giving himself a comfortable cushion and trying to break that slipstream, which is going to allow Franklin to tag back on. Through they come, though, with 4 laps already in. Watson and Franklin, 3 tenths between them. Then everybody behind, from O'Shea all the way down to Potter, setting personal bests. Hardly anything between them. That's O'Shea, Mentier, Warbank and Potter, 3rd down to 6th respectively.
Yeah, it's a good train is this one here, and if they can start to work together, they might manage to get onto the back of Bella Franklin and Finley Watson here. Finley Watson taking the first 2 heats of the day as well and finds himself at the front once again. In heat number 3, Catherine Potter having a look up the inside of Alfie Warbank but couldn't quite get the move done, and she's been there for a few laps now, knocking on the door of 5th place. Finley Watson, fastest lap of the race, a 10.5 quicker than Bella Franklin's personal best, and so moves away by half a second now in front of the train for the lead.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the times on the last one. Even O'Shea and Mentier were still a 10th off Franklin, so they've not been able to reel in just yet as we are beyond half race distance. And, even though Franklin has dropped off the back of Finley Watson, that's more to do with Watson's pace than Franklin not being able to keep, move away with him, because the pack behind Tom haven't been able to close in. The gap was a second on the previous lap, almost to a thing. Now it's close to around about 9/10, but it's still not enough, I don't think, for 3rd down to 6th to reel in Bella Franklin with 4 laps to go.
I think 3rd might be catching 2nd, you know.
Yeah, the gap from Watson has gone out again. Only half a tenth this time though. But that gap to Isaac O'Shea holding pretty steady as well, with 1.5 seconds back from Watson. Of course, that's around about a second to Franklin. And they seem fairly evenly spaced now. Catherine Potter dropping off the back a little bit of Alfie Warbank. So she'd been on his rear bumper for the entirety of that race, of the race so far, but has now lost a little bit of time somewhere. And we've got fairly even gaps now for 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Yeah, it's pretty much 2 or 3 tenths, isn't it? Which is close enough to be in range, but not close enough to fire, if you understand what I mean there.
I do.
They're close enough to be to take advantage of a mistake, but they're not able to throw a move down the inside and make something happen.
And the gap again is fairly steady with Bella Franklin. So she's matching now Finley Watson's lap times and is managing to hold it around about half a second. Although I said that and jinxed it, because of course then it went up by 0.2 of a second.
O'Shea opened with a personal best, as does Mentier, but O'Shea's about a 10th quicker, and that seems to be the theme here. It's everybody sort of going about a 10th quicker and closing in. Franklin's dropped off the back of Finley Watson.
Yes.
And
he's starting to get into the clutches now of Isaac O'Shea.
Quickly reeled in, really, here by Isaac O'Shea. They couldn't come through for the last lap board this next time round. O'Shea was 7/10 off. He's going to be close enough, Tom, I think, into hairpin 1 to potentially make a move here. Those tyres on the 43 could be cut. The engine temp could be too high. Isaac O'Shea has reeled this one in. Franklin now dropping well off the back of Finley Watson's pace, and he's no quicker than what he has been, which has been fairly consistent throughout this race so far. Now it's all going to concertina up here behind Bella Franklin, and right down the inside goes Isaac O'Shea.
Wow, wasted no time.
No, shoots through. Franklin gets back to the inside. Mentier's going to push Bella Franklin, and O'Shea isn't going to be able to get back in here.
He's going to get hung out to dry. Freight trained. Going to lose 3 places.
Yeah, goes for 2nd. He could come out of this in 5th or 6th. Well, it's 5th at least, and then can he hold on to 4th? We'll find out in a few moments' time. Watson comes through for the victory. Franklin in 2nd, Mentier 3rd. O'Shea holds off Alfie Warbank, and Warbank's off, Tom, into the tyres. He is going to cross the line. He was through side by side with Isaac O'Shea, wasn't he, through the dogleg section? And we just heard him off into the wall there. I heard a screech, but couldn't find the car out the window. I thought it was actually further down near where the start line is. I think it was actually further back, you know, where the acceleration cone is. About 10-15 metres before the start-finish line, but that did drop him behind Catherine Potter in 6th place. So Potter gets 5th, Warbank 6th, Jensen and Munro Renard complete our runners.
Okay, so we will move on to mini Rotax. And heading your grid for heat number 3, sponsored by NRG Cycles. In Minimax is going to be Jared Fox Whiteley. He took the win in heat number 2. Lewis Goff, who took the win in heat number 1, goes off P2. Then it's Addison Smith and Ben Adrian, Benjamin Lee and Melissa Adrian. Then we have Joseph Yao, James Philip Byrne, Daniel Bridgen and Sam Robson. They are heading out now on to their double rolling up lap.
Yeah, as with all of our classes now, we've moved on to the Comet tyres. We have 2 rolling up laps. They generally get round that first one almost at race pace as they see sliding the tyres left and right. You can pretty much do that when you've got no grip at all in them when they're cold. If you tried that later on, they'd probably grip halfway through that and they'd shoot you off onto the grass. So you can do it whilst they are cold, and they try and get all the temperature they want. See there, Melissa Adrian in the 10, inducing the understeer by turning the wheel sharp to the right and then pressing the throttle to push that kart on to try and give them a try and get the fronts nice and warm. Now they're all coming round. Looks like Fox Whiteley slowed them up earlier than normal and backed the pack up at the first corner rather than normally it's on the back straight, but he is our pole sitter and it's his prerogative as to when he does that, and so he's going to slow them all up onto the back straight. Looks like everybody's going to get into position. See them still weaving to get the heat in the tyres. They will stop doing that when they enter this corner now, because pretty much when you're around South Bank you want to be focusing on your competitors rather than your own machinery. You see everybody there sort of now stops with the wheel warming, and it's all focused on that green flag. Fox Whiteley on the inside this time, Goff on the outside. Different order to what it was last time round. We are away and racing the green drops, and they are still side by side as they head towards that first corner. And Addison Smith, as we often see, third is better than second, and through he comes through into second place. So it's Fox Whiteley, Smith, Goff, Benjamin Lee with another good start in front of Ben Adrian. Melissa Adrian's going to try and get down the inside of Joseph Yao, and she does in front of James Philip Byrne. Sam Robson recovering after retiring from the previous heat. And then we have the 25 of Daniel Bridgen.
Yes, indeed. We're looking at the 22 there, Fox Whiteley, who is leading, and there is moves aplenty into hairpin 4. That was Ben Adrian on Benjamin Lee.
Yeah, I thought Goff was going to make a move on Smith as well there, Tom, and really thought about it because he had to get out of that move, and he's dropped 4 or 5 kart lengths off the back of the 15. I'm sure it won't be too long till he closes up this leading trio. Hopefully Ben Adrian can go with them as well, because we know he's got pace to challenge, having been on the podium here before in this mini class. And once again, Tom, we see this often, you know, like with 2 relatives, or as Melissa Adrian goes down the inside, or 2 drivers that are very evenly matched. We saw in cadets last year that Melissa Adrian and Ben Adrian were incredibly evenly matched for the most of the season.
They found themselves on the same patch of tarmac pretty much throughout the season.
Yeah, for most of the season, I don't think I'm wrong in saying that Melissa Adrian probably had a bit more of an edge over Ben. However, when they've switched to minis, I think Ben's got a bit of an edge over Melissa, and it's just genuine. We saw that before, didn't we? You know, when our cadet champions from last year moved to from the year before moved to mini in Lizzie Mentier and Catherine Potter. In cadets, arguably Potter, who won the championship, had the edge over Mentier. As soon as they switched into minis, Mentier had the edge over Potter. Correct. It swings and roundabouts depending on what type of machinery you're in, and I find that enthralling to sort of see that driver development. You know, you take them out of one kart, dump them in another. Who adapts quickest to that new machinery?
Yes, it is fascinating to see, and there is a bit of science behind it, of course, with you know, physique and how you're built as a human being. But a lot of it is down to the headspace as well. You know, how, like you say, David, how quickly your head can adapt and how quickly your mind can adjust to the different speed and different driving style that you need to have for from moving from not just a different class and difference in speed, but different grip levels as well. Obviously, these are much, much wider chassis than the Cadets.
Yeah, if anybody's wondering what the sticker is there in the nose panel of Addison Smith, there's Lewis Goff that goes down the inside. In that little opening, there's a green sticker in there. A lot of karts are running them this weekend. You might have picked them out on a couple of the Cadets as well throughout the day. I think pretty much every class has got one on throughout the day in terms of some of the drivers. It's because June is Scoliosis Awareness Month. It's something that Lizzie Mentier, one of our junior Max drivers, suffers from. It's a curvature sideways of the spine that often starts as a C and then goes into an S shape. Often it happens sort of like between for drivers that, well, people in fact, not just drivers, aged between 10 and 15 is normally when that sort of onsets. As a Goff goes down the inside of Fox Whiteley. Fox Whiteley had a little bit of help there in going wide, and that's allowed Addison Smith to come through as well into second place. We've got a yellow flag out, and that's Ben Adrian on the outside of hairpin 4, Tom, as you see him dropping down the order down into, probably it's going to be all the way down to the end. He's got back going again just in front of Daniel Bridgen. Not sure quite what happened with Ben Adrian, but he is going to go all the way down into 9th place. So, yeah, what I was saying, Smith gets a good run down the back straight on Lewis Goff, so hopefully they won't ruin what I'm going to try and say for a second time, although I'm sure that they probably will. You know, it's something that obviously Lizzie's sort of going with. I've got a wristband on it at the moment in the commentary box. A lot of people around the circuit have as well for Scoliosis Awareness Month. It is something that, you know, if it carries on and doesn't get sorted, could result eventually in surgery being required, but at the moment, Lizzie's wearing a back brace for the best part of 16 hours a day in order to try and sort that curvature out. Hopefully, it will do, and because surgery may mean that she may have to go under the knife for a while and might not be able to come and play with us here at Teesside, but hopefully it gets all sorted. That's obviously a long-term solution more than anything short-term, so they're going to try and sort that. But yeah, with June being Scoliosis Awareness Month, if you check out Lizzie's Facebook page at LMR50, for her karting page, there's a lot of information gone on there this week about that as well. Goff then leads the way with 3 minutes remaining in this junior max race, with Addison Smith right behind and Jared Fox Whiteley in the slipstream as well, although he has dropped a couple of kart lengths off the back of this battle for the lead since that the overtaking opportunity from Goff down into hairpin number 3. Addison Smith gets in the slipstream of Lewis Goff. Be interesting to see him pop out and have half a move down the inside there into South Bank, because it looks like he's got all the straight line speed to do so. Be interesting to see whether he just shows a nose as to how compliant Goff will be if Smith can get the inside line into South Bank.
Yes, indeed. There was no penalty or any kind of warning for the move that Lewis Goff put on Jared Fox Whiteley. But since then, Fox Whiteley has managed to stick with them, and this is probably the closest he's been since that move was
Smith
made. And in fact,
wide.
there you go, returns the favour on Addison Smith. Of course, it wasn't Addison Smith that initiated the initial overtake, and that's actually cost Smith maybe a kart length off the back now of Lewis Goff.
Was there contact there, Tom?
I think there was a little bit.
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure.
I think there was a little bit. I think Addison Smith got a little bit of help from Fox Whiteley, but again, you know, it hasn't affected things too much.
No, Melissa
The
Adrian,
position stayed the same.
Yeah, Melissa Adrian there behind with Benjamin Lee sticking with. He's been consistent throughout this day. Another driver showing continual improvement as he currently runs in 5th place in front of Yao, Byrne, Robson, Adrian, who's got 10 seconds to close in, which is almost impossible unless somebody has an incident in front of him in 9th, and then Daniel Bridgen in 10th place. Your leading trio down the back straight, and this time Addison Smith gets a good exit, but then could potentially get balked, and Fox Whiteley's going to come down the inside of Addison Smith. And is that a case, Tom, really, of Smith? He's spent 3 or 4 laps having a look at Lewis Goff, hasn't had a chance to get through. Daniel Bridgen's come back into the pit lane. Is that, should Smith have had a bit more of a nibble at Goff there?
Well, no, he had the overspeed, but he couldn't get to the inside quick enough, and he ended up pushing Goff and slowing himself down, and that gave Fox Whiteley the momentum to get through. It's also given Fox Whiteley quite a bit of momentum to get right onto the back of Lewis Goff, and I thought he was going to send it up the inside there and chose against it.
Plenty of time left, I think. I think they're going to get 2 more laps. I can't 27 seconds. They're already halfway round this lap. I don't think they're going to get last
Oh,
lap.
there he goes.
Goff leaves the door open for Fox Whiteley. Will he get the cut back down the inside? Oh, and then has a nudge into the back of Fox Whiteley again into hairpin number 3.
Yeah, that's twice now that he's
Not
done
sure
that.
how much of a nudge you need in a straight line for these front fairings to push in and drop down, but we'll find out whether that was enough later on. 5 seconds remaining, which means last lap board will be next time. 2 more laps remaining here at a sunny Teesside Autodrome.
Oh, and Goff has got through
Oh,
there.
Smith's got through. It's Smith who's got through on Fox Whiteley, back up
Well,
into
it's Goff
second
and
place.
Smith, yeah.
Back through. Goff, at the door.
Fox Whiteley went
opened.
through into the D in first place and came out of it in third.
I'll be honest with you, Tom, I forgot who was leading.
It was Fox Whiteley, and he didn't look too impressed either with Goff coming out of the national loop. Obviously, he dropped down into third place. So last lap board is about to go out.
Yeah, but
So I'll be interested to see what Fox Whiteley can do if he does manage to get a sniff here of a move on Lewis Goff.
yeah, closes right up through that D chicane. 1.5 tenths between them as Benjamin Lee has managed to find a way past Melissa Adrian up into fourth. That'll be his best finish here at Teesside if he can hold on. Goff and Fox Whiteley go tight. Smith goes wide to try and maximise the run down the back straight. Fox Whiteley's in the slipstream. Goes left, goes right. Will he pop out at the final second? He's not going to this time. It's going to be a move into the final corner. It's got to be as they go into hairpin 3. Tries the same bump and run move that Goff did on him a few laps ago. And he's got down the inside. Fox Whiteley, Smith's going to get the run through as well, is he? They're going to be side by side over the line. Fox Whiteley's going to take it from Goff. Goff's hands off the steering wheel. But in all honesty, Fox
Whiteley goes around comes around.
Fox Whiteley did the same bump and run that
Exactly.
Goff's done to him in 2 previous laps as well.
Exactly. All was fair there, I think. Lewis Goff had done it twice already to Jared Fox Whiteley, and both times had made the move stick and taken advantage of it. And Fox Whiteley just returned the favour on the final lap and took the win. So we'll just wait for the results to come through officially. Anything on
All clear so far, Tom, in
the previous heats?
everything so far in the classes from heat number 3 have all been clear. Obviously, with the exception, I think we've had a penalty in Cadet Pro. Harris Ali with a 5-second front fairing penalty, but that has no bearing on the finishing positions because he had that spin with a few laps to go, so that's had no bearing on that one. All of the classes clear on our on the penalty board. So now we go to senior Rotax for their race. It's the penultimate heat of the day. The barriers being moved to allow us to run all the way down towards the first corner for the national loop. They'll be put back in then for the start of the second lap. But we await our senior Rotax drivers. The circuit is clear, so we should be joined by them in a few seconds' time. The first one out will be Andy Collinson. He goes off pole position with Chris Stoves alongside Ashley Savage and Paul Swan on the second row. Emma Brown and Shane Collinson on row number 3. Andy Ambrose starts 7th with Kieran Savage in 8th. Arthur Louthian will start 9th in front of Josh Redhead, and then Sophie Stevenson in 11th place. So our seniors then making their way around. Like I say, penultimate heat of the day. We'll have senior Pro Kart after this, and then we will have a short interlude where the drivers will be able to take a little break. So will the marshals, and Tom and I will head up to the cafe to sample the wares. So they go over start finish, everybody making their way around. One thing I have noticed with this, Tom, in the seniors is a lot less weaving than what the minis and the juniors have been doing.
We said that at the start of heat number 1 as well when we pointed it out initially. They don't feel the need to really work the tyres anything like as hard as they do in the junior and the mini classes, and they're all running the same tyre. So I don't know whether maybe that's a weight.
Is it a weight? Is it a weight thing? Is it a fact that obviously they're going quicker, so during the race they're going to come up to pressure earlier, so you don't want to bring too much temperature because then you're going to overuse them.
A combination of all of the above?
Well, if we say yes, it means that it's clear for us, isn't it? We'll be right all the time.
Aren't we always?
Yes. Out through they come then. Collinson will lead the way with Chris Stoves alongside. The pace is steady. The green is up. The green is down and Collinson accelerates away from that pole position berth. Ashley Savage comes down the inside. Chris Stoves on the outside goes wide. Shane Collinson, there's still 3 wide, and Collinson and Ambrose sort themselves out as Swan takes advantage of Chris Stoves having to go wide, and that moves him up into 5th place as well. Kieran Savage down the inside into hairpin 2. Stoves is going to try and get a run back on him, but they're in 2 separate classes with Rotax 162 and 177 running at different weights, and that 15 kilo does make a lot of difference. Move down the inside there, see Swan trying to get alongside Ambrose, and that's going to open the door potentially for Savage to get alongside as well, but they can't get through, the door closed on him.
So it is Andy Collinson from Ashley Savage, Shane Collinson, Andy Ambrose, Paul Swan, Kieran Savage, Chris Stoves, Emma Brown, Chris Stoves and Emma Brown in the 177 class. Chris Stoves leading that at the moment. Then it's Arthur Lowthian, Josh Redhead and Sophie Stevenson.
Collinson has managed to break away from Ashley Savage at the head of this one, and that's all that. And Shane Collinson is coming along, I think, for 2nd place in the background. We can see Kieran Savage there trying to get down the inside of Paul Swan. Swan closes the door, but Savage looking very, very racy in that kart.
And here they come across the line, so it is as you were, with the exception of Andy Ambrose pumping in the fastest lap of the race. 2 tenths quicker than Andy Collinson went up at the front. And Shane Collinson as well was quite a bit quicker.
Ambrose is all over the back as Collinson tries to get down the inside of Ashley Savage, and that's going to balk his entry as he bounces over the curbs. He's lost 1 place already to Ambrose. He's going to lose another, I think, to Paul Swan in the 95, and Swan comes through nice and clean. Will he close the door into hairpin 4? He doesn't. Swan can try and get the cut back, but I think Collinson may well seek to hold on to that, and he does. They're still side by side though as they come through to the D chicane.
Yeah, moving on to a lap 3 now, and it is Andy Collinson moving away at the front. So despite him having by his standards, relatively poor lap the previous one, he's now pretty much 3 tenths of a second quicker than pretty much everybody, with the exception of Ashley Savage on that lap. So moving away, 3/4 of a second in front, another 3/4 of a second, then back to Andy Ambrose, and then we've got this Shane Collinson, Paul Swan, Kieran Savage battle going on that we're looking at on screen.
Oh, Ambrose pumps in another fastest lap there, 41.9. 2 tenths, 3 tenths almost quicker than everybody in front of him, and they were all setting personal bests. So Andy Ambrose closing in on the back of Ashley Savage. Will need to get through quickly though, because they'll almost be at half race distance when they come over next time. So we'll need to try and push on and get past Ashley Savage if we can do.
So my thoughts on the Andy Ambrose fairing dropping down in the previous heat were unfounded, and as you can see in this heat, they're exactly the nose is in the exact same position. So that's just how he runs it.
It's naturally quite low, isn't it?
Yeah, just has that possibly an extra aero effect, because it's almost, well, it is touching the floor.
Could it even be a case, Tom, because it's so far forward that, you know, like, when you hit something, if you were to hit something, as Kieran Savage has there at some point, because the front of that nose is...
Yeah, I think that was on the back of Paul Swan a few laps ago.
Is it a case that because it's so far down, it has less of an effect? You know, when...
You mean it scoops rather than whacks?
Yes. So that it's potentially...
It's a shovel rather than a hammer.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say. And I'm not trying to say that in any way that he's trying to use that to his advantage, but that could potentially be something. Is it a case that it scoops underneath the back of the bumper rather than just gives it a big hit?
Well, what I would say to that is in the defence of Andy Ambrose, if that was the case, then everyone would be doing it.
Yes, there is that. Or he could have just stumbled across something.
Right.
that nobody else that's ever driven a kart has ever thought of before, which does seem unlikely.
Well, I mean, what it does is it gives it an odd shape because it's really low in the middle and it's scraping the floor in the middle, but then the edges then, because of the angle that it's at, the end where the wheels are is actually very high compared to when you look at Ashley Savage, who's got his much more level and much more central.
Through they come then. 3 laps remaining in this senior Rotax third heat. Ambrose closing in through that D-chicane, although Ashley Savage puts in a personal best to try and hold them off. Emma Brown, looks like the chain's come off that, Tom. It's just rolling to a halt on the inside of the dog leg, so that's going to be covered under yellow flags down there at hairpin 3. We've got another driver going quite slow down the back straight. That's Sophie Stevenson moving out of the way of all the leaders coming through.
We've got a contact warning for Josh Redhead as well.
And Arthur Loudian, both, and they are together on track, so that's fairly clear what that's for. Same incident, I'd imagine.
So Andy Collinson is not getting away at the front now. It is starting to come back together. And in fact, Shane Collinson put in the fastest lap of the race on that previous lap and was 4/10 quicker than Andy Collinson.
We could be on for a grandstand finish here, Tom, with a minute and a half remaining, because there's 4 karts all closing in on each other.
Everybody, basically, the 4th kart is quicker than the 3rd kart, the 3rd kart is quicker than the 2nd kart, and the 2nd kart is quicker than the 1st kart.
Yeah, we could concertina up here, couldn't we? We know, obviously, Shane Collinson had that incident that slowed him down on the 2nd lap.
Oh, Andy Ambrose is right there now, but if he wants a sniff of a win, he's going to push. He's going to have to push Ashley Savage on, and I don't think they're going to get there. This might just be a battle for 2nd place rather than the win. I think, yeah, Ashley Savage is going to run out of time here, although he was he just matched Andy Collinson's lap time up front, so it is going to be a battle for 2nd between Savage, Ambrose and Collinson.
Yeah, Ambrose is going to go defensive, isn't he now? I think he understands that he needs that 3rd place. He did try and have half a look down the inside of Ashley Savage and did close up on him heavily in hairpin 1 earlier on. Goes tight again. Can he get the run out of the corner? Will Collinson try and get alongside? I think it's going to be as you were, though. Andy Collinson comes through to take the checkered flag from Ashley Savage, Andy Ambrose and Shane Collinson. 9/10 of a second then between the top 4, with Paul Swan, Kieran Savage still waiting for them to come over the line. Their nose to tail as well. Swan holds on for 5th, with Savage in 6th place, with Chris Stoves, your leader this time in Rotax 177. Josh Redhead, Arthur Loudian, Sophie Stevenson will get 2nd in 177. Emma Brown retiring with 4 laps remaining for 11th place.
Yet another class that we've got here today where we've had 3 heats and 3 different winners.
It's almost like this mixed grid format makes for entertaining racing, which it does.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I'm a big fan of it. I really, really have liked it. Take nothing away from those drivers that qualify well and have the ability to Sebastian Vettel it back in like 2010, 11, 12, 13.
So
to just sit it on pole and just drive off into the distance. But there's more, this I think teaches racing in terms of race craft, the ability, certainly when you look at Senior Pro, which are going to be out in a few moments' time, to come through
it's
busy
entertainment
grids.
rather than, outright pace. What I would say is Bambino qualifies and they've gone 3 heats, 3 different winners. Junior Pro Kart, random grid, 3 heats, 3 different winners. Cadets Pro, they qualify, and Thomas Potter's taken all 3 wins in that.
He's boring. I told you. But he's boring. All this winning, it's boring.
He's stinking up the place. Clubman Cadets, they qualify, but they've had 3 different winners in 3 heats. Junior Rotax, random grid, they've all been won by Finley Watson, though, and then Mini Rotax has 3... they qualify. Jared Fox-Whiteley's taken 2 of them, and Lewis Goff the other one. Random grid for Senior Pro Kart coming up, though, so we'll run you through how that's gone throughout the day in a moment. both heats today in Senior Pro Kart have gone to Josh Falkus, but I have a feeling he's going to be starting down the back of this particular race. So Carl Ruddock goes off pole, followed by Mark Tate. Then it's David Brown, David Brewis, Caitlin Frame and Thomas Braid. Steve Nichols in 7th, Callum Booth in 8th and Lennon French in 9th. Jess Alexander rounding out your top 10. Dan Fulsham in 11th with Harry Nottage in 12th. Jordan Guy in 13th, Paul Scaife and Gareth Plackett. Then Ben Hogarth and Jake Richardson. David Thompson-Mack in 18th. Then it's Scott Blackburn in 19th and Asher Blythe rounding out the top 20. Tony Pollard and Jack Morris. Then Alban Dowell and Charlie Bingham in 24th. Ben Still and Josh Eden. Then it's Daniel Tate and Gracie Mitchell. Thomas Lowther and Gary Witherington. Brandon Truman Reddish, Brandon Jennings and Josh Falkus, winner of your first two heats, is going off P33 for this one. Simon Doughty in 34th, Richard Brooks and Harry Roddis in 35th and 36th. Then it's Paul Rye, Jordan Cranston and Lee Austin in 39. So, very busy grid.
Yeah, a couple of things, Tom. I'm not sure Paul Scaife is with us anymore. He was here for the first heat, but I haven't seen him since. And he wasn't. I don't think he was out in heat number 2, and I can't spot him in this one. Although I might be wrong because it does. The grid does go all the way down to South Bank. The other thing to note is, as good as Josh Falkus is, I'm not sure he can win this from 33rd.
Well, it's certainly going to be a challenge.
There he is, and that's Gracie Mitchell's
being moved off to the side,
being pushed off to one side. Not sure. I think there's a problem with that, and I think they might have needed just a little bit of help. That's Connor Lucas down there over the barrier. I think he's just moving that car out of the way, all the way down there. I think they've got an issue getting that engine started on one of them.
Josh Falkus is out of the 43 as well. Oh, there is fluid on track. Well spotted. Voice in our ears, Adam Chapman.
There's no point starting the engine if there's nothing in it.
No,
which is could potentially be a problem.
So is it fuel or is it oil? And it's the thing is as well that is right on the racing line.
So there's two things there. That's either the fuel lines come out at the bottom of the filter, or there's a cut in it, or the sump plugs come out. And if the sump plugs come out, then that's oil.
And that's Charlie Bingham helping out as well. And there we go.
Harry, give it a sniff. Find out what it is.
I'm going to find out what that fluid is, whether it's oil or fuel. Either way, it's going to make the entry into hairpin 3 extremely tricky.
Yeah,
so we could have a little bit of a delay here.
Are they going to need to put something on that, like some cement powder or something, Tom, if they've got some, or a bit of sand or something to get that sorted? Because that is right on the pretty much where they're getting hard on the brakes there into 3, isn't it?
If only they had someone that they knew who could supply spill mats that would soak that up for them in seconds.
Do you provide spill mats, Tom?
I would not know anybody that would do that at all. I certainly wouldn't promote
that cart. Then Gracie
myself in that.
The cart's being rolled back into pit lane under its own power. It looks like both engines are going as well on it, so that's a bit strange now that Gracie Mitchell's coming in. But there is fluid down there on the track. The track coordinator Paul Franklin making his way down on the quad just to have a quick look at that. Everybody else is going to be sent forward. Then there will be a gap which was occupied by Gracie Mitchell on the grid. And, don't know who spotted that, but good eyes as to who picked that out. I know that there was.
I think it was Chris, wasn't it? And then Adam spotted it before us. So Chris,
no, I meant on the grid.
Oh,
that'd have been under the cart, wouldn't it?
Well, Connor was down there very, very quickly, wasn't he, to the cart?
Well, it's easier to get down the bank than back up here.
Well, no, but I mean, he normally he would be up here towards our commentary box, so he was down there straight away.
Yeah, so then obviously the cart was pushed off to one side with a bit of help, because these Pro Karts, they weigh the best part of 98 kilos without the driver. And but everybody then sort of rolling in, so it's been a bit of a delayed start then to the final heat of the day here at Teesside Autodrome, but looks like everybody is starting to head into position. And seeing a few driving round the outside of that.
Paul is heading. Well, he's not quite heading back, is he?
He's taking the quad over to the far side of the track. Not quite sure what he's having fun with it. That's for sure, because he's stuck it onto 2 wheels. There, I know what there is up there, Tom. There's a like a track brush that can clean the track. There's like a brush.
Yeah. The
for taking all the excess
marbles.
excess marbles off. And I think he might have gone to hook that up onto the back of the quad if possible, just to sort of move that what is puddles down there. And I think that's a case of what he could potentially be doing.
Because it wouldn't be water, would it? Because
no.
they don't carry water in the
thing here, Tom,
Pro
is that
Kart.
everybody that's been in front of that or that was already gridded up might not know that there is a slippy patch down there at hairpin.
I think they will know now with the
the
marshal's just gone sprinting through with the brush.
Look at them, it's like a sea of barn owls, everybody turning their necks 180 degrees back down to the bottom end of the track.
Just have a quick look at the work that's going on.
The quad's going to appear now, I think.
Oh, and Gracie's back out. Gracie Mitchell back out on track and heading round, I mean, what I'm going to expect to be the very back of this grid, although she may well take
her grid position will be left empty, won't it? Because we've left empty.
Well, the grid position is empty, but is she going to fill it?
Well, we'll find out, won't we? Well, she's driving straight down the middle of the train, so I think she's basically going to
try and encourage. Oh, she is. So she is going to take up her position.
Well, I think her position is the next position to go into, actually, which is timely. A timely arrival, because she was gridded up next to Josh Folkers anyway.
So is that gap, is that where Paul Scaife would be?
Yes, I think that's Paul Scaife's vacant berth in about...
Okay. All right. Well, that was good timing then.
I'm guessing about 25th for Paul Scaife would have been. We've got quite a grid list. Still down there just working on that exit to hairpin number 3. Which I think we could get 1 or 2 more minutes, Tom, actually, before because the quad's still down there with the brush and the things on the back of it. I think we need to move all the carts off so they can work properly down there. And there's another quad coming down, I think, with more equipment that's going to be done. And
this could have the speedy dry stuff on it.
Yeah, and
well, it's got brushes.
Oh, it has, and some cement.
Oh, it has got some cement dust as well. Yes, indeed.
As much as we want to go racing as quickly as possible, it is right that we go racing safely and that we spend the time to get the track into the correct order. So as they head down there, it will give us time, Tom, to have a bit of a chat about what these karts will be doing the week after the double header next month. So the double header weekend will take place over the weekend of the 23rd and 24th of July. We'll be racing on the Saturday and the Sunday. We'll be live as well, Saturday and Sunday. But then we'll be back the following week for the 2022 British 24-hour race live here from Teesside Autodrome on the international circuit. And we'll see many of these drivers that today are competing against each other will be joining up in the same team to take on that grueling event, which often sees teams clear well over 1,000 laps. I think the record, is 1143. I think back in 2020 when it was dry, 1,143
laps. Yes.
In that epic battle that we saw in 2020 between MS Soco Select and Red Racing.
And we have a world record attempt as well this year.
This year we do.
Yeah.
The second time that in recent years that it's been considered. Do you know in F1 where you see the cars...
the replay there?
Yeah, do you know in F1 where you see the cars slowly bouncing over the curbs?
We've got Paul throwing cement dust down in slow-mo.
Yeah. All he needed at the end of that was to crack open a can of Diet Coke, wipe it across his brow.
Or go shirtless. Oh dear.
So, just getting this track worked on here. and cleared up. Thank you for joining us. Do try and get in touch with us via the live chat comments, particularly now, because as the action's quietened down, there's a damn good chance we're going to be able to read out your comments.
And we have Vicky Carr getting in touch with us through YouTube and saying, come on, Lennon, the flying farmer. And I can see Lennon in front of the commentary box in 9th. I had to count back there. I'm counting in odd numbers as well.
Well, luckily we didn't get past 10, because then you'd run out of fingers.
I do quick maths.
You had to move on to toes.
Yeah. Yes. I was listening to the radio earlier this week, and they were discussing why in French they have 70 is 60 plus 10, the number, and
well, they're not wrong.
And 80 is what is it? 40 plus 20. 40 plus 4. I can't remember what it is now.
This has lost traction.
Yeah. Anyway, they were discussing why it is, and the reason, apparently, the reason is that essentially there were two ways. There were two ways of counting. There were fingers and toes. Genuinely. And so the French kept the fingers and toes, whereas everybody else decided to go with just the fingers.
Oh.
So we count in 10s, whereas they count in 20s.
They'd have been proper stumped if you'd have told them that they can do head, shoulders, knees before the toes.
But yes, it's that's what I was told. So yeah, I mean, excellent filling there from the pair of us. I think you'll find
Some of the best filling.
Oh well, there you go. We've
Johan, the resident Frenchman, has popped in.
Johan, the drift champion, is here, and it's just said that he's French and he didn't even know that. But yes, so in Belgium and Switzerland, of course, where they also speak French in parts of that, they still adopt the tens method, but in France itself, they count in 20s.
Knowledge.
There you go. Amazing what you can hear on the radio, isn't it?
Looks like we are clearing up towards the end of this one down there, Tom, because the quad's going over it with the big brush.
38,000 miles on the road in a year means you listen to a lot of radio. Not all of it is as interesting as that.
Not all of it is good.
So we might be getting underway in a moment, because the quad is now doing relay sweeping runs up and down the track to get rid of that cement dust and the fluid associated with it.
I'm curious now, because all of these engines have been running, as to how much fuel you use, bearing in mind that the scales only count in half kilos. And if you come over...
Gracie found herself fall foul of that in the previous heat, didn't she? But whether that was down to fuel or what.
So if you're weighted to come in bang on 185 or even 185 and a half kilo, how much fuel have you used in this heat to... and bearing in mind it's quite warm as well, which means that if it's warm, you're going to use more fuel in these engines. Is that how many people are going to be worried that they're potentially going to fall foul of the weighbridge? We may be completely wrong, but when we come back after lunch, we'll find out, because the results will have been published by then. The track staff have cleared away down there. We're just going to have to get the quad moved after the equipment is uncoupled on the outside of the national loop, and then the quad will be moved back in, hooked back up onto the trailer. Looks like we are almost clear though to go racing here for the final heat before we head off towards our lunch break here at Teesside.
Oh, we've got a poll as well. We've got a YouTube poll. Who's had the best racing today so far? Go on and make a vote and see who you think is going to take that one. So, green flag in hand. Green flag is down, and we are away finally for Senior Pro Kart heat number 3.
Tate sweeps right the way across. Caitlin Frames got pinballed in the middle of that. Tate then moves through on Carl Ruddock to lead the way. Ruddock slots into second place. David Brown in front of David Brewis, then Tom Braid. We've got drivers sideways. Jess Alexander's across the grass. Lennon French and Caitlin Frame as well. And what I said to you earlier, Tom, regarding Jess Alexander.
Steve Nichols is in the tyres.
No, that's Gary Witherington.
Oh, is
it's a similar livery, but the numbers are back to front. One's 58 and one's 85.
Okay, well, Gary is round into the tyres at hairpin 1 as well.
What I said to you before, Tom, was this for me is prime for Jess to win it if she can get cleanly round the first lap.
Which, unfortunately, she
didn't happen. We've got, another one off there. I think it's somebody in black. Is that just spinning off on the outside? We'll try and figure out who that is as they come through. They'll be second last in front of Gary Witherington. I'll try.
So
and
it is
spot
Mark
that.
Tate from Carl Ruddock, David Brown, David Brewis, Thomas Braid, Callum Booth. Steve Nichols is in 7th, Dan Fulsham, Harry Nottage and Jordan Guy.
Gareth Plackett, Tom, was the driver in the all-black cart, spinning off in a position we don't normally see, which is on the exit of hairpin 3.
Hairpin 2, big contact between Bingham and one of the Dan Tate. There was big contact there.
And then Dan Tate then rejoins as everybody else comes around hairpin 2. Which
Bingham tried to go 3 wide pretty much around the out and thread the needle through hairpin 2, and it was just never going to happen, and ended up taking Dan Tate out. Jess Alexander then up the inside of Bingham in hairpin 3.
Contact warning.
Contact warning for Bingham for that move, and probably rightly so. Alexander does complete that move, and she is now in 15th place and up 3 places on that lap as well. We're looking at action further down the field. That is, in fact, that's not that far down the field.
No,
Contact warning for Lennon French as well.
It's Tom Braid coming through.
This is the battle for second place.
Yeah.
I think.
And that's third. Braid's moved up in front of Carl Ruddock because David Brown's got a bit of a gap in second place. Behind them, you've got Callum Booth. And then that's David Brewis, Steve Nichols, Harry Nottage, Dan Fulsham, and what looks like Jake Richardson then, who's got past Jordan Guy and moved down the inside into hairpin 1. Lennon French, their contact warning. That's coming up over start-finish.
Further down the field, we've got Gracie Mitchell has moved up to 17th place now. Right on the back of Charlie Bingham and Jess Alexander. So that'll be an interesting pack to see those 3 move through. Jack Morris just in front of them as well.
Just behind Jess now, and Charlie Bingham as well comes through on Jack Morris. You'll catch them in a few moments in the background. There they are, just about coming into shot behind the 44 of Jordan Guy. That's Jess Alexander going down the inside into South Bank.
And Asher Blythe there as well, moving through on Jake Richardson. And again, on Dan Fulsham, so 2 places and 2 corners for Asher Blythe.
Richardson could take advantage, but he will be on the outside. Will Jess Alexander switch to the inside and try and get down the inside? No, everybody slotting into single file for the D-chicane.
So it is still Mark Tate leading, but only just from David Brown. Then it's Thomas Braid, Booth, Ruddock, Nichols, Nottage, Brewis, Blythe now is in 9th and Fulsham in 10th.
Caitlin Frame, Tom, goes over the D-chicane rumble strip.
And we've got a contact warning for Alban Dowell as well.
There's a mechanical flag, I think, coming, Tom, and I heard some scraping when I went through, and I thought somebody had actually gone off when it happened. It seemed like, and I'm trying to figure out who it is for.
I think Blythe has now passed Brewis, and in fact he has, and there's Jess Alexander making a move, and it's Harry Nottage has got the mechanical flag.
It is, it's the 10 of Harry Nottage.
So he had the wheel off earlier on, and now he's got another mechanical flag as well.
He had the wheels off, and now they're falling off.
Well,
he's falling off his side pod, Tom, that's why. The rear bolt in the side pod, the side pods have got a metal bracket and they're held on with 2 bolts. The rear bolt has either sheared or come out, and the back of that side pod was scraping along the floor.
Contact warning for Jess Alexander as well on that previous lap. So Jess Alexander moving into the top 10 but picking up a contact warning along the way. 4.3 seconds off the lead with 5 laps to go is going to make it very difficult for Alexander to take the win here, but Asher Blythe is looking very good for 1 at the moment, moving through and past Steve Nichols. Jess Alexander, though, is right there behind, and there goes another move for Asher Blythe, so another 2 in 2 corners. Loving the exit of South Bank, and through 3 and 4 for Asher Blythe, and moving through.
Blythe then up into 5th on Carl Ruddock. Jess Alexander, fastest lap of the race, 46.3, a second quicker than those in front of her, but now she's got work to do to try and get through them, has to skip them quickly. has a bit of a move down the inside of Nichols, and there's contact.
Oh, 3 wide.
Yeah,
It was never going to go.
No, it's too tight into there. They all actually come out of it fairly unscathed, although that has really, really bunched them up. They're going to be 2 and 3 wide. That door was always going to close. And the move there now is going to see Morris, and Brewis is going to be out.
Brewis is, he's going to get freight trained big time.
Sympathy there for David Brewis, because everybody's coming through, including David Thompson-Mack in the number 3 kart. He's through, and then in the background, that's Jake Richardson, I think, trying to get down the inside. Gracie Mitchell on the back. They're going to be 3 wide as Jordan Guy tries to get alongside. And he slots back in behind the 80 of David Brewis. 3 laps to go. Yeah,
Brandon Truman-Reddish has dropped 3 places on that lap. David Brewis dropping 6 when he got freight trained around South Bank. And Josh Falkus is up to 18th now from 33rd. And another warning for Jess Alexander. So that might even be her 3rd of the day.
We'll see. It's definitely the 2nd in this race.
Definitely the 2nd in this race. I think there was one in Heat 1 as well, but I could be wrong.
That moved down the inside into hairpin 1. The judge to have been unfair. And 2 laps remaining as they come over. David Brown has slowly reeled in Mark Tate, although I don't know if he's close enough to get through on him, and I think they could potentially be in the same team at the British 24, so they don't want to make that too frosty.
Another fastest lap for Jess Alexander, although picking up the contact warning, still got huge amounts of pace at 46.1, 0.4 of a second quicker than Mark Tate, the leader.
Yeah, a long way back though, Tom, in a lap and a half. Asher Blythe in front as well. Still got to close in at well over 2 seconds on Callum Boone in 4th place, unless he's right on the back as well of Tom Braid. They're 3 wide down the back straight. Thompson-Max on the outside. That's Falkus coming through, and Brewis, and Jake Richardson's going to try and push them through. And recovering Dan Tate as well in the background. Thompson-Max, that's a good move actually to run that all the way around the outside and not get caught up there by David Thompson-Mack in his first time out here at Teesside in the Pro Kart class.
Final lap board already out, so this has flown by. So despite the time it took to get started, we're already into the final lap of the race. Mark Tate just managing to hold off David Brown at the moment. Oh, and I said that, and David Brown makes a move up the inside into hairpin 2, but can't get it completed. Has to tuck in behind Mark Tate, who goes defensive on the inside into South Bank.
It's going to allow Brown, though, to close up. He's going to have much more speed as he takes a much wider line. Not going to scrub off anywhere as near as much. Will he dive to the inside into the final corner? He will not, and Mark Tate will run through to take victory here at Teesside Autodrome. Brown gets alongside, but Tate takes the victory. Brown in second from Braid, Booth, Blythe, Alexander, Bingham, and then Jack Morris gets past Steve Nichols on the final lap. 8th and 9th. Josh Volkers appears in the top 10 from 33rd place. That's got to put him on pole with 2 heat victories and a 10th place. Ruddock, Mitchell, Tate, Fulsham, Thompson, Mack, Richardson, Brewis, Jennings, Dougherty, and Guy. Your top 20 with Paul Wright, your leading novice runner, in 29th place.
Yeah, Jack Morris coming through quite well as well. I thought that the Gracie Mitchell, Falkus, and Jack Morris, the 3 of them being together, would potentially move through the pack, and they did, but it was Jack Morris who actually came out on top of those 3 and finished in 8th place. So good drive from Jack Morris, and as you said, David, Josh Falkus picking up 23 places in that race. So most likely, in fact, I'd be very surprised if he doesn't go off pole for the final.
I'd put my house on it.
Would you?
I'm brave.
I wouldn't go that far, but
difficult to break to our last as well if I lose it.
Pretty yes. Pretty sure Josh will be taking pole position for the final. So that rounds out heat number 3, and that rounds out our morning and early afternoon session. We will now have a brief break and come back with Bambinos very, very shortly. So please stick with us. We will have some entertainment during the halftime lunch break in the form of pre-records, which you can see, and then we will be back with your first final, which will be Bambinos. So see you shortly.
Welcome to Teesside Autodrome. This will be the 3rd instalment of our paddock walk series here at Teesside this season. In fact, we're not going to have to walk too far because I'm joined by Tom, my co-commentator, and I'll also be joined in a few minutes by Cameron Tipping. So I'm going to make my way over. I'll increase the view somewhat by just walking straight in front of Tom, like that, and have a quick chat. Cameron, welcome. First time here at Teesside, not the first time obviously in Honda 200. We've seen you all around the country as well. How are you finding this Teesside Autodrome circuit?
It's amazing. I love the flowiness and the speed on the track and the banking corner.
So are you with everybody else then, that South Bank's the best corner, or is there another one that you're really taking a shine to?
I like the first chicane.
Wonderful. Who are you here with this weekend? Who have you brought along to take you through the race day?
Ross and Stanley.
Mum and Dad here as well?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Anybody you want to say thank you to? I know we've got some lovely sponsors on this. It's got, I think Tom mentioned it's got like a Daniel Ricciardo-esque helmet when he breaks the special one out, and you've got this on here as well.
Yeah, I want to go through this a little bit, Cameron. Tell me all about this. Is it all Daniel Ricciardo inspired, or what's the deal behind it all?
Yeah, it's like Daniel Ricciardo, but I'm just like trying to make my own version of it.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I love it. I love the pink on it, and this bit in particular, we're going to see if we can get Adam to film this a little bit. There's advice to any racer there, any young racer: lick it and send it. I love it. Is that your modus operandi? Is that how you go racing? Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful, great stuff, Cameron. Thanks very much for talking to us. So let's move on. Down the paddock we go. We're going to take a little wander somewhere we haven't really been so far this season. Well, we've done the top section the last couple of rounds, so David's going to take us down now, and we're going to head down into this bottom area of the paddock, and then we're going to head down to the west track. So, David?
I've found a driver, Tom. I need to stop him running away, though. Driver, stop! Hello, who are you?
Joshua Sullivan.
I know that, you're my boy.
Yeah.
How's practice been there today for you?
Good today. We're getting below 49, so that's really good today. I'm getting setup's good for tomorrow.
Qualifying as well this afternoon. What's the? Are we confident? Where do you think we can go?
Top 5, hopefully. Trying to get pole, maybe.
I love the optimism. I always say that. Last time when I spoke to you last year, you were like, "Oh, I think I can go top 10," and I think at the time your best finish at the time was 15th. So I love your optimism. You've really moved forward in these last couple of rounds towards the front, so you must be quite confident going into qualifying.
Yeah, very confident.
Good. Anybody you want to say thank you to for helping you out go racing?
Thank you for all my friends, all my granddad and my dad.
Sponsors as well, maybe?
Yeah, sponsors as well. Brilliant.
Joshua, thank you very much. Microphone back to Tom. It's his turn now.
I'd like to thank my dad, who stood next to me interviewing me with a microphone in my face. Or rather, when he looks back on this in years to come, he'd like to not thank his dad for that moment. But no, but it's the first time we've interviewed Josh, is that right?
I think DJ did him last year, because I refused to do it myself. That's the first time I've spoken to him. Oh, wait there. Let's see whether JJ's available. Is he in? JJ, come on now. It's only a short walk. It's a lot shorter than what you have to do to get here at Teesside. Tell us all about your trip.
I went to Kingswood in South Wales, and what you do there is just stay with your friends and do adventuring and climb trees and stuff.
I've been there. Do they still have the massive crane swing thing?
Yeah, the 3G swing.
Right, brilliant place to be. And then you've come all the way from there, all the way to come up racing this weekend.
Yeah, I was quite tired to start with, but after a day went on, I tried and I got a bit better.
A bit better today?
Yeah, I nearly got my fastest lap here.
Oh, brilliant. So you're looking good for qualifying's coming up, so you're getting faster through the day as well. So with qualifying coming up, you're hitting peak form.
Yep.
Yeah. And looking ready for tomorrow. Where do you think you're going to be tomorrow?
Hopefully top 10. That's what we're aiming for.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, JJ. Yeah, anybody that Dad wants to say hello to and say thank you to as well?
Yeah, just thanks to all our sponsors back home. Robert of RC Man, Financial Options, Home Run Pizza, Pro Screed and Grandad for the tyres.
Oh, well, there we go. Thanks, Grandad, for the tyres as well. And thanks for talking to us as well.
Cheers, guys.
David?
Just a quick one. Yeah, JJ, one of the drivers, comes over all the way from the Isle of Man for every single round here. We've got another driver as well, Charlie Quine, who's come over from the Isle of Man. So we do like it when the drivers make a bit of an effort to come up such a long way. We've got another one as well. Might not get a chance to speak to him today, but he comes up from Dover every round. Only found out last few rounds ago over down at Lydd that they're from down that end of the country. They bring themselves up every single time to come up to Teesside, and they make their way up as well. We've got Bambino trying to get in a cadet here. Let's have a wander over, because we've got a bit of a family thing going on over here. Got the big one, we've got the little one out as well, we've got the really little one down here, so we'll have a little chat. So How's your day gone so far? It's busy out there with all them pros.
It's my first time at the Teesside Sprints. Going to do plenty of more. Going to need plenty more track time to get on the pace of some of the good ones out there. But yeah, and I'm racing on the same weekend as my son, so it couldn't be any better.
And the thing for yourself, I imagine, at least you're getting to get at least 60% of the British 24-hour tracking,
Exactly.
you know, and then you'd be able to. Is there a practice day coming up on the big track Monday? Monday, you're sticking around for that as well.
For that, and just getting as much track time as we can for the 24. It's going to be a massive event for us. We're going to light that car up, balloons and everything. So watch out for us. For
the 24, brilliant, wonderful. How's your day gone? What's it like being out there at Teesside for your first time as well?
It's been good. I've improved my time every single time.
You liking the track though? How are you finding it out there? It's a new track for yourself. Are you finding some corners that you are liking? You practicing some nice overtakes?
Yeah, I like the back corner,
the big bank one. Everyone says that. Pick a different one.
The first corner.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you very much. I'm not letting anybody now from now on say South Bank's their favourite corner. I'm sick of it. It's a brilliant corner, but I'm just not having it anymore. Reece, thank you very much. All the very best for you tomorrow. I know your dad's been out there watching. He's been back and forth to the pit wall. How old are you?
3.
Oh, so we're almost Bambino age, aren't we? Oh, we're shy Bambino. Is it Bambino time? Is it time Dad retired and got you a Bambino? Says yes, absolutely. Get a price tag on it. Brilliant. Tom, William Howard, Tom.
William Howard, pleasure to meet you, sir. How's it been going for you today?
Good.
Looking forward to qualifying?
Yeah.
Yeah? Anything else other to say than one-syllable words?
It's been good. I've liked the track.
Brilliant. Well, let's do what David asked you. What's your favourite corner?
Hairpin 4.
Hairpin 4, good choice. Runs out nice and wide as well. We've got cake in the background as well. But we've got, hairpin 4 is nice one to choose, actually, as David spins around in the background. Look, everyone in the limelight and the spotlight on him. Hairpin 4, talk us through hairpin 4 then. So what's the trick for hairpin 4? Out nice and wide, or do you hold it inside, in the middle of the track from the exit hairpin 3? And talk us through hairpin 4.
I like going on to hairpin 3 and then brake really early, and then you get a better exit, and then you could get flown around the outside.
Slow in, fast out.
Yeah.
Love it. Thanks very much for talking to us, William. Oh, yeah. Thank
you to Mark Green and Pearson's TV.
There we go. Got to get them in. Thanks very much, guys.
Should we go inside?
Into the hallowed territory of Lucas Racing?
Danny, Tom.
Are we allowed in to the hallowed turf of what's going on inside? We're going to have to whisper. We're going to have to be really quiet. Yeah, there's going to be F1 style screams coming up.
We're allowed in? We just plough straight
Are we just walking in? Is that it? We're just being brave and we're going to get kicked out.
Yeah. Straight in. We'll plough straight in. I'm not fussed. I'll talk to anybody. Brilliant. We'll start with Jess, then we'll move on to Josh. I'm not bothered. Jess, I've noticed you've pretty much gone out right at the front of every practice session so far and just driven off into the distance. Have we got? Is that the plan all weekend, really?
It's the ideal plan if it all goes well. But I think I've done a few at the front, I've done a few at the back. Just trying to work out, because you need a kart that's fast, but you also need a kart that can get through the traffic, especially with mixed grids. So we'll see how we go.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on mixed grids? I know it's a taste for some people and not for others. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I prefer them. I've been backing them for a long time. I think it means that you've got to work a bit harder to win races. It means that you can get unpredictable results. I think, and I think it works. People have got to work harder for the results, which is always a good thing. And driving standards wise, I think it's been okay, which is what we were all worried about. But it's been okay, and I think it's been a good move for the championship.
Yeah, for us definitely as well, Alpha. It sort of mixed it sort of up for races, and it's been pretty much every race then's been entertaining start to finish, really. Tom, I'll hand this back to you, see if we can get deeper in. We don't even have to go too far. You can walk with him.
Oh, no, he's off. Oh, look, he's off. He's actually running. He's physically running away. Literally running away. Gracie, can we go a moment with you then instead? So, Gracie, obviously you're doing 2 different championships this year, or maybe even 3. You're in and out of various different karts. How are you finding the transition between, the Rotax and then jumping into the Pro Karts?
To be honest, not too bad. Like,
Well, it went well for you last round, didn't it?
yeah, it did, to be honest. Obviously, I won last round here, and then I had a decent round at UKC in the Rotax, finishing 6th. I think that was about 2 weekends ago. So I actually don't find the transition that difficult. It just kind of, you get in and then it just kind of clicks back.
Right, we're going to take a step back for a second because Jess is trying to get out with the cart. So there we go. We'll let Jess out, and then thank you for the interview as well. So the transition's going quite well. Obviously, you know, I spoke to your dad before the start of the season, and he said, you know, the reason for you know, doing the senior pro kart as well as the Rotax is to get you some sort of, you know, elbows out experience, if you like, some more, you know, overtaking experience. And with the mixed up grids, do you think that's helping you a lot?
Yeah, because obviously it's very mixed, like, what's it called? Ability. So obviously it can be hard.
Like, you've got the novices at near the front as well.
And then you obviously have to deal with quite a lot of them, and when they try and defend, so it kind of just gets you used to different situations within races that I can take into the Rotax.
It's all dropped perfectly for you then this year, hasn't it? And especially with, you know, taking the win at the last round as well. You must be really happy with how it's going.
Yeah, it was. I didn't actually expect to win, but I think we were pretty fast on the practice day and then had a pretty good race day and turned out to win it.
Great stuff. Do you want to thank any sponsors and things like that?
I'd like to thank Sam Pollitt Racing for helping where I am now. I'd like to thank Lucas Racing for obviously getting me the kart these weekends. I'd like to thank my mum and my dad, the sponsors, NRG Cycles, NRG Global Power.
Great.
All them others.
Thanks very much for talking to us, Gracie. Now, Josh, are we going to be able to grab a quick word with you or not? Are you actually going to live up to the Mr. Angry that we label you with? If you missed that on the mic, he said, "I'm not even angry," and then walked off.
Oh, I'm going to see if I can grab this lad before he puts his lid on. Lift it up again. Helmet up again. Danny, first time at Teesside. How are you finding it?
Good.
Good. Obviously, you're out there in Pro Kart, you're in juniors, but you're out on their practice day with all the seniors as well. So there's best part of 35 of you out there on a practice day. Have you had that many karts around you before on a race weekend?
No, never.
In terms of race weekends, I know it's your first time at Teesside, but is this your first time racing on a track, or have you done a few elsewhere?
I've done a few, but not many.
So you're looking forward to, obviously it's random grids with juniors as well, so you're going to be right in the mix at least for the first few laps. Is it just a case of just tagging on and learning your way around this track?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Danny, thank you very much. Most of the Pro Kart lot are down here. I'm going to try and stay on 2 feet, although that might not work if Tom's trying to trip me up. Tom, what was that all about?
Oh, it could have been a disaster. Couldn't have been a disaster.
Got two-footed. So, Tom, I'll hand that back. We'll make our way up onto the west track. See if we've got about 5 or 6 minutes left. So we'll see if we can grab a few.
See if we can grab Adam.
Yeah, you can grab Adam.
Adam, have you got 30 seconds? So, Adam, obviously we've had we've talked to you already, you know, over the years and things like that. But you properly branched out on your own this year. Properly moved into your own, doing your own thing. How's it going?
It wasn't,
and be honest.
It wasn't.
Although keep it clean.
Yeah. I've got a few choice words from over winter. It wasn't something I wanted to do. Unfortunately, as a customer to the Italians, I wasn't a big enough customer, so you know I wasn't getting looked at first, and the supply I wanted, it wasn't happening quick enough. I was putting my heart and soul into them, and it got to early December, and I thought I've got to make a decision now. Yeah. If I don't, I'm going to have no team, no karts to race next year. So I went to Simon Wright. I said, "This is what I want doing. This is the time frame you've got. Can you do it? If you can't, I'll walk out now. If you can," he was like, "Yeah, we'll get it done." Skin of our teeth, got it done. Luckily, the kart hit the deck. We were fast, competitive. There's still a few tweaks. I reckon by the end of the year, I'll be in a happy place with it. But it's not been an easy year at all, you know.
No, I can imagine, and you know, it's a massive, massive step to go from being, you know, like you say, essentially a customer supplier, a franchise, if you like, you know, to essentially branching out into your own thing. It's a humongous step, and to pull it all off as well as you have, it's got to be commended, really. You know, I hope that you're proud of yourself, because, like you say, it hit the deck and was quick, but it could so easily have gone the other way, and then you've got even more work to do.
Yeah, I mean, with the Italians, we knew the kart was good. we had a good kart. You know, to walk away from that, it was a big risk. It was a do or die. I said, if we can match that pace, I'll be over the moon. I thought even if we can be within a tenth or two of that kart with something to work on. And like I say, I think we're probably a tenth down on where we should have been, but it could have been a lot worse, like you were saying.
Could have been a hell of a lot worse.
Yeah.
And obviously we've got the British 24 Hour coming up as well. You know, you're looking forward to that. Last year was, I can remember because I was in the tent for a fair bit, and it was absolute carnage. Is it going to be that kind of level this year? I mean, how many did you have last year? Was it 7 or 8 karts you were running last year?
It was 10 last year.
10?
Yeah, 10. I think we've got a couple more this year. Last year, I was still having nightmares. The first 12 hours when it was wet, dry, it was carnage. It was almost to the point we're almost giving tickets out to the teams to wait at the door to have them fixed. It's with 100 karts on the grid, you can be the fastest kart on the track, but you've got to survive. If you don't survive, I mean,
it's my old phrase, isn't it? Mechanical sympathy. It's what I always say, mechanical sympathy. You've got to have that.
I mean, Q Racing, they're an experienced team, but they didn't crash. And it showed at the end of it, you know, they were still very quick, very competitive, but they kept out of trouble, clean stops, a great job, and that's what awarded them the win. Everyone else crashed, and that's why they didn't win. This year, really looking forward to the 24. We've got another new kart that's being developed now that we're going to test. On what we've been finding out, hopefully it's going to be good, and we'll use it for the 24. But I've got a kart that I've got to repair now.
No worries. All right, thanks very much. Thanks for talking to us, Adam. Appreciate it. So, it's great. I'll hand over to David.
No, you're going to do this one.
Okay. All right. Well, it looks like we've got Lewis Goff. Lewis Goff, how the devil are you, sir?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, having a good weekend so far?
It was all right. Last session we had problems like we had in the final, just engine problems, but we're trying to, my dad's trying to find the way to stop that.
Okay, and what have the issues been?
Well, just like I had no power and I was really struggling down the straights and everybody just whizzing past me.
Okay, and potentially then what are we doing to fix it? Talk us through. I mean, probably best to ask your dad, I suppose, what he's doing with it, but do you know what specifically he's trying to fix?
Well, we in the middle of the session we had the problem, so I came in and asked my dad, oh yeah, it's happening what we had in the final. Then my dad came running down, then he got a new spark plug, then it was running a bit better, but there was still a bit of issues and we're just trying to find that out, if it's just the engine or something else.
Just troubleshooting, work down the list and find, you know, if it's not that, it might be that, and if it's not that, it might be that, and work down the list. So, all right, well, Dad's doing a good job then. Do you want to give him a big shout out and thank some sponsors?
Yeah, I'm thanking my dad, my mum, my granddad and my granny for all supporting and my whole entire family.
Great stuff. Thanks for talking to us, Lewis. Have a good day tomorrow as well. Thank you. Right, so I will now actually hand over to David.
Oh,
now that he's not stealing people's hats and taking pictures.
Right, I'm going to see if we can get one more, maybe. If we can get one more, then that'll be brilliant. I've found a dog. That's all we need for a track walk, for a paddock walk. I've found a dog. Hello, dog. Hello, Charlie. Hi. Look, you come this way. You come this way, out of the way of that cart, and we'll. In fact, Charlie, grab a seat. Grab a seat. We'll speak to the final person on our paddock walk while sat down. It's too much walking, and I'm a little bit too tubby, so for too much exercise. Charlie, practice. How's that gone?
Good.
Race day last time, obviously you had 3 heat wins and the final. It couldn't have gone much better than that. Are we looking for a repeat performance?
Definitely, yeah.
Definitely. Your dog wants to go and see the camera. Shall we let you go? Obviously you've got qualifying in a little while. Are you sort of hoping for another front row?
Yeah, definitely.
Brilliant. Charlie, thank you very much. I'll let you go. I think that's around about 20 minutes done. So from myself and my good friend here, Tom, we'll head back to the commentary box where you'll be able to hear us anyway.
Welcome to the start line of the world-famous Teesside Autodrome. This is going to be our track walk for as part of the Alpha live stream. I'm joined by my wonderful, esteemed commentary partner, David Sullivan.
Thank you, sir.
And you will see 2 cameras left and my right. This is our brand new commentary box for this season. This is where we do our commentating from, where we bring you all the action. And as you can see, we get a perfect view over the start line. So As the drivers start the lap, what they're going to do is, for the start of the races, for most of them, they're going to go straight on where those barriers are. They're not going to be there for the start of the race. They go straight on and into the national loop. Now, some of the classes, they actually take what is known as the D chicane. Now, what you will see, if we can get low to the track, is on the inside of this right-hand curb, the track actually dips down and it gives you positive camber. So you actually gain speed as you go into this corner. The grip level massively increases, and then it takes you through the right-hander. Now, as you can also see, the track is sloped then for the apex of the left-hander downhill. And it's deceiving because what happens is the grip level is massive as you get to this point here. But then as you come over this little crest, or come onto this crest, just as the track surface changes here, this is pretty much the crest of the hill. And so what happens is you lose all of that grip that you've gained, 10, 15 meters before. It all disappears. So the back end starts to come around with a pendulum effect, and you've really got to be brave to tuck it into the second part of this apex here before again it dips down off the edge of the D chicane, fires you down the hill, and again you get positive camber into the national loop. David, what are your thoughts on this corner? Because it's one of my, if not my favourite bit of the track, especially during things like the British 24 Hour, where you're going out and then you're turning left. But for this circuit, it really is one of my favourite bits.
Yeah, it's a really difficult corner to get right though, because when, as you say, you come round here, and if you look at the white line down here, it almost straightens up. It's like it's a double apex when you want to try and get that second part and effectively fire yourself out, because there's a dip there on exit. You want to get the inside right wheel into that dip, into the groove on the right-hand side on the white line, between the curb and the white line, and then effectively allow that to pull you all the way around the national loop, then into the chicanes.
Absolutely, and what you will see is the faster classes will be braking where that bit of extra grip is on the inside. That's where they'll do their braking, and they'll ease off and almost miss this first apex here, to be sure to hit that second apex, because it's so important to get that run. Because even in the senior Rotax, I believe even in senior Rotax, it is flat out all the way around this national loop here. So it's a 180-degree corner, or if not a little bit more actually looking at it, 180-degree corner flat out, and then straight into the wiggles, which is where you'll join us next. So we've made our way across now to the wiggles section, and what you've just seen is that the camera is deceiving on our live stream compared to what you can actually see from this point of view. There is no straight line through this chicane. And as many people have found out as well, if you try to go too wide, as in two karts side by side, it very quickly pinches on you, and these curbs are enormous and they will launch you up in the air. Now, all that says to me is you've got to either be brave and stick it before you get to one of these curbs, or you're going to have to take to the grass.
Yeah, we've seen it a number of times, haven't we, on the inside, particularly on this final one, drivers going straight up and over. They end up then facing the wrong way in the middle part and here heading towards hairpin 1, which is the next corner we're going to focus on. What I will say about hairpin 1, Tom, for me, it's the biggest overtaking part on this Teesside National Circuit. You come through them wiggles, it's single file, and then people dive down the inside hard on the brakes into hairpin 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we said, with the wiggles, with that single line that essentially you've got to take, it is a left, right through there, or even a right, left. That's because I'm looking at it the wrong way. But the right, left through there, single file into the heaviest braking point on the circuit. There is no ifs or buts or coconuts about it. This is the prime overtaking spot where you will see the quicker karts will be here and will have the back end of the kart stepped out with them fully locked up, trying to get to the apex. Now, this is a particularly tricky apex because there's a concrete bit of curb here. So it's off the tarmac. This is concrete where I'm stood now. You can also see there's quite a dip off the end of it where various karts, and as David is pointing out, mud. So in the wet, obviously this is extremely treacherous, you don't want to be down here. Also, because there's now such a drop-off, it used to be a case a few years ago where this wasn't quite as worn, and you could use this little dip here to kind of rail you round the inside of the corner. That's not the case anymore, but there is still huge amounts of grip on this concrete. But how far over do you take it? take it too far and it's going to punish you. You want to be tight in here, but you compromise the exit of hairpin 1 massively. The usual line, out, in, out, doesn't apply for this because immediately after hairpin 1, you've got another hairpin. This one's a left-hander, your second one's a right-hander. So you compromise the exit of this one. David, take us through hairpin 2.
Well, what you can see here for hairpin 2 is a really, really helpful change in tarmac colour. Your drivers, when they're coming out of hairpin 1, you don't want to be over here, where I am, on this bit of tarmac. You want to use this bit in the middle, no further out, get out there for hairpin 2. The reason that hairpin 2 is so important to get right and not compromise is that once you've run round hairpin 2, you've then, certainly look at cadets, senior pro kart as well, they're on full throttle from between 12 and 15 seconds all the way down the back straight, round South Bank, to the entry of hairpin 3, which is where you will find us next.
Okay, so we're now at the entry to hairpin 3. So what the drivers will do will be come round South Bank, which in most classes is absolutely flat out, rail it round the inside, 180-degree corner. But the problem is, it's not. That corner itself is 180 degrees, but it forms part of hairpin 3, which you can see over here. So essentially it becomes a 360-degree corner, and it's an ever tightening radius as well, right the way to the apex of hairpin 3. Now, what we have noticed is, and although the sun has just gone behind a cloud, when it does come out, this is very, very sticky. There's a lot of drifting goes on around this circuit, and it catches a lot of drivers out, particularly in the wet, because normally on a kart track, you would go right round the outside of a circuit or the racing line in the wet, because that rubber doesn't build up on the edge of the circuit. It doesn't build up around the national loop. It doesn't build up around the D chicane. It doesn't necessarily build up around hairpin 1 and 2. But because they use this particular section of the track for drifting, there is huge amounts of rubber around the outside. So they go from having grip around the outside of the track for 1 and 2, and then they get to 3 and 4, and all of a sudden you've got to take a normal racing line, because that's where the kart rubber is, not the drifting rubber. Makes it super slippy. There also used to be a bump on entry here as well that used to catch a lot of drivers out and would fire them out towards the edge of the circuit. Nowadays it's not so bad, but there are about 4 different lines into this corner. It's another prime overtaking spot.
It is. It's one of them as well, though. It's not just a case of diving it down the inside and making it work. So if you ever did wonder what these white thick parts were on the track, that's where the drift in. There's a few round South Bank as well. As we make our way round hairpin 3 then, as you can see, just the amount of rubber, as Tom says, on the outside. There's a huge amount on the curb on the inside as well. But because it's such a wide entry in, is that optimal, you want to come out wide to carry all that speed round. The problem is that you're going to leave the door open then for everybody to come down the inside of you, and you're just going to get pushed wide onto the outside. So whilst it is a wide part, this hairpin 3 and 4 complex, it's very similar to what hairpin 1 and 2 is, but backwards, because that's a left and then a right. Here it's a wider right, it's a much wider radius. You've got a bit more of a run then between 3 down to 4 then for the final corner really on the track.
Yeah, just to emphasise how sticky this corner is at the minute, I'm going to get my microphone, I'm going to put it down here. You can potentially hear, as David's walking along, because it didn't really work for my shoes, but it definitely works on David's shoes, you can hear how sticky that part of the track is. The karts, this is their usual line. You can actually see the total difference in the colour of the track from where that rubber's gone down from the drifting cars. So the karts clean that up quite a bit, but only on the line that they choose. And in fact, you can see, as you look straight between the hairpin 3 and 4, you can see there's a little patch in between where the karts normally run, and they've cleaned that rubber off. So again, much like hairpin 1 and 2, compromise the exit of 3 to get the best line into hairpin 4, because then it's going to be flat out for the last part of the circuit. Hairpin 4, very tricky entry. Again, there's about 2 or 3 different lines you can take depending on whether you're overtaking, being overtaken, or just on a regular lap. If you're being overtaken, you want to be wide, you want to try and get the cut back to get, to fire you off the corner. If you are overtaking, you can come almost way over here, as we saw last year towards the end of the season. We saw Josh and Connor defending right over.
The inside, but the problem is it's dirty, isn't it?
It is very dirty.
And that normally gets used. That's why we see A lot of incidents into this corner, them late dives down the inside. You don't stop anywhere near as quickly as you would out there on the rubbered in part of the track. You've got to get down the inside, but you do need the driver on the outside to be quite compliant when you make them sort of moves.
Exactly, and that's what catches a lot of people out because there's so much dirt over here. Compared to the amount of grip that they've got on the outside, it's enormous. I cannot stress to you enough how much grip there is out there. Now, much like hairpin 1, there's concrete on the inside. Again, there's a little dip on the edge. You can use that sometimes to rail you around, especially in the wet, it can help. You've got to be careful you don't go too far off though, because it'll grind off the bottom of your car. Now, you want to be aiming for that concrete out there. That's where most of the guys will be running. Not quite out all the way to the edge of the concrete because it's very, very bumpy. But that's where you want to be aiming. It's going to give you a flat out run right the way back to the start finish line where we've begun our film. But there are 2 more corners to go, the left and the right, what we call the dog leg and the kink.
Yeah, when you're coming out hairpin 4, they really do use these boxes on the outside. The drifters have done the karters a massive favour because you'll see them, they'll be coming straight out, heading straight for these. I'm going to see if I can come all the way out here because it really is a dog leg here out on this curb. You can see they're going round them tyres on the inside. The track then drops down on the inside and basically then tries to hook the drivers round. The trick then is not to go too wide over start finish because you've got to get back to the right as you cross start finish to go through the D chicane for a lap of the Teesside National Circuit.
Hello, welcome back to the finals of the Teesside Owner Driver Sprints, round number 3, brought to you by NRG Cycles, HOS Racing Engines, Lucas Racing and MS Karts. Oh, just help yourself, David. And we will start off with a brief moment between us coming back and the Bambinos to bring you, drum roll please, cake chat. We've got our own little sting, look.
We have. To be fair, we'll probably start with the fact that we both tackled a pork and stuffing roll before cake chat.
Yeah, we did. But
which was the fantastic precursor. I then proceeded to tuck into a shortbread slice with chocolate on top. And you went for the...
I went for the Oreo drip cake.
Now, what I will say is I'd quite like that slice, but it was ruined by the fact that after I'd bought it, I noticed there was a mint aero cake on the top shelf.
Yeah, there was an mint aero drip cake, and you were all over that, but regretting it massively.
Well, yeah, because I couldn't tackle 3, could I? So
for everybody listening at the track and also on the live stream, there were near tears in his eyes. You could see them welling up. They weren't quite dribbling down his cheek, but he was welling up a bit at the fact that he'd missed out on a mint aero drip cake.
It's a memory I don't want to relive any longer. But
but I'll keep it coming anyway. And unfortunately for Adam, no carrot cake in there either. So
which is welcomed.
Yes, good for everybody in that regard.
I will reiterate the point from round 1 and round 2. Carrot cake is the worst.
It's vegetables in a cake.
You wouldn't have Brussels sprouts in one, so why are you having a carrot?
Exactly. Exactly. That's a very good point, David. Cabbage cake? What's next?
Oh, whip me up some of that parsnip cake, please. Ooh,
well, they're almost the same, aren't they, carrots and parsnips?
Yeah. We do have some drivers out there, Tom, which means we might have to rattle through a grid for this final.
Right, let's get you cracking.
Yeah, Chloe McGill will be on pole position, then with Riley Murrow alongside. Austin O'Man is in 3rd place. Buddy Hugo will start alongside Jake Gibbon, and Ethan McClelland will share row number 3. Jack Mellon and Tommy Clark, row 4. Sebastian McCarthy and Harry Hardcastle on row number 5, with Freddie Blackshaw starting 11th alongside Teddy Hardcastle in the 88. Then we're going to have James Pybus and Grayson Crawford rounding out your 12 runners in our class. So 14 runners, in fact, actually. Biggest one so far this season in our Bambino class. Caleb Lawson, not
Caleb Lawson, Donachie. We can mute you.
You are not our friend.
we can mute your chat. You know. No, thank you for keeping that the comments coming in, and it's good to see the cake chat is well received. As much as I hope the track guide that we did or that we recorded yesterday was received well, and obviously the paddock walk as well. I hope you enjoyed that during the lunch break. Let us know your thought. Let us know your thoughts as we go through the rest of the day. And Dave, what have you brought us here? What is this? I hope it's not carrot cake. No, absolutely not. We've genuinely had carrot cake arrive in the studio. Oh dear. He'll be all over the carrot cake. So, Adam, the producer director, is now getting a slice of carrot cake before the final, first final of the day. Bambinos is going to get underway in just a moment. Thank you, Dave, for bringing that up. That's very, very kind of you.
Yeah, I've got a story about Dave, which I'll share after the first few laps.
I'm sure there's many stories about Dave.
Which will go. Yeah, it's more me, but then anything else. Green is down, then we're away and racing in this Bambino final, and Murrow gets across in front of Oman. Chloe McGill, though, gets away as Buddy Hugo sets into 4th place with Jake Gibbon and Ethan McClelland. And we're going to have, looks like, could that be Tommy Clark coming through? Trying to get round the outside of Jack Mellon as they're side by side through the chicanes, and Ethan McClelland gets through on Jake Gibbon. So now Riley Murrow to the outside of Chloe McGill. But that's going to ruin his exit, and that's going to find
Austin O'Man gave a nice little shot to Chloe McGill.
Murrow's going to go round the outside.
Yeah, I thought that would have given McGill the momentum, but not quite. Murrow, was right there. And had the drive initially and managed to get all the way through to the front. So Bambino's, as we say, well underway now, but 3 heats and 3 different winners we've had so far today, and one of them, who's currently in 4th, make that 3rd place, Buddy Hugo Clark, led for most of heat number 2 as well. So
yeah, he's going to sweep all the way around the outside there of Chloe McGill. So as they come over the line then for the first time, Murrow, Oman and Hugo the top 3, McGill, McClelland, Gibbon, Mellon, Clark. Then we've got Sebastian McCarthy and Harry Hardcastle in front of Grayson Crawford, who moves up from 14th place into 11th on the opening lap.
Yeah, Murrow feeling the need to go defensive already and is parking it on the inside of the entry to hairpin 2. Not a bad move, and it's certainly helped him going down the straight, but yeah, it is Murrow from Oman, from Hugo Clark, and then it is Chloe McGill, who's gone very wide there for some unknown reason, and Ethan McClelland, who of course was our pole sitter.
He was, and that was what I was about to say. I think he's going to be one to watch, Tom, if he can just carry the pace that's seen him come through the pack and move away from Jake Gibbon. If him and Chloe McGill can catch up onto the back here of our leading trio of Murrow, Oman and Hugo. Yeah, my Dave Shaw story was the fact that he's, do you know when you've met somebody so many times that you just, and you don't know their name, and then you just, it's been so long you can't ask what their name is. And I just had to bite the bullet at a 24-hour race about 2 or 3 years ago and just go, look, I've known you for like 5 years, but I don't know what you're called. And just had to just be brutally honest about it. He's one of the nicest blokes in the paddock that you will ever meet.
So thankfully you took it well.
Yeah, so always willing to give the helping hand.
But what you're saying, like David, is it's my name's David Sullivan, I have no class.
Something like that. Thanks, mate. No, but yeah, Dave Shaw, one of the nicest blokes you will meet in the paddock, always willing to help anybody out. And also willing to bring our director-producer carrot cake, which
is unheard of in these parts. Not really. It's the friendliest paddock in the whole world, as we say every single round, because everybody looks out for everybody else. Even if you're not in the same class, somebody will help you out if you've got a problem.
Through they come then with Muro Oman, and they've managed to move away ever so slightly from Buddy Hugo, but that's going to be closed up now because we've seen Austin Oman and Ethan McClelland have a little bit of a switcheroo.
Yeah,
and that's going to allow Hugo back to come onto the back. What I will notice there, Tom, on that back straight is I think the wind's got hold of the barrier that's on the inside, and the barrier is on the track by about a metre. The barrier that's on the back straight just out of hairpin 2. Don't know if we can get a marshal over there to look at that, but I think the barrier has blown onto the track by about a metre. It's on the inside, so it's well out of the way off the line, but I think it is actually onto the tarmac on the inside. So I know that our nearest marshal is going to be at post 1. I don't know if he can get over there and just see whether he can have a look at it. We've got somebody making their way over already, actually, which is good because as they go out there onto the back straight. But I did catch that it was actually on the tarmac there, so hopefully we'll be able to get that seen too.
David, we're into the 58s already, a 58.6 now for Austin Oman.
Yeah,
what's the lap record here?
I will check because Chloe McGill set it, didn't she,
yes,
earlier on the year?
But a 58.658 in Bambinos is lightning. I can remember 2 years ago we were talking about breaking the 60-second barrier, and now they're 1.4 seconds quicker than that. You know, these they're not just the driving talents and the coaching and things like that, and the engines. Everything moves on. And everything eventually will get faster and faster and faster. That's just the nature of humans and the nature of racing. But Austin Oman with that 58.658 was 0.2 faster than Riley Murrow. And in fact, we've both drivers now, Austin Oman and Riley Murrow, have done a 58.0. A 58.053 for Austin Oman, a 58.054 for Riley Murrow.
That's a new one, that.
So that is a brand new lap record, and Riley Murrow will be absolutely fuming because he's lost out on that lap record by a thousandth of a second.
I mean,
but still, that is incredible pace.
I mean, look,
2 seconds faster than we were going 2 years ago.
We know the new gen engines are a little bit quicker, but we would have never thought that we could be knocking on the door of a high 57. When 2 or 3 years ago here at Teesside, the lap record was over a minute.
Yeah, well,
you know,
there was. Yeah, we were, as I said, we were discussing whether the 1 minute lap time would be broken and anybody would do a 59, and then it eventually did get broken. And it was a big moment.
Yeah, it was. But you think as well, the quality and calibre of driver that's come through this Bambino class, previous champions, of course, Thomas Potter, Edward Haynes as well.
Yeah.
You know, good.
Edward Haynes was the one breaking that 60-second barrier,
wasn't he? And obviously won the British Championships in Bambino as well. Here,
I mean, Austin Oman's been with us, what, 3? Is this his 3rd season?
Yeah, he started at 5 in the Bambino class here.
So he's flying along and got plenty of experience in this class now. I mean, 3 years of doing this. You know, when he gets into cadets, he's going to have such a depth of knowledge and experience compared to. You know,
they've come through the lap traffic as well, Tom, which means that they're now going to have a clear run towards the checkered flag in about 3 minutes' time. They may well catch another one further on, but at least they're going to have another couple of laps.
And Chloe McGill has overtaken Buddy Hugo Clark on that last lap.
Yeah, it looks like potentially Hugo Clark got bought by some lap traffic. Yeah. They're going to go either side, I think, of...
And Ethan McClelland looks to have taken advantage of both of them.
Yeah.
And has got through into 3rd place.
He has, up into 3rd, and he's coming through, heading towards the podium. McGill then down to 4th, with Hugo trying to get alongside. These are your 2 leaders, still nose to tail, as they have been for most of the day, in fact, in whatever positions they've been in, be it battling for the lead, battling further down, or at that unfortunate incident at hairpin 2 when they were on top of each other. With them both beached, that ruined both
literally
their
on top of each other.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Now they're going to battle it out in this remaining 2 minutes for the top step of the podium. The battle for the final step still raging on behind as they come over the line. 8 minutes in then, with 2 minutes remaining. There's a confirmation on the screen there that McClelland has moved up. In fact, Tom, everybody down to 6th place has gone sub 59.
Yes. True.
And then with Gibbon, he's under a minute as well with a 59.8. The pace in this Bambino class has just really, really picked up this season. I don't know how much of it's down to the drivers, how much of it's down to the new gen engines in Coma C50 Bambino.
Oh, Riley Morrow, speaking of a new gen engine, wow. Dragged straight past Austin Oman there, around the outside and got the entry into South Bank and took the lead.
Traffic in front though, let's see what Morrow does. He's going to go right the way round the outside. So he had that one scouted early and all the way round the outside of the lap traffic.
Oh, and Austin Oman though with the momentum.
Yeah, Oman's going to be on the outside though. He's going to try and cut to the inside, but Morrow once again has that one scouted and closes the door. And it is pretty much, Tom, flat out round this Teesside national circuit in these Bambinos. But it's, when I say that, is that they still have to not scrub off enough speed whilst taking the shortest possible line round the track.
Do you think they have a little dab into hairpin one?
I don't think they do. Certainly, Oman's
I mean,
line
they don't lift off the throttle. I can.
Yeah.
But I wonder whether they drag the brake a little bit.
I don't know. Oman's line is so wide that I don't think he'll need to. He's almost out on the curb on the outside there, which is about as wide as we see anybody go, really. Because if you leave that much door open in any other class, someone's going to dive down the inside on the brakes, whereas if they're not on the brakes, you're not going to have that run to dive down.
He had a bit of a moment there coming through hairpin 3. I think he leaned over a little bit too far and sort of took the steering with him.
There is that thing, isn't it? By leaning over, you take too much weight out of the other side, as you can't naturally tries to grip on the outside wheel.
Well, we're just about to come over the line to start the last lap, but Adam, our producer director, and I were having a bit of discussion about this yesterday, and we were wondering whether, because usually what you see is people in karting lean to the outside of the track because that's where the G-forces, that's where the slip comes in and the loss of traction, as Austin Oman has another look to the inside but can't get alongside. But in Bambinos, you see them lean to the inside. Now, I was wondering, is that just purely because that's their instinct, they want to lean to the inside because that's the way that they're turning? Would it help them to lean to the outside rather than lean to the inside? Or is it that the wheelbase is too short that it wouldn't make much of a difference anyway?
Ooh, don't know. A little bit of contact there, though, between Morrow and Oman as they got side by side and argued over the same bit of tarmac. They're going to still keep facing the right way and come over the line to begin the last lap then for the first final of the day here in our Coma C50 Bambino class. Morrow leading the way by just over a tenth of a second from Austin Oman. And then the final step of the podium still being argued over by Ethan McClellan, Buddy Hugo and Chloe McGill.
Yeah, and so coming on to the last half of the lap now, but I would like to do a back-to-back test. I'd like to send a driver out and give me 10 laps of leaning to the inside, 10 laps of leaning to the outside, and 10 laps of keeping upright, and let's see what the lap times come out like. I think that would be a good little experiment.
You're going to hold interest for that one?
If it was my kid, I would be, yeah, definitely.
I'd
be wanting to find out, yeah, what's quicker, leaning in or leaning out.
Into the final complex of corners they go then. Well, let Canostino Man try and get the cut back on Riley Morrow. He's going to be there side by side. It's going to be a drag race to the line between Morrow and Oman. Morrow face forward. Oman's going to try and get alongside. And it's Riley Morrow by less than half a tenth. Riley Morrow there crossing the line from Austin Oman. Ethan McClellan completes the podium in our Bambino class from Hugo, McGill and Clark, all crossing the line with just over a second between them. And then it's going to be Jake Gibbon in front of Jack Mellon.
So congratulations to Riley Morrow. I believe that's your first ever final win here. In fact, I'm 99% sure that's your first ever final win. So congratulations to you, Riley Morrow. Austin Oman making a welcome return to Teesside and an immediate return to the podium. Ethan McClellan taking a well-earned third place after starting on pole for heat number 1 and having some trials and tribulations throughout the day, but taking on the final step of the podium. Then it was Buddy Hugo Clark, who's been pretty unlucky throughout the day, but did take heat number 1 with a victory. So good day for Buddy Hugo on the on the whole, and then Chloe McGill rounding out your top 5 as well. And that brings to an end Bambinos for the day.
Yeah, that's one final in the bag. 7 more remaining than here at Teesside Autodrome. Next up for you is Junior Pro Kart.
So another class where we've had 3 heats and 3 different winners. This has been a random grid formation. So if you look at the points, you will see Sebastian Pereira on pole position, Christian Oblag in second, Harvey Still in third, all on 145 points. Purely separated by their fastest lap of the day.
Yes, I believe so.
Yes, rather than a qualifying time or anything like that. That's their fastest laps of the day. So that's the way that they've been separated. Maximus Shields takes 4th on 143 points. Then it's Amy Frame and Sophie Pawsey. Then we have Joe Arnold, Harry Brown, Reese Knight, Danny Bean and Leon Wilson. And that's it. So we're heading round already through South Bank to grid up for the final here of Junior Pro Kart. Brought to you by NRG Cycles.
Pereira off pole position then.
Winner of Heat 3.
Yeah, the only driver in this top 4 not to be Heat winner so far today is Harvey Still, and he still goes off 3rd place with the same amount of points as those 2 in front of him that have picked up a Heat win. Such has been the consistency of the 48 of Harvey Still.
I think we're going to have a new catchphrase when it comes to these random grids.
Go.
Consistency is key.
It is. It really, really is. I mean, I've seen the grid positions as well for the
it's about
for Senior Pro Kart, and that's just all the ones that you'd expect to be at the front have migrated towards the front.
Yes,
through their consistency in the 3 heats.
It's about getting there
forward.
and getting there cleanly, quickly and cleanly. If you're starting towards the back, obviously, you know, with a much smaller grid here for Junior Pro Kart, it's a bit easier to make a difference than if you're starting 35th or 37th or 39th in Senior Pro Kart. But everybody's in the same boat, so you know you've just got to be the best of making your way through the traffic. Green flag is up, green flag is down, and we're away for the final of Junior Pro Kart. Good start for Sebastian Pereira and Christian Oblag, and Harvey Still drops into 3rd place. Someone very wide around the outside of the national loop.
Could be Harry
for the first time.
Be Harry Brown, but Amy Frame has managed to jump Max Shields for 4th place off the line. So it's going to be Pereira, Oblang, Still, then Frame in front of Maximus Shields with Joe Arnold, Sophie Pawsey, Harry Brown, Reese Knight, Danny Bean and Leon Wilson, your 11 runners.
And it's been great to see everybody else, as in Pereira, Still, Brown, and Oblag as well, have all stepped up this year massively and really taken the fight to Max Shields, who, with the exception of Lennon French, had it pretty much his own way, and already a contact warning for both Sophie Pawsey and Max Shields as well have gone out. But Max Shields and Lennon French battling it out were just head and shoulders above everybody else last season, and now you look at it and Max Shields is in 5th place for the final.
Yeah, everybody's really stepped up their game in this Junior Pro Kart class, haven't they, this year? Pretty much from the outset, with Harvey Still taking the battle in the first 2 rounds to Max Shields. This time it's Seb Pereira and Christian Oblang, as well as Harvey Still stepping up to the plate, and those are the top 3, with Amy Frame still in 4th, Shields struggling to find a way through.
So far. And the front 3 are getting away.
That's the problem, isn't it? Is that when you say so far, is he's got to make a move early, or he's going to have no time at all to close in. The slipstream's going to have gone completely, and unless they start battling early, then leading trio, he's just not going to have the pace to close up on them by himself. And Joe Arnold's going to try and move down the inside of Max Shields, and he's through on down the inside into hairpin number 2. And Joe Arnold in the number 2, much improved, slides a move down the inside of Maximus Shields.
We've got support coming in on the chat for Sophie, Harvey and Harry in this one, so thank you for those comments. Please keep them coming in. Joe Arnold looking very racy at the entry into hairpin 4, but couldn't quite get a move done on Amy Frame. Has moved past Max Shields though.
Yeah, it was a good move down the inside into hairpin 2 for Joe Arnold on Max Shields, as Seb Pereira has moved a few kart lengths away from Harvey Still in second place, but still now has got past Christian Oblag. And can Harvey Still now start moving away from Oblag and closing in Pereira, the gap just under 0.6 of a second.
Go on, Amy. I like that. That is my favourite kind of aerodynamic position. I love the gopher one. It's it's very entertaining as well. I love to see it. Oh, and
has Arnold got a problem there? Tommy has the engine stopped. That's what. Yeah, the engine's gone for Joe Arnold, and the hopes of closing in on the leaders for Joe Arnold has gone. The left rear engine, he looks back in despair, and that kart rolling in on the power of only one Honda 200 engine.
Oh dear, not good. Not a good result for Joe Arnold, and we feel for him there. You don't want to see anybody go out due to a mechanical failure, unfortunately. So, well, you don't want to see anybody go out for any reason, really. But in fairness, no, we don't want to see anybody retire. Harvey Still pumping in the fastest lap of the race on that last lap was only a 1/10 of a second quicker than Sebastian Pereira. We brought it down to under half a second now. 8 laps to go. If he can maintain that kind of pace, he's going to be reeling in.
He's not.
No, he's not.
No, he's not.
Because he can't maintain that kind of pace. He dropped 3/10 on that lap.
Yeah, I don't know whether he's come under pressure from Christian Oblag in that one. He's had to defend, but or whether Pereira's just put in. Although Pereira, Tom, that was his best lap by a long stretch as well.
It was, yes.
With a 46.5 for Seb Pereira.
Yeah, I think he went 2/10 quicker than he'd gone on any lap previously to that. So Pereira putting the pressure on, and Harvey Still unable to respond at the moment. But Oblag, if he's going to have any kind of chance of winning this, he needs to get onto the back of Harvey Still and try and push him along, and then fight it out over the last lap. But because they're not going to have any kind of impact on Sebastian Pereira if they start fighting at this point in the race.
No, and that's going to hand it to Pereira. The gap stays roughly the same on that lap. With
Shout to Amy Frame as well, who I've said has been in that gopher position heading down the back straight, but she's holding herself and showing a good account of herself very well here in 4th place.
Always been steady, Amy Frame.
Yes.
Really, really improved today, and I think this is going to be a massive confidence boost for her.
I hope so as well, because she's deserving of it at the moment. It's been a very good day for her. As we head through with 6 laps to go, there will be 5 as they cross the line. This time, Sebastian Pereira is going to cross the line and be how far in front of Harvey Still? It stayed pretty much the same, but still Oblang, Amy Frame and Max Shields all setting personal best, with Max Shields setting the fastest lap of the race. So 46.524 means that that gap is now 3.1 seconds between Shields and Pereira, but it all seems to be coming together. Thankfully for us. There's the other position.
Yeah,
thanks, Amy Frame. So that's the shrimp, and we've had the gopher. So now she's doing both types, really mixing it up.
Yeah, really holding firm at Amy Frame at the moment. Shields not being able to close in at the rate that you'd probably have hoped for, although Frame did get a good start. It was Shields, Tom, that started in 4th place. Amy Frame was 5th on the grid and managed to get a really good start from that inside berth to get in front of Max Shields, and has managed to move away and hold on ever since.
Personal best again for Christian Oblag on that lap, and moved back onto the tail of
Shields
Harvey
in hot
Still,
there,
which
Tom,
is
sideways.
Good. Pushing hard now, isn't he? But needs to as well in 5th place.
Yeah, he came in really, really hot there, didn't he, on that lap?
But Pereira is still 8/10 clear of Harvey Still, and Oblag, like, he's now on the back of Harvey Still, but he's going to need to be pushing Harvey Still along rather than fighting with him. And then if they haven't made any progress, then you know, start to overtake with a lap or two to go. But he's going to have to work with him now for two laps.
Fastest lap of the race from Max Shields.
And I said he was pushing on. You said he was, you know, looking out of control into hairpin one. But yeah, he was pushing on, and you could tell. So yes, another fastest lap from Max Shields brings the gap down to 2.9. So quite a bit faster than Pereira on that lap.
Yep, right onto the back of Amy Frame, who drops down behind the steering wheel and pops back up just before South Bank. So he's going to be close enough, I think, to make a move at some point. Goes a lot wider. Will he send one down the inside into 4?
We've got blue flags coming out for Leon Wilson.
Yeah, he moves out of the way, does really well there.
He did do really well.
Got caught up in an area that was quite tight.
And that gap is coming down. Harvey Still has just pumped in the fastest lap of the race, gone a 10th quicker than anybody else has gone all race, although Christian Oblag almost matched it. But he is homing in now on the back of Sebastian Pereira all of a sudden. That gap is not 0.8 of a second.
No, it's closing in, and it's whether a case that they all run out of time, Tom, at the end of this one.
During the lunch break as well, I did go down and investigate that oil spill that we had, and it was definitely oil, not fuel, that went down, and it is still a little bit. Yeah, there's still a little bit left in the
last
the
lap,
surface.
Tom, and 3.5 tenths is the gap that Harvey Still has managed to close right in on Sebastian Pereira. It was 8 tenths at the start of the previous lap, so Still holds the chance of a victory here on Seb Pereira, and Pereira goes slightly wide round hairpin number 2. Down the back straight they go. I don't think there's any lap traffic.
There's still a chance.
Ba-bunch.
I'm here all week.
Sadly. Sebastian Pereira then round South Bank corner for the final time, and then heads towards hairpin number 4. Through he comes. He won the O-Plate here in December, but he's been waiting a long time for a first final victory here at Teesside Autodrome. Seb Pereira wins heat number the final here at round number 3 from Harvey Still and Christian Oblang, completing the podium with Frame holding off Max Shields on the final lap for 4th and 5th respectively. Pawsey, Knight, Brown, Bean and Wilson obviously crossing the line, with Joe Arnold retiring after 4 laps with that engine failure.
And Danny Bean did a 49.4, so that matched his best lap of the race from heat number 2. And Leon Wilson progress was a 50.3, so slightly slower than he went in heat 2 and 3, but still 1.6 seconds faster than he went in the opening heat. So well done to Leon Wilson and Danny Bean. Really good progress throughout the day, and you should be very proud of yourselves, and we hope to see you for the doubleheader next month. Congratulations once again to Sebastian Pereira, Harvey Still and Christian Oblag on their podiums. Obviously very well deserved, and yeah, you could barely split them in terms of points all day, and consistent driving even with the random grids. So we will bring you the third final of the day, which will be Cadets Pro. And the big question, of course, is can anybody beat Thomas Potter here today? It's been 8, 9, 10, 11, if I can do my quick maths, 11 wins in a row, 3 heats, 2 finals, so 3 heats in a final, 3 heats in a final, and another 3 heats here has meant that he goes off pole position for the 3rd final of the year. It is Amy Peacock in 2nd, Joshua Sullivan in 3rd place, followed by William Howard, Jack Collinson, and Larry Price. Harris Alley starts 7th with Holly Swan in 8th, Isabella Stansmore Wilson in 9th, and JJ Plowman in 10th. Jensen White and Edward Rye round out your grid for Cadet Pro. So does anybody have an answer for Thomas Potter? They really are going to have to work together here if they are going to try and beat him. It's going to be very tough. The kid's got some serious pace. And if he gets clear air and he gets his head down, and especially if they start fighting behind him, it could well be game over.
Yes, just one thing regarding Thomas Potter as well. Today's race day from Thomas is dedicated to Martin Goodwill. He's a family friend who recently passed away, unfortunately, at the age of 30. So on the top of his engine cover, you'll not be able to see it from there unless we were to zoom right in, but he's got a picture of him on there. Thomas dedicating today's race day to Martin.
Yeah, they're a good family, the Potters. They really are, and they do well with everything that they come across, and obviously Catherine Potter with her Retired by Catherine, where she makes clocks out of old kart tyres and plant pots and things like that.
Correct. We're in position now, Tom. Before we've even really had chance, with the green flag is in the air. It's down, we're away and racing.
Potter didn't get a good start at all.
No, he didn't,
by
did he?
his standards anyway, and is he going to lose first place? No, he is going to hang it around the inside and does manage to hold on to the lead.
The side-by-side, though, in the background, they're going to have to sort themselves out and be brave. And Sullivan's through into second place on Peacock, with Larry Price through into fourth place. William Howard drops down into fifth. Harris Alley coming through on Jack Collinson. Collinson's going to try and get the cut back in the background. There they are in the black cart on the outside and the mint green one on the inside.
Indeed, and they head round South Bank for the first time. That's Holly Swan sort of taking an inside-outside line, and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson then seizes the opportunity and moves through in hairpin 3.
Yeah, good move then from Stansmore-Wilson.
Lining one up on Collinson as well. Yeah. That's not going to work, I don't think.
No, she's going to...
she tucks back in behind.
Yeah, she's going to have to slot back in. Stansmore-Wilson had a tough qualifying session on Saturday and hasn't had a much better race day, unfortunately, for her. Although she has got past Collinson now, who has made a bit of a mistake. There's a change for second there as Amy Peacock goes down the inside of Joshua Sullivan. She's then going to be tight into two. Sullivan's going to go slightly wide. Can he get a cut back? Or will Larry Price be able to take advantage? They all move forwards down the back straight then towards South Bank.
And I think Josh is going to have to do one of two things here. Either get back in front very, very quickly and start to pull away, or he's going to have to bite the bullet and start to work with Amy Peacock here and push on towards Thomas Potter, because that gap was half a second over the line. It's now going to be 0.8 of a second. So Potter moving away again at the front of this race.
Yeah, Stansmore-Wilson confirmation there that she got past Collinson on the previous lap. That moves her up into 7th. So with Potter leading the way, and then behind it's Amy Peacock, Joshua Sullivan, Larry Price. Then there is William Howard and a charging Harris Alley trying to come back through the field after the incident in the third heat.
And Harris Alley set the fastest lap of the race on that previous lap as well, so got some pace.
Got to get past William Howard in the 27 first, though, before he does anything, and Howard is quite defensive in his line there into hairpin 3. Peacock goes wide and then uses that line to chop right across the inside to try and maximise the run. Larry Price tries to come round the outside, and he's going to slot back into 4th place in this race that has been elongated from the original 8-minute heat up to 10 minutes for the final. We're already 25% of our way through.
Already. And there's Sullivan up the inside of Amy Peacock, but I'm not sure that he's going to be able to make that stick, and doesn't, in fact. Peacock holds on to the lead, but Sullivan with the up and under, and in fact doesn't get good drive onto the back straight, and Larry Price tries to go round the outside of South Bank.
It's a long way round there from Price, but he had to do it really, because if not he'd have run into the back of Sullivan, because Sullivan just did not get a good exit out of hairpin number 2, and then this time he does get it done down the inside, and this contact Harris Alley into William Howard. Howard's hands are off the steering wheel, but Howard pitched off the track, and Harris Alley's got a big tyre stuck to the back of that car, facing the wrong way. He is sideways and not at all able to race at the moment. Down the inside there, they go on the outside, and there they go, pitched into a spin, and both of them off the track.
Not sure how I'd call that, David. Not sure how I'd call that, to be honest. Howard needed to come back onto the track at some point, I think. And we've got Harris Ali now under investigation as well, so that'll be sorted out after the race as to what happens with that one. But Harris Ali is now 9.5 seconds off the back of the field anyway.
Yep, yellow flags out down there, Toms, because there's a marshal just fixing the tyre wall, so there'll be no overtaking opportunities down there until that yellow is in, which it now is.
And in and amongst all of that...
Oh, there's a move there for third place, Tom. Not sure whether Sullivan's going to get that one done on Larry Price. He does, but will Price get a better exit? And let's have a quick look. Sullivan looks to the inside. Price's nose could be there, though, and he chops across on Larry Price. In the background, lurking, a driver that's had no luck so far today, but is right going to be there at the end. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson appearing at the business end of this race day, right in the mix for a podium.
Absolutely, and like you said, David, just been steady progress for Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, quietly going about her business throughout the day, but now making the appearance right when it matters. 5 minutes to go here in this final.
Personal best for Holly Swan and JJ Plowman. Thomas Potter out at the front. Can he make it 12 from 12? As there could be another move for second place as Sullivan tries to get a nose down the inside of Amy Peacock. Peacock gives half a kart length to Sullivan and runs all the way around the outside. Now it's a push down the back straight. Sullivan quickly out of the slipstream. Possibly too quickly, because that's going to allow Larry Price to get a good run round the outside. The problem with Price going wide round the outside is he's going to find the 88 of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson right where he wants to park his car. Yeah. Here they go then into 4. Price back down the inside of Stansmore-Wilson. Stansmore-Wilson gets the cutback on Larry Price, and they'll be side by side over start finish. And they slot back in as miraculously as they were.
Yes, indeed. But Stansmore-Wilson... fantastically opportunistic, saw that gap appear where Larry Price was and filled it with her kart and put it in the exact right position for where she should be. Unfortunately couldn't quite get the move completed, but did everything right there.
Yep, down the back straight they go. Not too far back, actually. Collinson, Swan and Plowman.
And that's
all the way down to 8th. Yeah,
but this battling has allowed Amy Peacock to get away by half a second at the front of this 3. So Sullivan holding on now for a podium place and defending as if his life depended on it. Larry Price doing the same into hairpin 4. That's going to give Stansmore-Wilson a better run this time, but again finds herself in the same position. 48.249 for Thomas Potter.
Yeah, Price went in hot there, didn't he, into 4 and just ran a little bit too deep and allowed Isabella Stansmore-Wilson to get back alongside. Amy Peacock sets a personal best, as does Jack Collinson. We have 3 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Lap times at around 48. We've got 5 more laps in this, Tom. I think we're going to get up to about 13 laps. Potter out at the front. This is, if he wins this, Tom, that's 12. And then when we get to the double header, there's Larry Price going to the inside of Joshua Sullivan. If he goes to the double header and wins them all, he's going to tie Connor Lucas's record of 20 consecutive heat and race victories here at Teesside, which we're not going to see any of those that do random grids do that anymore, are they? They're not going to win that many. That is a record that we thought was going to stand for years in terms of holding on. Thomas Potter, Larry Price to the inside of Joshua Sullivan on overstart finish at the D chicane. That's going to concertina them up and give Amy Peacock even more space in second place as they come through, and it's backed them into Collinson, Swan and Plowman as well.
It's suddenly become a train of 6 with Sullivan defending, needs to be looking forward, and Price needs to be working with them if they're going to get anything from, you know, trying to catch up with the back of Amy Peacock.
No, that's defending it to the inside from Sullivan. They're not working together at all there.
No, they're not.
To the inside. Price tried to go to the outside. We've seen on a number of occasions that's allowed Stansmore-Wilson to get alongside, and let's see what the run down to 4 is. Sullivan is very, very tight into hairpin number 4. And Price is going to get alongside. He's going to be round the outside. This will give him track position, Tom, into the D chicane. Thought the Sullivan ran very wide over start finish there in order to defend that position, didn't he? But once again, that's going to allow Amy Peacock with another 3/10 of a second on this battle behind as Larry Price goes to the inside of Sullivan once again and then tries to go round the outside. In the background, it's Holly Swan coming through to try and take advantage. She could
get both.
Yeah, because she's getting pushed along here by Isabella Stansmore-Wilson as they come towards the South Bank corner. It's going to be 3-1 here. How they've all got into that corner, Tom, I have no idea. That's why we both stopped talking for a while. Contact warning there for Joshua Sullivan. I'm not sure whether that's for coming a crossover down the back straight or not, as Larry Price then comes out of the corner and there's more contact as Price runs out wide into Sullivan. Holly Swan gets alongside again. That moves Price up into third place. He picks up a contact warning as well at the same time, but he's up into third with 50 seconds remaining.
So we're going to have potentially another 2.5 laps here to go. Thomas Potter leading now by 5.7 seconds. Amy Peacock, with all this battling, has now moved 2 seconds clear of this pack. And it is a pack now, but it's now headed by Larry Price. Sullivan still feeling the need to go defensive.
Yeah, well, I think Stansmore-Wilson would have probably pushed him along that straight there rather than with Sullivan chopping out of the slipstream. Holly Swan then all over the back of Larry Price. Both of these drivers in search of their first podium. Sullivan as well. Stansmore-Wilson has been there on a number of occasions already in the 88 kart. We are over the line with 8 seconds remaining. It's going to be 2 more laps then here in our Honda Cadet Pro final.
We're going to get 14 laps here of cadets.
Yeah, it's unbelievable pace, isn't it? Potter out at the front. He's 6 seconds away from Amy Peacock. But there's from Price in third place, they're pretty much nose to tail down to Plowman. Then White and Rye aren't too far back either.
No, indeed, it's pretty close here for well, what is essentially the final step of the podium.
Yeah, the last lap board. Oh, Swan tried to go down the inside there as Price left the door open. I think we are going to get the last lap board this time round for Thomas Potter. He's got a fairly comfortable lead of almost 7 seconds when Amy Peacock comes through. Then it's going to be Larry Price, Holly Swan, Joshua Sullivan, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, Jack Collinson and JJ Plowman.
Well, to give you an example of how close this pack is, Thomas Potter's in the lead by 6.8 seconds and Amy Peacock is behind that. And then when you hit Larry Price, there's 2.2 seconds separates the next 7 karts.
Really, really tight, isn't it? Down and back straight they go for the final time. Then in this battle for the final step on the podium, Larry Price comes to the inside. He's tight. Then chops back across in front of Holly Swan. Sullivan takes a much, much wider line. And Swan's going to dive down the inside of Larry Price. Can she get that 185 stop? Potter's going to come through and take the checkered flag here. Amy Peacock's going to come through for second place. Then they're going to be 2 and 3 wide in the background. Price on the inside of Swan. We just held our breath. Price comes through for third place. Swan in fourth. Sullivan, Stansmore-Wilson, Collinson, Plowman, White and Rye are your top 10.
Yeah, fantastic action, especially towards the end for Cadet Pro in our Cadet Pro class. Taken once again, the final was Thomas Potter. So 12 races here this season, 12 wins for Thomas Potter. Has anybody got an answer for Thomas Potter here for the rest of the season, David? What do you think?
It's difficult to see past it, isn't it? Really?
I mean, he's 7.4 seconds clear of Amy Peacock with the win there.
Yeah,
so
can't take anything away from him.
No,
other than screen time, because he never gets it.
Well, exactly. But I mean, it's not like he's doing it on extra budget or anything like that. The karts are so even, as you can see from the lap times. But
you can't do budget in
no,
this Honda Cadet
exactly, and that's my point. Everything is even.
The engines are sealed, and if the temptation to do anything with them isn't there because there's the buyback facility, which means that you can have,
even if you have a good engine, someone will just buy it off you.
Somebody can have it off you if they want. So the new units cost about $720. If you want to buy it, it's $850, which covers the cost of a couple of days to run them in. So it is very much a case of, it's a very, very close class, as we see with the junior pros, as we see with the senior pro kart as well, is that it's down to talent.
It's down to talent,
making something happen.
That's the difference, and that's what's so great to see.
Next up, though, we're going to see them again, but this time with the club class.
So taking pole position for your Teesside Sprint Cadet Club final on 149 points is Samuel Yeadon, who has 2 wins for the day. Jake Walker is going to take 2nd place on the grid. Charlie Eyeball in 3rd. Sebastian Benson in 4th, with Ollie Carter 5th and Mason Webster 6th. Layla Berryman is 7th, with Alfie McBain, who won heat number 3, starting in P8. So he's got a tough task to get through the 7 karts in front of him and take the win here, but nothing is out of the question. Ashton Carmichael is going to be in 9th, with Cameron Tipping in 10th. Charlie Quine is going to be in 11th place, ahead of row 6, then Summer Wood. Morgan Cooney takes P13, with Riley Sims Ezard in 14th, Riley Buckton Young. Then it's Joss Hushka, Drew Davidson and Joey Swan. Alfie Watson is in 19th, and I missed who was in P20. Reese Cranston, sorry, thank you, voice in my ears, who will be starting P20.
So yeah, that first heat down in 17th for Alfie McBain has really cost him, because he's had a 17th and 8th and a 1st, which is pretty much an average finishing position of around about 8th, and he starts 8th.
Yes.
So it's, you know, it's really, we were talking about that consistency and being able to come through. Obviously, he had that spin and the off in that first one, which really cost him. Now he's going to have to come through from 8th place to try and get onto a podium, which sees Samuel Yeadon, who's had 2 heat victories, going off pole position. Charlie Eyeball, who throughout the day today, Tom, hasn't particularly stood out, but like you say, consistency, he's done enough to get himself into 3rd place. And whilst he did win 3 heats in the final last time, now it's all about the final for him. Jake Walker off the outside of the front row will be looking to maximise another good start for him. Behind him, though, Sebastian Benson, who's come quietly through the field from qualifying outside the top 10 in the wet yesterday to sit in 4th place. We know he's got the pace, having qualified on pole at the first round. Maybe hasn't had quite the look that his talents have needed, but here we go from P4. Lights out. Well, here we go then. The green flag is down. It is a good start from Walker, but is he going to have enough to sweep round the outside of Samuel Yeadon into the first corner? He does. Through he comes then. There was a little bit of contact between the 2 of them, but it's Walker from Yeadon, Eyeball, Benson, McBain up into 5th place, which is quickly going to be 4th. Down the inside goes Alfie McBain in the number 8. He's come alive at this round number 3 here, and he's already up into 4th place as Samuel Yeadon makes the move like he did in heat number 3 down the inside of Jake Walker.
Well, Alfie McBain had 7 karts to get through at the start of the grid. Now he's only got 3, and we're only halfway round lap 1.
Yeah, Benson's gone with him though, hasn't he? The top 5 already have got a couple of kart lengths. It's been a good start as well from Mason Webster. He runs in 6th with Ollie Carter, then Cameron Tipping and Riley Sims Ezard with a good start, and he finds himself up inside the top 10 for the first time here at Teesside Autodrome, running in a superb 9th with Summer Wood behind.
We've got a contact warning for Drew Davidson as well.
Yeah, Layla Berryman, Tom, didn't have a good start. She went from 8th back to 13th as Charlie Eyeball leaves the door open for Alfie McBain. And McBain then can try and get the cut back on Charlie Eyeball. And he's going to have a good run down the back straight, but he's going to have to go round the outside. And if he goes too wide, he's going to find Sebastian Benson there as well. There's some power in that number 8, Tom, if he can hang it all the way round the outside of South Bank like that.
And round hairpin 3 as well, potentially. He lost a little bit of ground there, but then had the perfect line for hairpin 4.
Yeah, carries too much through, though, by the look of it, and that's going to allow Charlie Eyeball to come back through. So whilst McBain was carrying some good pace, it was too much pace when it came to getting it stopped at hairpin 4.
Yeah, could have...
Oh, that's Mason Webster, Tom. He's dropping down the order. I don't know where he's gone. Just having a quick look, he's right down at the back, so he's had an incident that's dropped him all the way down to 20th place. The 43 of Riley Sims Ezard is under investigation for something. Not sure whether there was any involvement there, because Sims Ezard is currently running in 8th. Webster at the time, last time we called him, was in 6th place, sandwiched between Benson and Ollie Carter. So I'm not sure if there was anything to do with the 2 of them in that incident, but now Mason Webster's right down at the tail end of the field with a lot of work
Oh,
to do.
we've got-
Benson, the wrong way, the yellow flag's out, and he's still trying to rejoin whilst the yellows are out there, as everybody manages to get through. And Sebastian Benson, we said it before, he's got the pace, he just doesn't have any luck.
Yes, indeed, David. Throughout the day, we've seen that. And we've got another contact warning out for Drew Davidson again. So that's 2 warnings just in this one race for Drew Davidson. So he's not having a good final either.
He's down in 9th. Reece Cranston's making some good moves, Tom. What he didn't do in heat number 3, he was back in that kart and went and just couldn't get through the field and just struggled to get through. But in this one, he's managed to take full advantage. He's moved himself up into 13th place, going off 20th.
So it is Yeadon from Walker, McBain, Eyeball, Carter, Tipping, Sims, Ezag, Ashton Carmichael, Drew Davidson and Charlie Quine, your top 10. Samuel Yeadon now moving 1.1 seconds away from Jake Walker, but Alfie McBain, and we've got a warning there for Sebastian Benson as well.
He's
but
coming back through the field, isn't he? Although he's only just caught up on the back. Although the driver he's got back past recently has been Mason Webster, so maybe it's something to do with that, or whether it's to do with the incident that tipped him into a spin.
Well, Alfie McBain has just taken 2nd place from Jake Walker there through hairpin 2 and is now the quickest car on track, and with clear air is going to start homing in on the back of Samuel Yeadon. So let's see what the gap is as they come over the line. It was 1.1 seconds. Let's see with just over 6 minutes to go whether Alfie McBain can start to make some inroads into that over 1 second lead. It's 1.8 seconds over the line, so potentially with that overtake that could have balked Alfie McBain a little bit, but he was still fairly quick despite that, compared to the karts around him.
Lost a little bit, didn't he, in getting that overtake done, but has now managed, I think, break free from Jake Walker. Charlie Eyeball still sitting there in 4th place. They've got a fairly big gap then back to Ollie Carter and Cameron Tipping, who on debut here at Teesside has had a really good showing of himself in 6th place. Then it's Riley, Sims Ezard 7th, Ashton Carmichael, Drew Davidson and Charlie Quine. This is Davidson trying to get past Ashton Carmichael in their battle for 8th and 9th place respectively.
Fastest lap of the race goes to Alfie McBain, a 48.611. They're back into the 48.6s, David. This is what we saw in the previous heat. That gap was 1.8 seconds, and now 1.5 seconds with just under 5 minutes to go. So there is time for Alfie McBain if he can make it work.
There is, closing in a couple of tenths per lap towards the end of this one. There is Reece Cranston now with a train of karts behind him, one being Summerwood, who's trying to come to the inside. Sebastian Benson charging back through the field is up to 15th place. And then Summerwood goes wide and Benson's going to come through then. That will quickly become 14th, and it's going to be a move around the outside of Reece Cranston. Cranston's going to close the door, though, on Sebastian Benson. Benson's going to try and get the run then round the outside of Reece Cranston, which then quickly becomes the inside as they get to the dogleg, and it's a good move from Sebastian Benson. On the back of, but then there's a train, Tom, all the way down. It contains Layla Berryman, who had that slow start. She's down now in 17th place, having started in 8th place in this final, dropped to 13th, and then has struggled to get back through. And then now Mason Webster in the background there in the orange helmet goes down the inside of Layla Berryman. Great late move down the inside from Webster. He's come from 2 or 3 kart lengths back to make that one happen. And now, next one in his sight, Josh Hushker in the 55.
Well, Mason Webster's come from 20th, hasn't he? And a couple of seconds off the back as well. So he's doing really well to make his way back up onto this train and then start to make his way through. Another fastest lap of the race for Alfie McBain, a 48.502. By far and away the fastest lap of the day in this Cadet Clubman class. And he is now only a second behind Samuel Yeadon. 3 minutes to go. There is time for Alfie McBain to get there. He just needs to have the consistency and keep that pace up to get onto the back of Samuel Yeadon. Jake Walker has now been dropped to the tune of 2.1 seconds behind Alfie McBain. But Charlie Eyeball is right there for the final spot of the podium as well.
Yeah,
In fact, this is a pair that we look at on screen now.
This is what we saw before, though, with Walker towards the end of the race. The back end of that kart becomes very skittish.
Yeah, difficulty. It's not necessarily turning in, but it's difficulty mid-corner.
Getting the power down as well.
Yes, it gets mid-corner oversteer, and then
in the final that's 2 minutes longer, the tyres working harder. The pressures need to be slightly lower so that they can come up to temperature throughout the race. Down the inside, though, for the lead goes Alfie McBain. Another move from 2 or 3 kart lengths back. Samuel Yeadon cannot do anything about Alfie McBain, who's charged through from 8th place to lead the way.
He's gained a second on Samuel Yeadon in just over a lap. He was a second behind as they crossed the line last time round. Then he was 0.3, and by hairpin 1 he was through. So Alfie McBain has been absolutely flying, and another fastest lap, a 48.303.
It's 4 tenths quicker than anybody else out there. He's going to come through then down to take the lead on the leaderboard down the left side there with McBain, Yeadon and Walker still holding off Charlie Eibel for that final step on the podium here at Teesside Autodrome. And Eibel is all over the back of Walker. Can't get close enough, though, through the chicanes to do anything about Jake Walker in front of him. Tom's looking at some statistics.
I was trying to find the results from the Cadet Pro final to see how the lap times compared.
They don't publish until the end of the day.
Yeah. That's all I was looking at. But, yeah, we've still got Jake Walker managing to hold off Charlie Eibel here. I think was Thomas Potter doing a 48.4. I think he did a 48.4.
Yeah, I think he did.
Well, Alfie McBain's just done a 48.3.
Ooh, that is quick.
So quicker than Potter at the moment is Alfie McBain. So well done to you, sir. Flying along. But Samuel Yeadon has not been dropped either, and has started to go with Alfie McBain now, and has put in a 48.6 himself. And as we said, this is, well, Mason Webster with a contact warning, but what we said in the in heat number 3 was Samuel Yeadon seemed to sort of lose a little bit of concentration maybe towards the end of the race, and as soon as Alfie McBain came through, as there's now been a change in position and a bit of side-by-side contact between Jake Walker and Charlie Eibel, Eibel with the high ground as they go through the right-handed dogleg section and into the D chicane and gets the move done, and that's Charlie Eibel now onto the final step of the podium. But yes, Alfie McBain came past Samuel Yeadon in heat number 3, and all of a sudden Samuel Yeadon found 0.2 of a second within his pace. So it's like he needs somebody to chase, I think.
That is often the case, though, Tom.
It is. It's very much the case with myself.
You know, bit of slipstream, getting yourself a target. Just having a look out the window as well, Mason Webster's come back through that entire pack that he was down at the back of to run in 14th place. Sebastian Benson as well was another one who had to come back through all of that after his spin. Last lap board is out then over start finish. Alfie McBain leading the way from Samuel Yeadon. Less than a tenth between them though. McBain closed in and Yeadon has managed to stick with him. Will he make a move on this final lap? Is he close enough to make a move on this final lap?
We shall find out, and as they go into the final half of the lap, no move there on the exit of hairpins 1 and 2. McBain feeling the need to go defensive. I don't think Yeadon's close enough for that to be necessary.
He might be now.
Well, he might be now that he's defended fresh air, but no, through hairpin 3, McBain still with a good line, and that was going to be the last opportunity for Samuel Yeadon, and can't get it done. And the final of your Cadet Club is going to go to Alfie McBain.
Yeah, for the first time, McBain will go to the podium. He'll go on the top step. Samuel Yeadon as well will go to the podium for the first time. Through they come on the final lap, Tom. Ollie Carter's going to come through in 3rd. It looks like Walker and Eibel have had a coming together on the final lap. Walker then down into drops down into 4th place, and Ollie Carter inherits the final step on the podium on the final lap.
Eibel dropped to 6th. So your top 10 was McBain, Yeadon, Carter out of nowhere, taking 3rd place in the final step on the podium. Brilliant, opportunistic, and you've got to be there to to take it, and he absolutely was. Jake Walker finishing 4th, Cameron Tipping 5th, Charlie Eyeball in 6th, then it's Ashton Carmichael, Drew Davidson, Riley Sims Ezard, and Charlie Quine round out your top 10 in Cadet Clubman. But that 48.3 from Alfie McBain, I'm going to stick my neck out and say that's the quickest lap of the day in Cadet.
Some pace that, isn't it? Just have a quick look at what the Potter did a 48 dead in heat 3 and did a 48.1 in heat 2. So maybe there's a couple of tenths in it, but that's the sort of pace, Tom, that's going to put you right in the mix in the pro class.
It certainly will. If you're doing 48.3s, you're going to be right up there. So yeah, well done, Alfie McBain. And okay, so I was a little bit mistaken of the quickest lap of the day in cadets, because obviously that has gone to Thomas Potter with that 48.1. So yes, congratulations to all our cadet podium winners, and we will move on to the final for junior Rotax. So final 4 races of the day here at Teesside. And your junior Rotax final, brought to you by HRS Racing Engines, is headed with Finley Watson, who has taken all 3 heats so far today, a maximum 150 points. Second place has gone to Bella Franklin with 143 points, but Isaac O'Shea also on 143 points. Losing out on second place by 0.5 tenth of a second. But as we've seen many times, third place is not the worst place to start in this race, because you will have the inside line, so that could leave Franklin in a tricky position. Lizzie Mentier going off P4, then it's Catherine Potter and Alfie Wallbank, Nathan Jensen and Monroe Renard. That will be all of your runners for today in your final.
As you say, Tom, often third is effectively second.
Yes.
Here at Teesside, what with that long loop round that first corner. And unless the outside lane can make a quick start without effectively jumping it, then...
Well, that's the trick, isn't it?
Yeah. Now, I think in the last cadet class, I think there was a potential jump start from the 43 that I'm being fed with Riley Sims Ezard. Now, he did well during the race to carry some good speed, but...
Well, he was inside the top 10 at the end.
Yeah, he was up there, I think, in around about 7th place, wasn't he, for most of that race. But I think I'm getting reports in that there was a jump start for the driver of that 43.
So very slow rolling up lap here from Finley Watson.
Yeah, is he stalled? He's going that slow, isn't he? Really
get out and
slow.
push it quicker than
That's
this.
the thing, isn't it? But now, obviously, the slower you go, the more chance there is of oiling that plug up. And that's why some of them are just having a quick fit down to have a little tweak of some of the settings that we can do here. So, but yeah, Finley Watson bringing them round at a very, very serene pace in this junior Rotax final.
And remember that they've got to get to that acceleration cone before they can go and hit the gas. And there they go. And we're away and racing, and Franklin does in fact slot into second place. So she's done well to hold on to second place and drop in there, and it looks like, is that Isaac O'Shea in third?
Third with Mentier, 4th, Wallbank in 5th, Potter, then Menard up in front of Nathan Jensen. So a good start for Monroe Renard.
And has been making steady progress throughout the day as well. First meeting from Monroe Renard.
Down the inside goes Isaac O'Shea on Bella Franklin. Moves him up into second place.
Well, Finley Watson is gone at the front of this at the moment. So it's Watson from O'Shea, Franklin, Mentier, Wallbank, Potter, Renard and Jensen. Only 8 runners here in this final. But yes, Watson moving clear of O'Shea by 0.6 of a second. It was over the line.
Yeah, with O'Shea then now second, Franklin third, Mentier not too far back actually, going with this battle for second place. We've got to be conscious, though, not to allow Finley Watson to get away here by squabbling over second place on the second lap. And, just using the opportunity to work with each other, push that hole in the air with the driver at the front, allowing second and third and fourth to go with as well. But Bella Franklin goes down the inside and almost scares Isaac Watson out, Isaac O'Shea out of the way as he turned in, then comes back. Then they're going to be side by side. Mentia elects to slot in behind Bella Franklin, and she will come through as well.
Deja vu there. I think that happened in the previous heat, didn't it?
I think it did. Isaac O'Shea, though, is going to come back down the inside there on Lizzie Mentia, but they're going to just have a look at the time at the top, the gap between the leaders and those behind. It was 6/10. I think it's going to be over a second with that squabbling.
It is over a second, 1.1.
And that's what I was saying before about arguing over second on the second lap is not going to catch you up to the leader.
Ask the people who raced against Thomas Potter.
Yeah, all of them.
All of them, exactly.
All of them.
The second they start squabbling, that's it, he's gone. Isaac O'Shea lifting up the flap there on the radiator on his Rotax kart. Getting a little bit more air into that radiator, as pretty much everybody did at the end of lap 1. And Isaac O'Shea taking a couple more laps to get some temperature into there. So the gap was 1.1 over the line, but fastest laps of the race go to, initially it was Bella Franklin and then Isaac O'Shea immediately beating it. Lizzie Mentia putting in a personal best as well. The gap came down by about half a tenth that lap. So Isaac O'Shea is going to have to start working with Bella Franklin here if they're going to make any kind of inroads into Finley Watson. It's a nice looking kart, that one that Bella's got though, isn't it? I mean, obviously it's got the Teesside Karting logo all over it, but it's not, it's pink, it's blue, it's nice, it stands out.
I like it in the pink more than the dark red that it was in originally.
I
agree.
agree.
It stands out.
Yes, I agree. I think it looks better in pink. Yeah, and Finley Watson now with a personal best himself, and that gap remains static. Franklin that time round setting a fastest lap of the race, but could only do another half a tenth of damage to the lead of Finley Watson. Lizzie Mentia behind this has dropped back now by a second off the back of Isaac O'Shea. And Alfie Wallbank a further second back from that. Catherine Potter another second back off Alfie Wallbank. And Isaac O'Shea sending it up the inside of Bella Franklin. So had enough of apparently catching Finley Watson. They have Isaac O'Shea has now moved through and instantly done a quarter of a second damage to that lead. So Finley Watson pulling it out to 1.2 seconds now.
Oh, a little bit of contact there into hairpin 1 with Bella Franklin down the inside of Isaac O'Shea, and then we'll try and get the cut back to the inside as well. But O'Shea left the door open ever so slightly. Franklin comes down the inside with a little bit of rubbing, but not quite as nothing untoward in terms of it causing them any harm.
As you can see, it's as you were as they went into hairpin 1 anyway, so no overtake was fully completed. Finley Watson, fastest lap of the race now, 41.968, and half a second quicker than Isaac O'Shea. So that's gone out to 1.6 seconds. So before Isaac O'Shea overtook Franklin, they were slowly reeling in Finley Watson. Not sure it would have been enough to catch totally, but O'Shea made the move and has now started to gap Franklin. They had a little ding-dong for half a lap or so, but Isaac O'Shea is now starting to gap Franklin, and that's bringing Mentia back into play as well. So she's only 6/10 off the back of Bella Franklin now.
Yeah, this has been the main battle for most of the race, hasn't it, with Franklin and Isaac O'Shea. The gaps, though, have started to open up between them, and I think Lizzie Mentia there with a personal best of a 42.078 could be in with a sniff of the final step of the podium here if she carries that sort of pace on in this remaining 3.5 laps of this Teesside
We've got
National
somebody
Circuit.
off at the back. Who's that, David, over there?
That's Monroe Renard, Tom.
Oh,
in the
no.
Teesside Karting Academy kart.
Oh, that's a shame. was going really, really well, Monroe
I
Renard.
think he's having a quick look. Could well be the bumper, Tom, off the back of that. He's just had a quick look at pushing it back in.
And did a 42.8, so fastest lap of his own day.
Yeah, I'm just having a quick look, Tom. It looks like it could potentially be the bumpers come off the back and then he's pulled over there because it looks like he was trying to push that back in. If it is, and almost always when bumpers come out of the back in these karts, they're basically they're in a plug into the back of the chassis rail. Here at Teesside, it's always for me the right-hand side, because that's the side that most of the dog-tooth curbs are on. And if you go up on them too much and you catch them, it's just going to pull it out of that. You plug out of that rear bumper.
Yeah. And a real shame for Monroe Renard there.
Yeah, I've been really, really impressed with his first outing here at Teesside Auto.
Well on
today.
the pace.
Yeah.
You know, as you said, Dave, first ever race meeting, well on the pace, and put in his own personal fastest lap of the day in the final as well. So we're showing well. So real shame for Monroe Renard, and we hope that we see you again in the near future.
Yeah, last lap board will be out this time round then, as our leader is making their way down the back straight. Bella Franklin seems to have switched it back on again though, Tom, because she's begun to pull away from Lizzie Mentier and has closed right up on the back of Isaac O'Shea as they head towards the final lap. Over the line they come then, and it's Finley Watson leading the way as he has done for most of the day. O'Shea and Franklin pretty much nose to tail, a tenth and a half between them, with Lizzie Mentier in fourth place. Then there's a comfortable gap back of 1.9 seconds to Alfie Wallbank, Catherine Potter and Nathan Jensen, the remaining runners.
So half a lap to go. Has Franklin got anything left in the bag for Isaac O'Shea? It looks very much like it's Finley Watson's day here today, taking all three heats so far. One more corner to go and he will come across the line and take victory. 3 heats and a final all go to Finley Watson. The perfect day. Isaac O'Shea taking second place with the fastest lap of the race on the final lap as well. Then it is Bella Franklin in third, Lizzie Mentier in fourth, Alfie Warbank in fifth, Catherine Potter sixth, Nathan Jensen in seventh, and unfortunately Monroe Renard, as we said, has retired from the final.
Yeah, Finley Watson, Tom, making that long trip up from Dover worthwhile with the heat victories and the final then in our junior Rotax class.
It is a long way from Dover.
It's a trek, isn't it?
It is.
3 more races then for you here today at Teesside Autodrome.
It's almost France.
It's closer, isn't it?
Well, it is closer to France than it is to Middlesbrough.
Yeah,
definitely.
it is, definitely.
You can see it.
Next race up then will be our final for Mini Rotax.
Just remember that in France, of course, they count with fingers and toes. As we said earlier. Teesside Sprint Minimax final, sponsored by HRS Racing Engines. Pole position goes to Jared Fox-Whiteley. Lewis Goff starts in P2. Addison Smith in P3. You could barely separate any of these three throughout the day. It's been fantastic action between these front three, and long may it continue. Benjamin Lee goes off P4. Then it's Ben Adrian and Melissa Adrian. Joseph Yao in 7th and Sam Robson in 8th. James Philip Byrne in 9th, and rounding out your top 10 and final position is Daniel Bridgen. So Lewis Goff won heat number 1. Jared Fox-Whiteley went off pole position, but Lewis Goff took that initial win. Then heat number 2 went to Jared Fox-Whiteley. Heat number 3 went to Jared Fox-Whiteley, and pole position for the final goes to Jared Fox-Whiteley.
Yeah, intriguing battle this though, Tom, between Fox-Whiteley and Goff. And let's not discount Addison Smith as well, because he's all been there or thereabouts. The one that I was sort of hoping to see up there throughout the day was Ben Adrian, who had a really good showing here at round 2, but he's not quite had the rub of the green here today after qualifying on the outside of the front row. So he's going to be much further down the order than we anticipated for this final.
Still no rain here today, which is obviously a very, very good thing for us. Although we're in the shelter commentary box, so really it makes no difference whether it's raining or not.
Always dry in here.
You know, a good thing for the racers. However, it has clouded over. The temperature has dropped dramatically, at least 3 degrees, possibly even 4, and the wind has picked up a lot as well. And it looks like, to me, I mean, we haven't got any flags particularly that I can focus my eyes on, but it looks like it's blowing, as we look at it, left to right. So in the opposite direction of the start-finish straight, blowing down the back straight, which will not help with the slipstream down there, and in fact will make it quite tricky coming through South Bank, because they'll have the crosswind to deal with as well down there. But it will be a headwind coming out of hairpin 4. In fact, you want it blowing the other way if you want a good slipstream here. But it'll definitely be a headwind coming out of hairpin 4 and down the front straight and into the D chicane.
Fox Whiteley then will lead them round with Lewis Goff alongside. They've pretty much been alongside each other on the front row for most of the day.
Whoops.
As Benjamin Lee has to take to the grass. And
spent all that time cleaning and warming his tyres up, and now he's got to do it all again.
Yeah, then it's going to be an all-Adrian third row with Ben and Melissa. And you have Joseph Yao and Sam Robson in front of James Philip Byrne and Daniel Bridgen. Here we go then in Minimax. It's been an incredibly tight battle throughout the 3 heats between Jared Fox Whiteley and Lewis Goff. Let's see who's going to take this final. 10 laps of action, or 10 minutes of action. We're away and racing. Fox Whiteley on the inside. Will Addison Smith get through down the inside? He does. And Lewis Goff has to sweep round the outside and drop back into third place. There's Ben and Melissa, Ben Adrian, and there's Benjamin Lee up and over the curves. Joseph Yao wasn't going to relent, and it's 2 into 1, doesn't go, and this time it's Benjamin Lee who bounces up and over the curves. Joseph Yao up from the 4th row into 5th.
They head into South Bank for the first time. So it is Fox Whiteley from Smith, Goff, and we've got a contact warning from Joseph Yao there. And forget what I've just said, because Lewis Goff has just made the move on Addison Smith and taken back 2nd place. Holds it round the inside of the dog leg and through the kink. Hang on, no, it's the dog leg that's the right hander, isn't it? It's the kink that's the left hander. Anyway, through the dog leg, and has taken 2nd place back. But swiftly followed by Ben Adrian in 4th, who is managing to go with this front pack. So David's tip of keeping an eye on Ben Adrian, it certainly seems to be very applicable at the moment, but Fox Whiteley is half a second clear at the front of this at the moment, which is probably the biggest gap he's had all day.
I think so. Lewis Goff has managed to find a way back past Addison Smith, then moves him up into 2nd place. Ben Adrian, who at the last race here didn't qualify and had to come through and then got himself onto the podium right at the end of the day, is that today he qualified yesterday and then just hadn't had the luck today, but he's still right there in the mix come finals time.
And Fox Whiteley still at the front of this train, but 0.4 of a second clear. Addison Smith putting in the fastest lap of the race on that lap, and he's starting to work with Lewis Goff, I think, certainly in some respects, and maybe not. Lewis Goff has closed up that 0.4 of a second. In fact, there's all 3 of them now, a nose to tail, and you can't separate them again.
No.
So it's as you were at the end of heat 3.
Yeah, rinse and repeat and all that.
We should have just let him run. Just add on another 15 minutes to the end of the end of heat 3 and just keep it going.
Yeah, we could have got this done an hour and a half ago, couldn't we, in Minimax? Fox Whiteley then leading from Goff with Addison Smith right on the back of the 4 of Lewis Goff. There's a gap back then to Ben Adrian, but it's only 0.8. He's there or thereabouts to pick something up. And one thing I do note from Lewis Goff, Tom, is that he is really quick down the bottom end of the back straight and round South Bank. You can obviously play around with the gearing on these Minimax. It's not like in Honda Cadet where you've got to run a 20-tooth clutch on the front and a 68 rear and it's a fixed gearing. You can play around with the gearing on these mini Rotaxes, and what I'm seeing from Lewis Goff is down the back straight, round South Bank particularly, he's towing up 2 or 3 kart lengths onto the back of Jared Fox-Whiteley round South Bank.
Well, it'll help him when he's in the tow, but it might bulk him.
I mean, look, just have a look there. He's 3 kart lengths away from Fox-Whiteley. And then down the back straight there, he's closing up. But it's at the end of the straight that he's closing up.
And you're absolutely right, but that's helped by a slipstream. But if he's geared it to be, as he sends it up the inside into hairpin 4, but can he get it completed? No.
3 wide.
3 abreast coming through the dog leg, and it's as you were. But only just.
I was almost pulled out of the commentary box by the collective inhale of breath as they came through there, as everybody held. As they came over the line, 3 wide as Goff goes down the inside of Jared Fox-Whiteley, then Fox-Whiteley down the inside of Goff, and Addison Smith's going to come through for the lead, but in doing so he goes up and over Jared Fox-Whiteley. Lewis Goff's bouncing on the grass. Fox-Whiteley, there's contact with them as they rejoin, and Addison Smith is through and into the lead by at least 5 or 6 kart lengths. We're not even at half race yet.
No, and Ben Adrian's right back in the mix now as well. That's brought him right back into. But as you were saying, David,
he's
with
always
the gear,
there.
Yeah, he is. But with the gearing that you were saying for Lewis Goff, it will massively help him in the slipstream. But if he's in clear air, other people have got essentially that gearing that he's got, because they're going to have the slipstream off Lewis Goff.
Well, we're going to have a replay here of Fox-Whiteley going back down the inside, then Addison Smith, and Fox-Whiteley was slow, wasn't he, there on exit, then he comes in and then chops across on Lewis Goff as he rejoined the circuit.
Ben Adrian still there, having a look at the inside of Goff into into South Bank, but wasn't anywhere near close enough. Now it's sort of equidistant between the front 4, but Fox-Whiteley has just done the fastest lap of the race by 0.3 of a second, and is starting to reel back in Addison Smith. This is not done yet by any means. 5 minutes to go here, and Lewis Goff, with that gearing as well, as David said, is going to use that slipstream and tow himself back up onto these front 2.
Yeah, I mean, I may well be wrong, Tom. Obviously, you can
I
gear
think
it all
you're right.
differently, but
I think you're absolutely right.
Towards the end of the straight and round South Bank, he's got a real. He's geared for some top end there, and
he's
really
geared for some top end,
yeah.
and that helps him when he's got a slipstream. But what I'm saying is, when he's going to be, if he hits the front, if he's in clear air, the others are going to have that slipstream, and that gearing might actually might hinder him.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out, because he's right back on the back of Fox-Whiteley and Addison Smith.
And these are the games you play when you're setting the car up. You know, do you go long? You know, long on your gearing? Do you go short? Do you want it to be quicker out of the corners, or faster at the end of the straight?
Well, we've done that before in Honda Cadet at Wilton Mill, where there is a gearing that I'm not going to share with everybody, because that's
Tactics.
Too benevolent.
Tic-tacs.
But, you know, as Goff goes down the inside of Addison Smith for second place, in the over an overall lap time, it's quicker, but it doesn't give you enough top-end speed to defend into Christmas corner, so you have to gear yourself higher and compromise the overall race pace to not get overtaken by 2 or 3 karts on that run up that hill at Christmas at Wilton Mill. And this is no different to here, where it looks very much like Goff has geared for a slower exit out of the corner, but then to get in more down the end of the straight.
Correct. I agree with you 100%. I think you are right. I think he's gone slightly longer on the gearing, even by maybe just 1 tooth.
By a tooth, yeah,
by
that's
a tooth,
all it
and
is.
that could make all the difference.
And what it is for me is that it means that he's losing a little bit on exit out of the tight hairpins, but then he's closing up a fraction every single lap to get there, and will eventually be in a position, as he puts in the fastest lap of the race, to compound my point, with dragging Addison Smith along as well. He sets a personal best, although he's a couple of kart lengths off the back of the Goff-Fox-Whiteley battle for the lead. 2.5 minutes remaining, and there Fox-Whiteley gets a couple of kart lengths on Lewis Goff on the way out of that corner. Goff's then going to close up round South Bank as they head towards hairpin number 3. And we'll probably be considering putting a move down the inside there in about a minute and a half's time as they head towards the final lap here at Teesside Autodrome. Over the line they come then with Fox Whiteley setting a personal best. Goff, Smith, Adrian has dropped away from the leading trio. So
should have another 3 laps here,
I think so.
Yeah. But Ben Adrian, unfortunately, not able to go with these 3 when they're running line astern. As soon as they start battling, though, he's right there. So the gap has gone out. He's 2 seconds off the back of Addison Smith now. But as we said, if these 3 start fighting, he will be back involved in that. And Benjamin Lee as well, with a good showing in the final. Another 9/10 back from the back of Ben Adrian.
Yeah, he was on the grass though at the start, wasn't he?
He
so
was.
He's done really, really well to thing in the driver for me that's continuing to develop.
Goff banging in another fastest lap of the race of 42.628, and that is almost, in fact, that could well be a new lap record.
Unless we've seen something else.
And goes up the inside of Fox Whiteley.
Yeah.
In hairpin 1. So potentially a new lap record here for Lewis Goff, and also taking the lead in about 15 seconds.
Yeah, we'll have to check that there hasn't been a quicker time throughout the day, which is often the case, but we will check that. But yeah, 42.628, I think, for Lewis Goff is a fraction quicker than his lap record that he already holds here at Teesside Autodrome.
I can tell you something that is definite. It's the lap record for a final.
Oh, yeah.
It's definitely the lap record in the final. But yes, at the moment, it is Lewis Goff who has now moved clear of Jared Fox Whiteley, put about 3/4 of a kart length in between them.
Fox Whiteley now is in the slipstream.
He
We're going to
is.
find out whether that slipstream is enough to tow him along. I think it is, Tom.
It is.
Right
This
on.
is what I said. Once Goff hits the front, he's going to struggle towards the end of the straight and certainly getting out of the corner. If Fox Whiteley can get a nose alongside halfway down the straight.
What Fox Whiteley can do is he comes out in the corners quicker, sits in the slipstream, and he's not using all the engine power because he doesn't need to.
No.
Over the line they come then for the final lap, and there's a little bit of contact
There's a bit of
there
engine power
between Lewis Goff and Jared Fox Whiteley. It's not for the first time today that they've had a little bit of bump and run into the back of each other. Now Goff gets hard on the brakes, tighter by a kart width into hairpin number 1 than he's been on all the other laps. They're going to be side by side, I think, almost on exit down the back straight. Fox Whiteley in the slipstream. Lewis Goff looks left, looks right, closes the door on that run down in towards the South Bank corner. Fox Whiteley's going to try and take a wider run, is he, at Lewis Goff? I think there's going to be a dive down the inside of 4 unless Goff can close the door. There's a little bit of a nudge there from Fox Whiteley. There's a nudge again from Fox Whiteley, and Addison Smith sweeps round the outside to win the final here at Teesside Autodrome from Lewis Goff and Jared Fox Whiteley. Ben Adrian's going to get 4 with Benjamin Lee, Melissa Adrian and Joseph Yao in front of Samuel Robson. And here we are, Tom, the incident on the final corner.
So they rubbed together, did Goff and Fox Whiteley, and all that did was give momentum to Addison Smith, who had no contact at all, didn't rub anybody, didn't touch anybody, and just snuck through around the inside. And normally, when you're on the left-hand side of the circuit, coming out of hairpin 4, that's normally where you get hung out to dry. But he'd already cleared them by the time they got to the right-hander. Swept in front and swept his way to victory. Well done, Addison Smith.
The bank, Tom, has gone nuts for that one, for Addison Smith coming through to take the victory. There's there is some precipitation. It's from his mum's eyes.
Bless her. There we go. So well done to Addison Smith. All action towards the end of the race, and those front 3, we couldn't really separate them all day. Fox Whiteley took 2 heat wins. Lewis Goff took 1 heat win, and Addison Smith, he took the final. So exciting action in mini Rotax throughout the day. That brings to a close the mini Rotax grid, our races for the day, and we will move on to our final 2-stroke race of the day, which is senior Rotax.
Andy Collinson with 148 points will lead us round with Andy Ambrose alongside Ashley Savage and Shane Collinson on row 2, Paul Swan and Kieran Savage on row number 3. Row 4 sees Josh Redhead and Arthur Lowthian, with Chris Stoves and Emma Brown on row 5. Sophie Stevenson in 11th place on row number 6. Just having a quick look at the live chat comments. Looks like Tom is replying. V3 Racing, they'll be racing at the British 24-hour in the higher class. So I imagine that V3 Racing is asking when's Asher Blythe's race. That'll be next after this one. His brother Owen, he races for V3 Racing. They are a sim racing team. Some of them, Tom, are going to meet for the first time at the British 24-hour next month. We've got 2 drivers from the UK, 2 from Holland, 1 coming over from Canada who we're hopefully going to grab a word with on the Friday. And some of them, they've only ever met each other and raced with each other online. It'll be the first time they'll have met in person on the for the British 24-hour race. So we're bringing teams together.
What did they race? Breakfast.
Sim
racing.
Sims racing. They
sim
do
racing.
24-hour races, that sort of thing on the sim.
That'll be iRacing probably, won't it?
Yeah, I think so. So
they've
done the Le Mans 24-hour, the Daytona as well.
That'll be iRacing.
And that, so yeah.
I think Daytona's iRacing. I think Le Mans is R Factor, isn't it?
Well, we will find out when we speak to them next month.
Well, let's ask them, and so we'll see if we can get the cafe to put some poutine on just for the Canadian racer.
Through we come then for our senior Rotax final. Andy Collinson leading us over the line. Then Andy Ambrose on the outside. Will Ambrose try and sweep round? He's going to have to slot back in, though, I think, to second place. But I think he might find Ashley Savage there, although they have sorted themselves out into single file. So it's going to be Andy Collinson leading the way from Andy Ambrose, then Ashley Savage and Shane Collinson as Kieran Savage gets down the inside of Paul Swan. Swan then back to the inside, and they're going to have a drag race down the back straight, in which Savage has got a little bit more top end, but he's going to have to chop across the front of Paul Swan in the same way that Redhead does to Arthur Lowthian behind them as well.
So, of course, 3 heats, and again, 3 different winners throughout the day. We've had Andy Ambrose winning Heat 1, Shane Collinson winning Heat 2, and Andy Collinson winning Heat number 3. Too many Andys and too many Collinsons in this class for my liking, David. It gets far too confusing.
The Andys.
The Andys and the Collinsons. The Andys. Yes, they're both called Andy. Yes, and it is Andy Collinson from Andy Ambrose. Ashley Savage in 3rd place with Shane Collinson now in 4th place. Then it is Kieran Savage. There's too many Savages as well. Savage, Collinson and Andys.
Should be allowed 1 per class.
Absolutely, yes.
It should be like working at a travel agent, where if there's someone else with the same name, you have to change it, or a hairdresser's. You're not allowed to say 2 people with the same name.
We'll make their numbers really different as well, which is why I like the Adrians particularly in the previous class, because
they've got a red Adrian and a blue Adrian.
Yes, and one is number 10 and one is like number 90 something as well, isn't it?
48, yeah.
48, so they're like massively different. There can be no confusion between the 2 of them. Makes it far easier for us. Anyway, we digress as usual. Andy Collinson still leading just from Andy Ambrose. They head down the back straight, still 10 laps to go here in this final. But it is Ambrose, Collinson, Ambrose, Savage, Shane Collinson, Kieran Savage, Paul Swan, Josh Redhead. Chris Stoves leaves your 177 class in 8th place overall. Arthur Lowthian is in 9th place. Then it's Emma Brown in 177 and Sophie Stevenson also in the 177. Personal best laps of the race went in for Andy Collinson and Andy Ambrose, and Andy Ambrose is starting to close in now onto the back of Andy Collinson.
Half a tenth quicker on that previous lap for Andy Ambrose, closing in. But Collinson pulling away on the exit of 2. Ashley Savage behind has to come to the inside to defend from Shane Collinson. Kieran Savage not too far back either.
Yeah, he's on the back of this 3 and set the fastest lap of the race on that last lap round as well. So Kieran Savage with some early pace in this final.
Shane Collinson, I think he's... I think if he can get past Ashley Savage, I think he's got the pace, Tom, to try and tow up to this leading duo. The problem is I don't think he can get past Ashley Savage.
Well, he's got 8 laps to do it.
When he's coming out of corners and stuff like that, I think he's sort of like asking Savage to sort of like give him the go-ahead, try and go a little bit quicker out the corners. And I see, look, Savage is coming over to the inside to defend. Is that I think Shane Collinson's got the pace here, but we see this a lot here at Teesside Auto. You might have the pace over a lap if you're in clear air, but if you haven't got the pace to overtake somebody, then you don't have the pace.
If you can't get alongside them, it's
yeah,
and you can see how frustrated Shane Collinson is getting with probably himself more than anything. I don't think it's Ashley Savage's fault that he can't get past.
He's got to find a 10th or two, hasn't he? Because certainly, like, he closes up on the brakes, then loses it, sort of like round the national loop and through the chicanes. He's just not able to get the power down and get the exits quick. He's got a reasonable one this time, but I don't think he's going to be close enough once again. As
we were talking about gearing before. He could have gone wrong on the gearing for this final.
Yep, could have felt that he needed a few less teeth. Could have done with maybe a little bit more at the top end to try and get alongside.
Yeah, might have gone too far. Well, it might have gone too far in terms of top end, and it's slowing him out. It's slowing him down outside, getting out of the corners, and that's why he's getting so frustrated, because it's not allowing him to get alongside. It's the top end is coming to him too late, if you like. The straights aren't long enough for it to work properly.
No, contact warning from the 60 for the 66. That's Shane Collinson. That's frustration, that Tom, that he cannot find a way through on Ashley Savage. So that's up on the overhead gantry in front of the commentary box. Difficult to...
and again into the back of...
I tell you what, Tom, at the British 20... Oh, and there's
Kieran
Savage down the inside of Shane Collinson. Nobody's going to miss that overhead gantry at the British 24. It is bright.
Yes. During the night, we're going to be able to spot that perfectly as well, unless we have the blinds down.
Yeah, what it's going to see, though, is that that's going to be there for the mandatory pit stops for the hires right in front. We're going to be able to see when they come in. Before that board was right the way down on the the actual pit lane as Collinson gets alongside Savage, and I think he will be there, will he? Or the Savage is going to close the door, and does.
Yep, and you can see the problem there. It is evident and plain to see that what Shane Collinson is having, because he's just got no pace down the straight. Andy Ambrose, fastest lap of the race. He's only a quarter of a second behind Andy Collinson now, although there was a 100th of a second between them on that last lap in terms of overall pace. Kieran Savage is closing in on the back of Ashley Savage now and potentially looking to make a move here. And Shane Collinson again looking very racy, but it's... Oh, and there was a bit of a bump and run there into South Bank.
Let's see whether Kieran Savage takes kindly to that one.
He didn't react too much, did he?
No. Having a quick look, Tom. I'll come back to you in a few moments. We've got a development in Honda Cadet Club.
Okay.
Yellow flag. Oh, we've got Josh Redhead and
here.
Sophie Stevenson facing the wrong way, and they've come through. Everybody's managed to make their way through cleanly, with the exception, I think that was Redhead trying to put a lap on Stevenson. I think he actually put his hand up there and apologised as they make their way through the lap traffic. In fact, I'll come back to it, Tom, so we're going to have plenty of time to talk when we grid up the senior pro karts to relay some of the developments back in our Honda Cadet Club class. All of the others so far have come through clean, although not published, but they are clean so far in all of our other classes for their finishing positions, 1 through to the top 3 anyway.
Okay, so we will wait for David to light the blue touch paper on that one, and we've got Andy Ambrose now has hauled back in Andy Collinson, so the gap went out mid-race, and now that we're getting to the business end with a lap and a half to go, Andy Ambrose is right there. Behind them you've got Ashley Savage, and Kieran Savage has gone round and almost took out Paul Swan.
Yeah, didn't really
rejoin in the track.
Yeah, I think when he watches that back, I don't think he rejoined in the safest possible manner.
He's retiring.
And I think he's had enough. And he comes, would have still been 6th place for him, but he's brought that one in a lap early, which means everybody else is going to come through for position. Here we go then onto the final back straight, and Andy Ambrose is as close as he has been throughout this race to Andy Collinson, but he's going to have to try and make something happen Collinson is going to park the 74 on the inside. I'm fairly sure of it. Straight down the middle of the track for Collinson. Ambrose can't find a way through, and through he comes. Collinson takes the checkered flag. Victory in senior Rotax from Andy Ambrose. Ashley Savage holds on for third place in a race-long battle with Shane Collinson. Then we've got Paul Swan. And then we're going to have Emma Brown, I think, Tom, coming through for 6th place, with Kieran Savage having come into pit lane. There's confirmation on the screen. Brown gets 6th, Loudian in 7th, Stodes is going to be 8th, then it's going to be Josh Redhead in 9th place, and then Sophie Stevenson will come round the South Bank corner and over the start-finish line. There are your two...
and there's your profile picture.
Yeah, they're Collinson and Collinson.
The Collinsons side by side, down the back straight. Which is nice to see, and they're matching suits. So that brings to an end your 2 strokes for the day. One more race to go, which will be the final race of the day, Senior Pro Kart. Here we go. So, on like Donkey Kong for the final Senior Pro Kart, brought to you by Lucas Racing and MS Karts. Josh Falkus in that MS Kart is going to be on number 1 position, pole position, 141 points for the day so far. Charlie Bingham will go off 2nd place. Asher Blythe in 3rd, then it's Daniel Tate in 4th, Jess Alexander in 5th, and David Brown in 6th place. 7th place goes to Jack Morris, then Mark Tate in 8th, Thomas Braid in 9th, Simon Doughty in 10th, then it's Lennon French and Callum Booth. Jake Richardson will start in P13 with Brandon Jennings in 14th, Steve Nichols in 15th, and David Thompson Mack 16th. We have Gareth Plackett, and I'm trying to see where we are now. I missed who was in P18, sorry. There we go, Brandon Truman Reddish in P18, thank you. Adam, Carl Ruddock and Thomas Lowther, then it's Scott Blackburn, Ben Hogarth, Jordan Guy and David Brewis. 25th goes to Josh Yeadon, then it's Dan Fulsham and Gracie Mitchell, Caitlin Frame, Tony Pollard and Harry Nottage. Paul Rye, Jordan Cranston, Alban Dowell, Richard Brooks, Harry Roddis and Lee Austin. And then the final 3 places on the grid go to Gary Witherington, and it looks like potentially Paul Scaife will not be on the grid at all, and most probably Ben Still. So we'll probably have 37 karts going off the grid instead of the 39 originally planned. So while we wait for David to get an update on what happened in Honda Cadet Club, we will also wait for the rest of the Senior Pro Kart grid to filter their way through. They come in 2 by 2, Noah's Ark formation, being sent forward and into position. Really looking forward to this one as well. Keep your comments coming in. There is still time for these comments. We've had V3 Racing is still chatting away in the background as well, and Paul White as well. We've got Good Luck Lennon from Natasha French.
Just a quick one, Tom, whilst you're reading a few more.
Yeah.
The development I was talking about in Honda Cadet Club is that your race winner, Alfie McBain, judged to have jumped the start, 5-second penalty drops him to 2nd.
Oh dear.
There was more penalties as well for 2 more jump starts as well. Drew Davidson and Riley Sims-Ezard, 2 nose cone penalties as well for Reese Cranston and Ashton Carmichael. So that is going to mean that Samuel Yeadon inherits the victory, with Alfie McBain and Ollie Carter completing the podium.
I know we've got a lot on the grid here, but we do get them in almost nose to tail, don't we?
Well, we need to, don't we?
Well, that's what I mean. There's a lot of them, but yes, it's a lot closer than we have, say, the Bambinos and the Cadets.
The thing with spreading them out too far
is they'd end up in
they're carrying so much speed into the first chicane.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, that's true. So there's about another 8 or 9 to grid up. Final race of the day here. David, who's your money on?
Difficult to see past our pole sitter here, Tom, but there is plenty of talent around him with Charlie Bingham also on the front row. Asher Blythe leading the Clubman class will go off third with Dan Tate. Jess Alexander, who's been quick all day, when on the tarmac. Not so much so when she was
in the right direction.
Yeah, to go over the grass. But we are gridded up and ready to go. Yeah, difficult to see past Volkers. But having said that, like I say,
Jack Morris is in a good position as well here to potentially take a podium as well. So
I always say there's one driver that sort of goes under the radar for most of the day. That's him.
Yes, I agree. Good start for Bingham, but it's not going to be enough. Or
It
is
is
it?
gonna
It
be
is going to
enough.
be enough to get it through. Not just alongside, but get through.
Tate's coming through as well. Focus is on the grass. On the inside, they've got Folsham facing the wrong way. Pollard as well. And another driver, I think that's Paul Rye, who's been leading novice for most of the day. He's going to have to come through just to get on the novice podium. But Charlie Bingham, Tate's going to get back down the inside of Josh Volkers. Asher Blythe's on the inside as well. Jess Alexander up into 5th place. Volkers is going to get a good run down the back straight, I think, on Tate. And he's going to try and squeeze down the inside. Tate slams the door shut.
Yeah, good move from Tate to get across in front of Folkers there and defend that position. But that has allowed a breakaway for Bingham at the front. There goes Jess Alexander at the inside of Asher Blythe into hairpin 4. We've got the 55 as well of David Brown, who's showing well here. As they head across the line to complete lap 1 and already into the Wiggles. So it is Bingham from Tate, Folkers, Jess Alexander, then it is Asher Blythe heading your Clubman field, then David Brown, Jack Morris, Mark Tate heading the over 40s, Thomas Braid and Jake Richardson rounding out the top 10. Oh, Jack Morris is missing a nose panel.
He is missing a nose cone, is Jack Morris, and I don't know.
Where's that gone?
I don't know, but I don't know if
got
it's
somebody
anything
off on the
that
outside.
Harry Nottage again. He's barely raced today, unfortunately.
that's a real shame
and
for
given
Harry
that Nottage's cart is there and Morris's nose cone is over there, although I didn't think they weren't too close to each other, so I don't know where, but that's going to bring Morris in. He can't carry on racing without that nose on. He's already come in.
And we've got a meatball flag for number 3 as well, which...
David Thompson-Mack missing a side pod.
Right.
As well. It's the second time we've seen a kart missing a side pod today. The bar's still there, but the side pod isn't. Morris has already come in. He knows he can't carry on racing. Thompson-Mack's still going racing. He's down the inside of Brandon Truman Reddish. And he's going to see the board when he comes round next time.
And the pack have caught that gap to Bingham.
This is what...
Tate, Folkers and Alexander.
But they're in the same order. They've not tried to overtake each other until
they
now,
are now.
when Tate's down the inside. But they've worked together to close up on the gap on Bingham. Bingham now and Folkers together as they come over the line. Folkers sweeps round the outside and into 2nd place.
Yes, indeed, and through they go. So it is now Tate from Folkers from Bingham. Alexander Blythe still leading that Clubman class and in 5th. So there's 2 karts between him and Thomas Braid for Clubman.
There's a bit of comfort for him, isn't there? Back to Braid in 8.
Mark Tate's got a big gap between him and anybody else for the over 40s. Steve Nichols is in 2nd place in that class, but he's in 13th.
All out. They don't know whether to attack or defend there, do they? They're all taking differing lines.
Well, Folkers has now hit the front, so they're going to need to attack him if anybody's going to take the win off him, because once he gets in clear air, we know what Josh Folkers can do.
Yeah, Asher Blythe there tries to get down the inside of Jessica Alexander. Now, I'm going to put that down to youthful exuberance, because Asher Blythe, whilst trying to race overall here, he's got a championship in the club class to really, really think about here, is that he knows that he's in 5th and he's got a pace to stick with them. His nearest competitor is 2 back. He's got to start thinking about points rather than the race that he's actually in. And
because there isn't an overall championship. There's just your class.
Yeah, so when he goes back and watches this, he's got to really think about the fact that does he need to be sending a move down the inside of Jess Alexander when he's in a fairly comfortable fifth is that, yeah, it's not very exciting as Alexander goes down the inside of Bingham, is that, yes, it's not exciting, but Blythe's going to try and get alongside there now. Now he's on the outside and he's in dangerous territory trying to stick it out round the outside of there, is that, yes, it could be boring to sit in 5th place for most of the day, but at the end of the season, you get to take a big pot home.
Exactly that, David. And they, I mean, he can see all the numbers in front of him. They're all yellow background numbers, so he knows they're not even in his class.
Yeah, exactly. You know, he knows who his challengers are. He knows it's Braid, it's Richardson.
He knows who's in front of him as well. All these are big names within pro karting as well that are not just in front of him but behind him as well.
I mean, he races with them anyway. You know, in BPEC, and that series has really brought him on in being able to race right at the front. He's won heats here as well this season in this mixed random grid format, but he's really coming to the fore as one of the real front runners in Pro Kart. And to say the fact as well, Tom, that well, he's like still a teenager, like 15, 16 years old. Asher Blythe from Mansfield in Nottinghamshire is running round with some of the best in the game.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of experience still to gain, which for me is a positive thing there in trying to say that, you know, it's not that he is inexperienced already, but he is only going to get better. So it's as you were at the front at the moment with this front 5. Bingham had a bit of a look at the inside of Tate there, but Focus is starting to pull away now. It was 3/10 over the line. It is now half a second. So Focus has got his head down and is starting to move away at the front of this extremely talented grid.
They're going to have to work together, aren't they, in the same way that they did to close Charlie Bingham in. And having said that, Bingham dives down the inside of Daniel Tate for 2nd place. So they're not at all working together. But if they're going to have any chance of the victory, they're going to have to work together as Bingham goes slightly wider. Tate looks like he was going to chop to the inside. Jess Alexander trying to take a wider line to get down the inside of Daniel Tate and does so. Contact warning for Gracie Mitchell in the 110.
Do you know what I think part of this is with Asher Blythe as well? It's not necessarily he's attempting to overtake. You know, he's not sending it up the inside, but when they're overtaking and holding each other up, he's got to take a differing line and go round the outside to keep his own momentum up. So maybe he is being smarter than we're giving him credit for.
Yeah, Tom Braid's up into 7th, so there's only one kart now between Braid 2nd in that class. Booth is up into 3rd. Richardson has dropped down into 4th in the club class. Mark Tate leading the way. Then we've got Jordan Cranston leading the way in our novice class. We've got 4 of them running. They've got black background numbers down the left-hand side.
We're looking at the battle here for the final step of the podium. At the moment, it is headed by Dan Tate, who's another one who's gone, relatively speaking, under the radar today. No heat wins so far, but has put himself right in the mix for the final.
So it's Focus, Bingham and Alexander as it stands, as she puts in a personal best with a 46 dead. Then it's Tate, Blythe, Brown, Braid, Mark Tate, Callum Booth and Jake Richardson.
Fastest kart on track that lap round was Jess Alexander with a 46 flat. 46 flat for Jess Alexander, so she's starting to make her way not just onto the back of Bingham, but potentially move towards Josh Focus as well. That gap went out to 0.6 of a second on the previous lap. Oh, we've got a red flag. Red flag.
We've got a cart off, Tom, and a driver out on the exit of hairpin number 3. I think this one's going to be consigned to the history books. And looking at that, Tom, that's the 44 of Jordan Guy, I believe, out of the cart. We will confirm in a few moments, and then what we'll do is we'll provide periodic updates after that in case there is anybody watching at home. But that cart has gone into the barriers on the outside of hairpin number 3. And I can't see this race restarting, Tom, if I'm honest. There's 3 laps remaining. We're 75% of the way through. So if that does stay as it is, as all the karts, I think, have been instructed to go back into the pit lane, Josh Focus will take the victory. Charlie Bingham and Jessica Alexander on the podium. Asher Blythe, Tom Braid and Callum Booth, the top 3 in the club class, with Mark Tate, Steve Nichols and David Brewis in as the top 3 in our 40s. Jordan Cranston, Paul Ryan, Harry Roddis are on the novice podium as it stands.
Jordan Guy still on the deck at the moment, and I know from the lunch break when I sat having a conversation with him that he was suffering from sore ribs already. So perhaps that is just compounded the issue somewhat. And
you can see the emergency team making their way out onto the circuit really quickly. Marshall's making their way over. Looks like there's a member of Jordan's family as well, just making their way over there to him. I think that's he's just going to have the once over as they make their way over to him. Hopefully he'll be able to get up in a few moments' time.
If it is weak. So we'll just await final confirmation that whether that is it for the day. We are expecting that to be, unfortunately, a bit of a sad end to the day, but it was brilliant and exciting action throughout the field in Senior Pro Kart. Okay, I've just had it confirmed by our start line marshal here that that is, in fact, it for the day. So once again, we would like to say thank you very much, all of you, for tuning in. I hope you've enjoyed not just the action today, but also the stream, the commentary, and the features that we've recorded for you as well through the lunch break. Thank you very much to all of our marshals here today who have done a brilliant job, particularly in tricky circumstances regarding the spill that we had earlier on that was dealt with very, very quickly and professionally. So we look at a little sausage doggy on the screen. Thank you to our emergency team who are still with Jordan Guy and getting him the best possible treatment. And thank you to the production team for Alpha Live, and also our series sponsors, NRG Cycles, HRS Racing Engines, Lucas Racing, and MS Karts. So thank you very much for joining us. David, would you like to take us out?
Of course, we will, of course, be back next month for the double header. We'll be streaming both on Saturday and Sunday for that double header, and then we'll be back the weekend after as well for round-the-clock coverage of the 2022 British 24-hour race live here from Teesside Autodrome. It does sadly bring an end to our race day here at Teesside. Obviously, we'll be back next month. But thank you very much for joining us. Hope you've had a lovely weekend, and we'll see you again in a few weeks' time.